Reborn in the empire where the sun never sets to become a pirate. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 376 The New Generation. Captain. Cape of Good Hope. We've seen the Cape, a cry of surprise echoed across the sea in the early morning sunshine. Hashim heard a chaotic crash in the stern cabin, and then Pierce tumbled out, a cloud of toothbrush foam still clinging to his mouth. Really? He tiptoed toward the bow. Where is it? 11 o'clock, 26 kilometers, land, damn it, Pierce cursed bitterly, raising his hand to clinch the mast rope and charging towards the observation tower like a nimble monkey. This was a strange team. 22 days after joining the team, Hashim still felt the same way. They were from the Drake Chamber of Commerce in England. The fleet's official name was the Chamber's Second Direct Fleet, the Special Duty Fleet. Admiral Pierce Artis was 16 years old, a small, flaxen-haired teenager with profound refinement and exceptional skills. The fleet consisted of 4 brand-new, large ships. The flagship, the HMS Lady, was a Valkyrie-class fast frigate, 60.7 meters long and constructed of oak. It was armed with 28 long-range 32-pounder guns, Boston Sweeper, 20 short-range 24-pounder guns, Boston Defender, 4 stern guns, 18-pounder medium guns, 2 12-pounder medium guns, and 2 bow guns, all legally built at the Plymouth gunsmith in England. The ship's total of 56 guns was standard for a first-class frigate. Fully rigged with sails, its massive, fluid hull boasted incredible speeds, reaching 14.5 knots with a tailwind and 5.5 knots against a headwind. The HMS Lady was accompanied by 2 companion ships, the HMS New Generation and the HMS Future, both Tier V galleon-class special-purpose fast destroyers with a maximum speed of 15.5 knots and 40 guns. A 16-gun brigantine communications ship, the HMS Sunflower, was also attached, capable of 18 knots. The team Pierce mentioned was scattered throughout this powerful, ultra-fast fleet, a total of 10 members. Vice Admiral and Captain of the Future, Dylan Snaps, 48, was the team's anchor, a father figure, and the only member over 30. Dispatching Officer and Captain of the New Generation, Adorned Freeman, 25, a graduate of the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce, preferred to flaunt his seniority by claiming to be the core figure of Operation Sea Reach. However, no one had yet explained to Hashim what Operation Sea Reach actually was. First Mate Shaw Turner, 23, a graduate of the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce, also served as the fleet's foreman. He was an apprentice of Master Craftsman Krent Scott and the fiancée of Krent's youngest sister, Miss Rennie Scott. Similarly, Hashim had no idea who these 2 Scotts were. Charge Captain and Third Mate of the flagship, Cal Drago, 22, a graduate of the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce, a mosquito, skilled with spears, axes, and blowguns, was unmatched in short-gun combat. There were 57 other Indians like him in the entire fleet, forming the core of the stormtroopers and sailing crews. Ko was their leader, and besides his shipboard duties, he was also called Old Man by the others, which, Hashim understood, roughly meant chief. The flagship helmsman, Villa Ray, was 19 years old and a graduate of the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce School. The flagship lookout, Lorraine Andrew, was 17 years old and a graduate of the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce School. The 2 were said to be classmates, Ray being calm and composed, Andrea being frivolous. Hashim had heard that Andrea had saved Ray's life. The naval major in the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce School had a 2-week desert island test upon graduation. To simulate a shipwreck, students had to swim to the island from 5 kilometers away. While swimming, Ray encountered a swarm of jellyfish and was caught off guard and lost consciousness. At that time, everyone could only watch Lay slowly sinking in the center of the jellyfish school. Only Andrea rushed in regardless. She was stung more than a dozen times, but miraculously remained conscious and dragged Lay to the beach. These 5 people are from the advanced class of the Chamber of Commerce. They usually call each other seniors and juniors. They have a close relationship and always have a unified opinion. In addition, The team also has Zheng Anyue, a Qing dynasty native from Boston, 18 years old, a graduate of the intermediate class of the Chamber of Commerce School, one of the only 8 female crew members in the fleet, and the only female team member. Her position is adjutant, her specialty is fighting, and she carries 2 strange short blades called Emi thorns. She is an oriental woman whose beauty even Hashim can appreciate and must admit her strength. She was a pagan, worshipping a strange deity named Wulian Xianzan. She was always by Pierce's side, fondly calling herself young master's personal maid. Of course, the crew also affectionately called her Aishwini, second young lady, from Wang Yi. Special note: the flagship's gunnery officer, Jean de Jo Martillier, was 24 years old and a native of Porto, France. A former soldier serving in the French New World Fleet, he was a proud figure, renowned for his mastery of gunnery, command, and tactics. He commanded a frigate at 18 and was promoted to third-class gunnery at 20, enjoying a successful career. However, he was a socially awkward individual, lacking the family background and pedigree to match his abilities. As a result, after the Battle of the Chesapeake Bay in 1781, and with the return of world peace, this rising star was placed on the first list of forced retirements, his career extinguished by the price of 14 louis d'or. Having lost his livelihood, he was forced to return home. After many twists and turns, he was introduced to Acheron, the son-in-law of the Drake family, who had gained fame in Porto after a lavish wedding. Acheron found him unappealing to women and unsociable, so he placed him with Lorraine, eventually becoming a member of Pierce's staff. The 26-year-old chief accountant and second mate of the flagship, Flamin Snaps, was the second son of Vice Admiral Dillon. Flamin graduated from the Chamber of Commerce's intermediate class and furthered his studies at Cambridge Law School, earning master's degrees in both economics and law. The fleet practiced a separation of finances and accounts, with the dispatcher managing the treasury and the chief accountant controlling the accounts. Ultimately, both reported to Admiral Pierce, and to both the commercial and accounting departments of the Chamber of Commerce. Consequently, Flamin's relationship with Freeman was strained. Pierce showed no interest in reconciliation, and Dillon would only watch with a smile as the two bickered. The final member of the team was Hashim, the navigator and flagship pilot. A 21-year-old former pirate, Hashim held a master's degree in astronomy from the University of Bern. In Hashim's opinion, this group was frighteningly young in every sense of the word. A group of young men, led by a teenager, armed with a powerful fleet and vast funds, resembled a group of wealthy second generations going out to experience life. Furthermore, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of opening new shipping routes for the Chamber of Commerce and establishing the Chamber's fourth independent economic entity, the African branch, at the Cape of Good Hope. Was Pierce's legendary brother, Lorraine Drake, the helmsman of the Drake Chamber of Commerce, truly made of iron? Had he never considered the possibility of these young men failing? Or, did they truly possess the talent to match their resources? All the answers would be revealed at the Cape of Good Hope. Is Pierce Artis, this small, young admiral, truly trustworthy? Can the Pria tribe truly be avenged? Is the Drake Chamber of Commerce truly as powerful as it's been touted? Hashim sighed deeply, his gaze instinctively turning north. There lay the Cape Verde Islands, where the Pria people had lived for generations. Further north from the islands lay his adopted homeland, the Swiss Confederation, a place that, until the very end, hadn't left much of a fond impression on him. Godfather, I hope I've chosen the right path this time. On to Lagwain, that bastard. Chapter 377 Cape of Good Hope. Cape of Good Hope. Black waters, brilliant crimson reefs. Flocks of black cormorants line the rocks, their long necks stretched out, mocking the humans scurrying across the ocean. This is the southwestern tip of the African continent, where oceans meet. Cold currents from the south and warm currents from the east converge, creating a year-round raging wind and high waves. Lorraine had warned Pierce that crossing the Cape of Good Hope must be done before winter. The waters around the Cape of Good Hope can become a boiling pot in winter, whipped by strong westerly winds, with waves 15 to 20 meters high commonplace. Even a Valkyrie-class vessel would struggle to protect itself from such a calamity. Fortunately, the Cape of Good Hope was exceptionally calm today, peaceful and beautiful. A gentle breeze ruffled the sea, small waves gently caressed the rocks, and vast waves, with nowhere to dissipate, coalesced into milky white foam, like a winter coat covering the cape. Pierce stood atop the highest mast, gazing regretfully at the boundless expanse of sea to the northeast. That was the Indian Ocean. Once past the Cape of Good Hope, following the long coastline eastward, one would soon see the breathtaking beauty of Madagascar. Then came the Red Sea, opened by God during Moses' exodus from Egypt, the West Asian continent where the holy city of Jerusalem lay, the fertile subcontinent, and the East Indies dotted across the sea. Then came the China Sea, home to Zheng Anyue, the Qing Empire, a nation larger than all of Europe. Diash, Da Gama, and countless other great navigators had entered the East through this gateway. Now that this gateway was within reach, Pierce couldn't cross it immediately. He had a mission to accomplish. His destination, Cape Town, lay not far northwest of the Cape of Good Hope. The Cape of Good Hope was a landmark, but once he found it, he needed to retreat, not advance. Forget it, forget it. The Indian Ocean won't be lost anyway. Eddie Logan's review is coming this time, and it concerns his future, so it's best to prioritize it. After a long moment of self-admonition, Pierce finally gathered his thoughts. He leaned down, leaning against a mast, and shouted to his deck, "Fleet, turn northwest. We're heading for Cape Town to establish the African branch." Flags down, Turner's command echoed from the deck. Admiral's order, target Cape Town. Transfer the navigation mark to the flagship. All ships turn, line up. Set sail, all ships turn, the lady turns, hold the navigation mark, mainsail furled, sail to, turn sail, heel alarm. Steady, full starboard. Ray's rich baritone was particularly striking amid the chorus of maneuvering commands, easily drowning out the rest of the noise and making the ship's heeling seem particularly intense. Even though she knew it was an illusion, Audrey clutched the rigging rope around her waist. He was only a few meters away from Pierce. Standing at the closest distance, he pouted in dissatisfaction. "Admiral, we've already reached the Indian Ocean, shouldn't we go for a stroll, Tisk? We're acting alone this time, and the contracts the General Administration will sign with you are all probationary. Whether you can be converted to a regular employee depends on the final comprehensive evaluation. Do you remember the evaluation ratio? Dad 30, Performance 30, and Mr. Logan from Northwest Europe, yes, Eddie Logan 40 points. Pierce kicked his boots unhappily. When the Chamber of Commerce was just starting out, he had second thoughts about his brother. As a result, not only was his fleet command taken away, but he was only left with a right to advise on the specific business operations of the branch. As vice presidents of the branch, he and Dad Leonard don't seem to be performing the same job at all. Fortunately, he has performed well over the years. Branch President Piddock is not the kind of warrior who expands territory. It is all thanks to his efforts that Northwest Europe has opened up the entire Baltic Sea, successfully expanded its business all the way to Gibraltar, and began to advance into the Mediterranean. At last year's annual meeting, my brother said at a ball that Eddie Logan was capable of leading a chapter, essentially lifting the sanctions against him for disloyalty. So, at the beginning of this year, he immediately submitted 2 expansion plans, one for the Mediterranean and northwestern Europe, and the other for Africa. They both received majority approval at the board meeting in March. All training programs at Drake Chamber of Commerce School include economics as a required course. As a top student in the advanced class, even if Andrea's strengths weren't in business, his understanding of business processes and market concepts was sufficient to meet the vague requirement of knowledgeable, so, he immediately understood Pierce's hidden meaning. March, it's almost October now. Aren't we the advance team of the headquarters, advance? We're just responsible for cleaning up the mess. Pierce dragged out his tone, his interest dull. Eddie Logan has been confirmed as the president of the African branch. In the past 6 months, he has completed all the official procedures, determined the branch's headquarters in Cape Town, signed the intention to rent and purchase water tanks, cargo warehouses and berths, and became a guest of honor of Lovey Baker, the general manager of the African company. I heard that he even hooked up with more than a dozen upstream manufacturers, and vowed to guarantee that the African branch will be profitable from the first day of listing, but cleaning up is cleaning up. After all, the new branch's startup funds and ships are in our hands. Without us, Eddie Logan can't do anything. Audrey rolled her eyes. Are you saying that we are strangling his life, and he is also strangling our life? This is almost certainly the work of Sister Carmen. She is best at using fairness and justice to make everyone feel uncomfortable, Pierce muttered to himself, touching his chin, but she certainly couldn't have imagined that we could recruit a big pirate group just by delivering goods. I plan to do a business with Eddie Logan. Regarding the 10 broken ships left after the original prior Revenge Army was sunk by us, I think 1 cent per mast should be a reasonable price based on the number of masts. Audrey was full of respect for a moment. Admiral, isn't that cheating? President Logan obviously has the freedom to refuse. How can it be called cheating? And we left the ship at the dock in Dakar. This transaction is destined to be money first and then goods. He promised me the cents first, and then arranged for someone to pick up the ship in Dakar. The two events will be at least 1 month apart. As long as no one complains, brother will not connect them together. Oh, Admiral, long live. The Special Forces fleet arrived in Cape Town. In accordance with the provisions of the Chamber of Commerce School's minutes on the implementation of public dockage, the Atis Lady and the Future were the first to drop anchor outside the harbor. Pierce, transferred to the new generation, led the Sunflower into the harbor as the first group. Flying the Chamber of Commerce's pansy flag, they were not questioned and quickly docked at the pilot's reserved berth, number 6. Pierce was the first to disembark, flicking a shilling toward the pilot from a distance. Nice flag signal, sir. The pilot put the shilling into his pocket as a matter of course, and responded with a sour face, Cape Town is not a small fishing village, sir. We have at least 4 berths to dock the big ship you left in the open sea. Pierce was given a face, and could only laugh helplessly. Nothing is absolute in this world, sir. My elders have always taught me that when I go out, I must not cause trouble to my friends. The navigator shrugged and spread his hands, making a who cares expression. Sir, are you the Drake Chamber of Commerce in Southampton? Obviously, Drake's crew can go to the South African-style hotel in the north of the town. It is the VIP guest house of the African Company. President Logan of your Chamber of Commerce is in Villa number 6 on the lakeside. It was arranged by General Manager Baker. Thank you for saving me a lot of trouble. Pierce popped out another shilling, turned his head, and said to Freemany behind him, rent a carriage, and we will go to visit Brother Eddie. Yes, Admiral. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 No Respect. South African style is no ordinary hotel. It's built on a small lake outside Cape Town, housing 8 villas, each overlooking the lake. Each villa has its own courtyard, annex, a shared chapel, and a large hall suitable for concerts, auctions, or banquets. Clearly, money might not be as valuable here as it is elsewhere. It's a non-profit operation, and ordinary people, except for VIPs of African companies, would be hard-pressed to obtain accommodation. Perhaps we should build a whole block of villas like this, unconcernedly plagiarizing others' ideas. Pierce and Freemany swung by in a horse-drawn carriage to Villa number 6. Just as the pilot had said, Villa number 6 was located on the lakefront. What the pilot hadn't mentioned was that all the villas were located on the lakefront. Number 6 wasn't a special one. Pierce and Freemany alighted and rang the doorbell. A servant answered. Soon, Pierce saw a burly gentleman in a tuxedo open the door, then step back 3 meters and watch in silence. The scene suddenly became awkward. Pierce touched his nose. Well, I knew that not every Nordic person is as talkative as Mr. Erickson. He straightened his dress. Pierce, it is. Please tell Mr. Logan that we are here. Go upstairs and turn left to the 3rd room, the gentleman said. The master has been waiting for you. Oh, won't you take us upstairs? The master said it's not necessary. Nope, nope, nope. Walking in the spacious, luxurious and deserted villa corridor, Pierce kept muttering all the way. Freemany, you know? Some people think they are the founding fathers of the Chamber of Commerce and have enough qualifications to order the young vice president around. Little do they know that he is just a poor guy who is trembling for past mistakes and has to watch other people's faces. Freemany shrugged. Admiral, your performance along the way is like being possessed by Grandma Rolling. That's because in Cape Town, I have never received the respect I deserve. Perhaps you should look for the reason within yourself. Freemany gestured. Like, grow a beard, or maybe a little taller, or at least look more imposing. You know, we've always envied the First Fleet for that. Pierce lost his temper. To be fair, he wasn't short. At 172 centimeters tall and plenty strong, he was definitely above average in Europe these days. But he still had that lingering baby fat, and the freckles that signified adolescence, making him look younger than his years. Not to mention he was only 16. The direct fleet was a bevy of monsters. The Special Operations Fleet included the 190 centimeters tall war god KO, while Ray and Turner were 1.86 meters tall. Lorraine's First Fleet was even more impressive. The massive Kren, the beastly Leif, and the well-proportioned Lorraine, whose height was indistinguishable, were all approaching or exceeding 2 meters. Even the odd jobber Bardo was 180 centimeters. Pierce's height was about 10 as, not as tall as Catalina, and only slightly taller than Carmen. This had always been a concern for him. Back then, he'd had his prime, starting to grow at 11, reaching 140 centimeters by 12, and surpassing 155 centimeters by 13. Back then, he'd thought he'd soon be as tall and strong as Lorraine, but instead, God had slowed his growth, leaving even a nameless pilot to act arrogantly. He slumped his shoulders. My dear Adorned, does growing a beard really make me more mature? At least it makes you a little dirtier, and people don't like to talk to dirty people. Get lost. Turning left to the third room, Pierce paused at the door, adjusting his expression to a smile, and gently knocked. He called sweetly, "Brother Eddie, are you in there? Come in." The crisp permission made Pierce's veins jump again. He held up his coat and pushed the door open, still smiling. "Brother Eddie, you still look so elegant." Eddie Logan, who was behind the desk, raised his eyelids and pointed to the room opposite him. "Sit down." Yes, Pierce sat down, and Freeman stood behind him without looking away, standing with his back to him and his head held high. Eddie finished processing the documents in his hand, carefully sealed them with sealing wax, and stamped them with his signature. "My letter left Cape Town on June 3rd and arrived in Lucia on the 28th. Your Special Forces fleet left St. George's on July 6th, arrived in Southampton on August 2nd, departed on the 5th, and arrived in Gibraltar on the 12th. I thought you would bring my things in early September, but now it's the 27th, you've been delayed for at least 20 days, and accordingly, the African branch has lost about £1,000. I need a reason that can convince me." The beginning was an accusation, and Pierce raised his eyebrow and simply tore off his disguise. "No reason." He raised his chin. "Mr. Logan, the chairman also said that anything can happen at sea. I've traveled 4,000 kilometers on this trip, so 20 days should be an acceptable error. You know it, and I know it too." Eddie sneered. "The maritime group has pooled its wisdom to build a fleet of brand new ships. The slowest ship you have can only sail at 14 knots. A 20-day delay? Is this the limit of the ability of the son of a cobbler? It seems you have a lot of dissatisfaction with me." Pierce also laughed. "Let me guess. All the old people from Elgin have been entrusted with important tasks. Brother Ramos is widely respected throughout northwestern Europe. Last year, he even received an invitation from the Duke of Edinburgh to attend his New Year's Eve ball. Sister Carmen mainly handles administrative affairs on behalf of her brother. She is majestic and solemn within the Chamber of Commerce. Her signature almost has the same effect as her brother's. Even a young man like me, who has just reached adulthood, has been given the command of an independent fleet. Only you have wasted so many years and only now see the dawn of your career. You resent me, and I don't like you. Sister Carmen knows this. But she still arranged us together. Have you ever thought about why? In my opinion, what she wants to see is perhaps not my ability to lead a fleet, but whether you can be a qualified branch president and cooperate normally with Brother Ramos, Brother Kren, and later Mr. Parker and Father Leonard." Eddie raised his eyebrows. "Are you threatening me? Are you implying that if I don't give you a high evaluation, the Chamber of Commerce will label me as incompetent and eventually kick me out of the African branch that I founded?" "Everything is possible," Pierce grinned, "but there is one thing worth correcting. I don't need you to deliberately raise my evaluation. Brother and Sister Carmen are not stupid. There is no difference in their eyes between deliberate good reviews and deliberate bad reviews. They are all evidence of your and my incompetence. Let's get down to business first." Pierce crossed his legs, and Freeman immediately handed over a suitcase, opened it, and pointed it towards Eddie. "The box contains the documents you requested, including the headquarters permission to establish the African branch, the African branch's share plan, and the startup capital and merchant ships you've been looking forward to." Eddie pulled out the share plan as he introduced it. 5%. As expected, in the chairman's eyes, "I am still. This is the first option," Pierce interrupted Eddie's self-pity. "Considering the shares you own in Northwest Europe, Sister Carmen believes that 5% of the founding shares are fair and appropriate treatment. But she still proposed a second option. You can exchange them with the Northwest Europe shares you hold, so that you can increase your holdings by an additional 15%, reaching 20% of the total equity." "I agree. I am obligated to remind you that 15% of African shares will not be worth more than 5% of Northwest Europe shares for at least 3 years. What's more, your Northwest Europe shares are full shares and you can participate in the branch's decision-making. I agree. This is a well-considered answer, Eddie replied, finding the equity swap agreement under the share plan, quickly signing his name and stamping it. Africa has huge potential, and as the helmsman of the African branch, I no longer need to dictate matters in Northwestern Europe. Pierce whistled. Since you insist, your vice president and admiral will be selected by the Chamber of Commerce and will report to you before November 15th. The startup capital is £20,000, and it's in my lady. You can send someone to inventory and put it into storage today. A total of 8 merchant ships have been diverted to Africa and are currently docked in Gibraltar, including a brig, 3 brigands, and 4 mixed-rigged schooners. 2 of the brigands are 16-gun cutting-edge ships of the same class as the Sunflower, with a maximum speed of 18 knots. These attachments were still very generous in Eddie's eyes, better than the treatment in the Caribbean a few years ago, and they were equipped with both ocean-going and nearshore vessels from the beginning, but the number. He looked at Pierce unsatisfiedly. The African branch is working alone, and it is definitely not going to accumulate merchant ships as quickly as Northwestern Europe and the Caribbean did in the past. Isn't this number a little too little? This is all the equipment the Chamber of Commerce has given you. Pierce rubbed his fingers at free money, took another document from the latter, and threw it casually on Eddie's desk. But I have some other options, including 2 bages, 2 brigs, 5 brigands and a non-standard 36-meter gallon, which are 50% to 70% new, damaged, with less than half of the ship's firepower, and very poorly maintained. Eddie was stunned for a while. Where did you get these ships? My trip was delayed for 20 days. This is mainly because I stayed in Cape Verde for 23 days and wiped out a pirate group with 16 ships. God bless them that there are no gunners on their ships, otherwise I might have stayed there longer. 16 ships, more than 2,000 people. These ships I have are those that were not sunk at the time. Most of them are damaged, so they can't follow me south and can only be kept at the dock in Dakar. You earned 20 points for your evaluation. Eddie quickly put the 10 large ships into his safe, took out a parchment scroll, and tossed it in front of Pierce. Here are the remaining 20 points. Regarding the branch's most important future partner, Mr. Baker, the general manager of the African company, has a small request for us. Chapter 379 True Friends. As the saying goes, there's no getting along. Pierce and Eddie had no further conversation. After receiving their mission, they naturally returned to the comfortable, rocking ship, the Lady. Everyone on board was waiting for him, or rather, awaiting the mission's revelation. Actually, Eddie's parchment was the primary reason for the formation of the entire Special Forces fleet and its voyage to Africa. Ever since the board approved the African branch's construction plan, Eddie had spared no effort in securing his own spot. He invested considerable effort in cultivating a close rapport with Lovey Baker, the general manager of the African company. By the last progress report in June, it was clear that Baker intended to transfer 20% of the tea and 5% of the gem trade to the powerful Drake Chamber of Commerce on a long-term basis. This was a massive business commission, at least for a Chamber of Commerce that hadn't yet officially registered. The potential profits were enough to convince Eddie to agree to any terms. His promise was to help the African company eliminate some unscrupulous competitors. Pierce didn't know the details of the mission, but he knew it would require an excellent and powerful fleet. However, the Caribbean Sea was thick with smoke. Over the past few years, the pirate war between Lorraine and the 2 pirate kings had not only dragged on but also escalated to an uncontrollable scale. The headquarters direct fleet could not be moved lightly, and Eddie, eager to see the situation resolved to a halt, could not ignore it. During a casual conversation, Bell, anxious for peace, raised an interesting question. Since Lorraine had become admiral at 16, could Pierce, who had been carefully trained by them all for so many years, be equally qualified? This suggestion piqued Lorraine's interest. Pierce's trajectory was undoubtedly comparable to that of any of the practical elites of the Plymouth Naval Academy. Furthermore, the first Valkyrie-class ship, the Lady Atis, had been officially delivered 6 months earlier. From that day on, Pierce had been removed from the flagship's crew, leading his own young team to command this powerful warship. What was Nelson doing at 16? Lorraine pondered for a moment, vaguely remembering Nelson mentioning he'd been on some ship to the North Pole and nearly been scratched to death by a polar bear. It seemed Pierce was far more capable than Nelson, his age. He was capable of carrying out missions independently. Since the lady wasn't enough to fulfill Eddie's commission, a new fleet would be assembled as a final test of Pierce's independence. It was against this backdrop that the Special Service Fleet was established. Excited and bewildered, Pierce embarked on his journey, deliberately concealed from everyone, only now truly seeing the test. Seeing everyone gathered, Pierce took a deep breath, peeled off the wax, and spread the parchment scroll flat on the crowded dining table. A long time later, old Dylan sighed. No wonder they said the beauty wasn't enough to complete the mission. The African Chamber of Commerce really has secured a fantastic deal for us. Freeman's face was filled with bitterness. Admiral, aren't you considering protesting? This mission is definitely beyond the expected difficulty of the assessment. Damn it, can people die in the exam? KO, with a scowl, kicked Freeman in the butt. If you're afraid of death, you can get off the ship, Mr. Living Animal. I always thought you were the least fearless person on the ship, because back in San Carlos, the president already lost your life in the San Juan River. That didn't happen. Freeman covered his butt in anger. And I only suggested that the admiral protest. Didn't I say I wasn't participating? The seniors are so noisy. Silently watching the noisy San Carlos duo, Adriel poked Lay's arm. It's a big battle, aren't you excited? You won't get hit, Lay said solemnly. Everyone turned their eyes to Pierce. Pierce's eyes were flashing with eagerness. Hashim, I felt from the first time I met you that you were the navigator given to me by God. Huh? I originally thought that the matter of revenge for you should at least wait until the African branch is mature before we can start planning. Now it seems that God hopes that you can go to the New World without distraction. Hashim frowned tightly. Admiral, I don't understand. There is no name of Antal Lagwain on the parchment. I have a feeling that he will appear on our way forward, whether as the protagonist or as a supporting role. This time, we will definitely have a confrontation with him. Pierce stretched out his hand and slapped the center of the parchment. The mission is clear, gentlemen and my lady. The plan will be announced below. Everyone immediately became serious. Flaming, complete the delivery and counting of the pounds in the lower hold by 6 p.m. If Eddie Logan can't find a place to store them, we'll help him rent a warehouse. Yes, Admiral. Freeman, resupply water and medicine by 9 p.m. I hope we can set sail anytime after 9 p.m. Yes, Turner, after the fleet docks, allow sailors to move freely in 2 shifts. No drinking or prostitution allowed, also by 9 p.m. Also, maintain level 2 alert on board, sail out portholes, and don't let anyone get in through them and blow up our ship. Turner, ever the calmest, rolled his eyes. Blowing up a ship through a porthole is a common mem, and the much criticized implementation memorandum on entry into public docks is also part of this mem. Turner found it hard to understand why the men from the Lorraine flagship would be so distrustful of the public docks. However, this distrust and the corresponding handling pattern had become an ironclad principle within the fleets under the General Chamber of Commerce. In the past 2 years, there had even been precedents of captains being demoted to branch offices for inadequate execution. Naturally, no one dared to neglect the responsibility. He nodded heavily to Pierce. I will do this meticulously, Admiral. Finally, Pierce clapped his hands. Father, third sister, prepare your attire and gifts. Let's go visit Mr. Baker, the master of Cape Town. If he wants us to bleed, at least tell us who our opponent is. Who is our opponent? That wasn't really the right question. The Royal African Company of Great Britain focused on 3 main trades: tea, gems, and slaves. Gems were mined from mines, raising no questions about ownership. Tea was grown on plantations, raising no questions about property rights. The only problem was the slave trade. After all, before being shackled, every slave was a living, free-thinking individual. Colonial agencies established by various countries in Africa rarely captured people from their own colonies for the slave trade. Because colonial construction itself required a significant amount of labor, captured slaves for personal use were far more motivated to work than imported goods. For this reason, slave hunting teams often sought to capture slaves abroad. Their most common method was to follow rivers back across borders, then obtain goods through trade or plunder. This presented a problem. The African continent, especially the areas near the coastline, had been largely divided up. Without venturing deep into the wilds of the continent, the only hunting ground left for slave hunters was the colonies of other countries. Naturally, This practice was illegal and, not only was it illegal, it was also the primary source of conflict between colonies. This is precisely the problem currently plaguing African companies. For unknown reasons, since the beginning of this year, Portuguese slave hunting teams, which previously operated primarily inland from East Africa, have begun to appear more frequently in British colonies. Furthermore, they exhibited extreme greed, often ganging up to attack powerful tribes with a degree of civility. These tribes were often friends of African companies. Not only did the two sides engage in fair trade, exchanging wine for gold, but they also frequently acted as agents for the Portuguese African Company, legitimately abducting people from other colonies under the guise of tribal warfare. With his friend in trouble, Willow Baker was restless. He had learned that 3 major slave trading guilds were behind the Portuguese slave hunting fleet's rampage, all of which had close ties to the family of Kenyan Governor Hussein Fernandez. Baker concluded that Fernandez was the true mastermind behind the incident. He immediately sent a commercial note to the Portuguese African Company, but the company replied, denying any involvement. He then bypassed the company and sent a warning to the Governor-General of Kenya. Fernandez personally replied, promising a strict investigation and punishment. However, the day after Fernandez's reply arrived in Cape Town, Lamto, located in the Orange River Valley, was captured. The escaped chief, leaning on a cane, cried to Baker. The Portuguese hoisted their national flags and even had cannons in their ranks. Furious, Baker contacted the Royal Navy's African fleet, hoping his garrison could teach the imperious Portuguese a lesson they would never forget. However, he had no evidence linking the incident to Portuguese officials. Portugal and Great Britain were not at war, and Cape Town's military was not strong enough to launch a war based on the complaints of a few natives. Their primary enemy remained the Dutch. Cape Town was closely connected to the Dutch Cape Colony, and while they sought to seize it, the Dutch could also launch an attack on Cape Town at any time. Mr. Baker had reached a dead end. The dignified general manager of an African company had been blatantly humiliated by the Portuguese, yet he could find no way to punish the perpetrators or maintain his dignity. Just then, Eddie appeared. The strength of the Drake Chamber of Commerce, the history of the Drake Chamber of Commerce, Lorraine's performance in being employed by the Navy several times. If there is any private force in this world that dares to take the risk of confronting the Portuguese Navy, Drake must be one of them. But, what about the famous Lorraine Drake? Willow Baker knocked on the golden statue of Nero he had just acquired, looking at the old man, the child and the foreign girl in front of him with a strange expression. Is the Drake Chamber of Commerce really going to let you teach those Portuguese slave traders a lesson, Mr. Baker? In fact, you only need to tell me who the enemy is and where he is. Pierce raised his head confidently. Drake is professional. Unless the employer himself wishes, President Logan is aware that he will bear all the success or failure. Mr. Bell narrowed his eyes. Eddie Logan, he is a true friend. Chapter 380 Joint Business Investigation Team. Willow Baker had indeed collected a wealth of intelligence on the 3 slave traders, filling 3 large boxes with detailed information down to the core personnel and the deployment of the Chamber's most core slave hunting teams. However, it had never been properly organized. Now, it lay in the operations room of the lady. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Special Forces fleet set sail on time, controlled only by the foresail, slowly drifting towards the Cape of Good Hope. Pierce and his crew raced against time to analyze the disorganized intelligence, quickly gaining a basic understanding. The 3 chambers of commerce targeted were, the Fernandez Chamber of Commerce, based in Nairobi. Its president was the cousin of the Portuguese governor of Kenya, Fernandez. Its major shareholders and core members were all family members, making it clearly the governor's personal property. It was also the strongest of the 3 chambers, equipped with 4 Level 5 galleon-class slave ships, 2 Bage-class ships of the same class, and over 20 frigates and smaller vessels. It possessed a land-based slave hunting force of over 300 men, fully equipped with firearms and at least 6 land-based light artillery pieces capable of firing shrapnel shells. The Gaius Chamber of Commerce, based in Lisbon, specialized in the transshipment and marketing of slaves. It owned 2 4-masted schooner-class slave ships, over 50 meters in length, behemoths specialized in commercial operations. The Gondar Chamber of Commerce, based in Mombasa, possessed only a few small and medium-sized offshore vessels, but its slave hunting force reached 600 men and was renowned for its prowess. Pierce had indeed discovered the name of Ontolagwane. He was the captain of the Gondar Chamber of Commerce's 2nd slave hunting squadron, commanding 200 men. While their firepower was inferior to that of the 1st Squadron and the Fernandez Chamber of Commerce, their record, and perhaps their blood debt, was enough to leave both far behind. He even had a nickname, Walfox Lagwain, Kenya's best slave hunter. Hashim gnashed his teeth the moment he saw that name. Pierce wanted to make a wisecrack like, "I knew it," but seeing Hashim's face flush beneath his tan, he couldn't bring himself to say it. "Well, gentlemen, what are your thoughts?" In these moments, it was usually old Dylan who spoke first. His job was to frame the young man, who was prone to unbridled imagination, within a general framework. He said, "It is obvious that our next stop is Kenya. The largest port there is the port of Mombasa, which is not only the headquarters of our target Chamber of Commerce, but also one of the bases of the Portuguese African fleet. There is no intelligence about the Portuguese Navy in Baker's box. How many warships are there? How close is the connection with the target Chamber of Commerce? Will there be a conflict with us?" The core force of the target Chamber of Commerce is on land. It is a slave hunting team. This is very different from the opponents we have faced before. Turner knocked on the table and spoke second. "It doesn't matter whether their structure tends to be land or sea, because slaves have to be sold. If we take away their ships, especially the large ships, the slave hunting teams will lose their place. We don't even need to do anything. They will disband the team themselves." "Gondar won't do that," Freeman retorted. "This Chamber of Commerce is like a plantation owner. You can see from the structure that their trading partners are shipping chambers of commerce like gas, and," Pierce glanced at Hashim, "there are people in Gondar that we must capture alive. Even if it is true as Turner said, we can't let them disband before we catch the people we want. Now the direction is clear." He stood up and circled the conference table. "Sail the fleet to Mombasa. Find a way to identify the naval garrison there, destroy the shipping forces of the 3 merchant guilds, and completely annihilate Gondar's 2nd Squadron. Any reinforcements?" Ray raised his hand. "We don't have a trade permit in Mombasa." Pierce was stunned. "How about finding the Blackbeard pirate flag we captured last time?" At the beginning of November, after another week of delay at sea, the Special Operations Fleet chose a calm day to pass the Cape of Good Hope, following the African coastline, and set sail for the port of Mombasa, Kenya. The Lady's mainmast still flew Drake's vibrant pansy ensign. Everyone knew this was the natural outcome. Impersonation was a bad idea, although it was certainly tempting. However, gentlemen of this era valued credibility above all else. If the impersonation were exposed, Drake's reputation would be severely damaged far beyond East Africa. Pierce absolutely could not afford such a risk. Even the privilege of being the group's favorite wouldn't save him. That's why the Special Forces fleet was delayed for a week. To seek revenge under the Chamber of Commerce's name, they first needed to resolve the port access issue. Temporary anchorage was feasible, but passing ships were strictly controlled and the anchorage time was limited, making it highly unlikely that anything could be done effectively. To this end, Eddie completed the registration of the African branch ahead of time. The officially established African Chamber of Commerce commissioned Pierce to obtain a Kenyan trade permit under the guise of business development, a legitimate reason applicable anywhere. However, this only solved half the problem. While money could help any humanoid obtain a legitimate trade permit, it didn't grant those with it unfettered rights in other countries' colonies. Britain and Portugal were not at war, and Drake's privateering license was of no use on this trip. Pierce needed a legitimate reason for his evil deeds. The logic was simple: with a trade permit secured, the Drake Chamber of Commerce would have the right to trade and navigate in the Kenyan colony and its affiliated waters. This right is divinely granted and impartial, and Drake's position against the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce does not make him any less privileged. If the Portuguese interfere with Drake's exercise of his rights, Pierce can initiate legitimate defense. Of course, the process will be more complex, requiring irrefutable evidence proving Drake's position as both the righteous and the victim in the conflict. This week's delay also serves another purpose. The future has 3 distinguished guests aboard: Mr. Aldramond, an observer for the Spanish Paralí Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ovilich, an observer for the French Rotisserie Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Omayo Melidori, an observer for the Ibasta Chamber of Commerce, a Boer Chamber of Commerce in the Dutch Cape Colony. These are all medium-sized chambers of commerce active in Africa. During Eddie's preparations for the African branch, they became acquainted with Drake's strengths and developed a friendship with him. This time, At Eddie's invitation, they will join the powerful Drake Chamber of Commerce on a journey up East Africa to the Red Sea to explore the feasibility of jointly developing shipping routes to Asia and effectively leveraging the strengths of each nation. Such a distinguished person certainly deserved no neglect. They were aboard the Drake Maritime Group Special Class 5 class galleon, the African branch's ocean-going flagship, the most emblematic of Drake's strength and vitality. As they passed through the Mozambique Channel, the vast, continental island of Madagascar gradually receded behind them. Ahead lay the Komodo Islands, where the fleet would anchor for rest and regroup before continuing on to Mombasa. After another round of useless, romantic entertainment, Pierce rubbed his face, his smile stiffening, and met Freeman, who was enjoying a leisurely fishing trip, at the bow. Freeman smiled lewdly. "What country's women did we talk about today, my respected MR, Adjutant Admiral?" This time it was American women. "They say they are lustful and open-minded. As long as you shout 'Long live God,' their waists will become extra strong." "Really?" Freeman blinked. "Come to think of it, I have never tried to pray while doing things. You will go to hell," Pierce spat with great disgust, looking up at the increasingly blurred Madagascar. "What about the Lady and Sunflower? Turner rules the Lady and plans to be 40 kilometers away from us. Given his character, the distance between the Lady and us will not be less than 36 and no more than 44. It's just that I can't see him, but he can see my position, so I don't know." Sunflower took Zheng Anyue and Hashim to Mombasa first. "Mr. Dillon is in control of the situation there. As long as we are attacked near Aldabra, it means that their work is effective." Pierce was depressed when he heard it. "I only heard that you used ventriloquism to attract parrots, but I never realized that you are as good at talking nonsense as the parrot. I've been acting with you on the boat." Freeman put away his fishing rod and stood up. "You were the one who gave the order not to contact us in advance. I thought you should have been prepared for the situation of being caught in the dark." Chapter 381 The Braggart. A modest brigantine, carrying Kingbo, slowly entered Mombasa harbor. She looked old. While each component appeared new, even the hull planking showed noticeable color variations, not to mention the colorful canvas, all made of the same material. The owner was clearly a relatively well-off pragmatist, meticulous about maintaining the vessel and willingly replacing parts whenever they showed any signs of wear. But he must also be a traveler, as parts from the same shipyard rarely vary in treatment, and the finished product wouldn't show such significant differences. Logically, such a person would be the most generous. As the bow touched shore, the pilot rushed to greet them with a warm smile. Even before the planking was lowered, he was already waiting on the plankway. A man and a woman disembarked. The man was a handsome gentleman, seemingly of Western European descent. The pilot, however, was well-informed, knowing that the Iberian Peninsula was full of people of all races. The only people whose origins could be determined by appearance alone were those of the ancient aristocracy, whose ancient roots were well established. Nobles are all stingy, and this one isn't a noble, which is the second good news today. As for the woman, she's definitely not from the peninsula, or even European. Her yellow skin is a translucent white, a stark contrast to the lowly, dark, burnt yellow complexion of the New World Indians. Her petite figure is elegant and slender, her curves cinched in a long silk dress, neither curvaceous nor curvaceous. Her slender waist, swaying like a willow in the wind, easily captures every eye on the dock. The pilot even felt a bustling dock quiet the moment the woman disembarked. He had no idea that what captivated Zheng Anyue was the unique charm of the East of this era. Civilization and barbarism, openness and conservatism, were woven into the silk like warp and weft, the Manchu dress deliberately simplified for battle. Combined with Zheng Anyue's unique beauty, admired by both East and West, and her stern expression, born from their separate missions with Pierce, only made this allure all the more breathtaking. The pilot quietly averted his eyes, trying to refocus his attention on the gentleman. He was fighting with his own slaves. "Hashim, check the lights on the ship thoroughly, and then watch the sailors clean the cabin inside and out. Those lazy guys, we clearly signed a contract, but they didn't even wax the cabin every day at sea. If this carelessness hurts my baby, tell them that dismissal is the lightest punishment, and these savages can't take a single copper coin from me." "Yes, sir." Hashim lowered his head, doing his best to express obedience and restraint. "After I finish this, I will take good care of your baby as usual, and no one will have the opportunity to board the ship until you come back. Watch the ship." The gentleman seemed to have heard some extremely funny joke, and he took off the whip from his waist and whipped Hashim's feet. "You are a cheap thing too. This is Mombasa, a land where our Portuguese authority shines. My baby will be safe here. You only need to worry about my breakfast tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, if I can't eat the crispy and smooth egg tarts on time, I will make your brain into egg tarts, but I have no way of knowing which hotel you will be staying in." "Of course the best," the gentleman roared hysterically. "Take my wine and disembark. Go to the best hotel, find the best room, and I'll be there." "Yes, sir." After giving the cunning slave a good beating, the gentleman turned around, whip in hand, and strolled down the river. The pilot had been stunned, momentarily forgetting to react to the gentleman's approach. When he regained consciousness, the gentleman had already disembarked, only 3 or 5 meters away. He shuddered, expecting a scolding. But then, ling! The distinct sound of gold, with its distinctive lingering vibration in the wind, jolted him halfway out of his fear. Instinctively, he reached down and, with a narrow stroke, caught a coin just before it hit the ground, catching it with just 2 fingers. "Nice catch, sir," the gentleman cheered. The pilot quickly picked up the gold coin with both hands and bowed his head. "Sir, your gold coin, this is your tip, sir. The port authority stipulates that pilots are not allowed to accept tips, sir." "Refuse to accept tips?" The gentleman reacted for a long time, suddenly realized. "Sir, how long have you been in this job?" 9 months, sir." "It seems that you need to get in touch with your customers more, chat with them, and listen to their voices. Please understand the hardships of a civilized person working hard abroad. On the ocean, the ship is an isolated island. There is not a single civilized Portuguese on this island. There are only perverts from France, farmers from Spain, and desperados from the British Isles. I must turn myself into a wild wolf. If I wasn't fierce enough, those bastards would have eaten me alive. How could I have traveled thousands of miles from Macau to this beautiful port of Mombasa?" "Are you from Macau?" The young pilot was immediately attracted by the attention. "Macau is the one in the east, beautiful salt flats, a milestone of civilization. The Portuguese were the first powerful people in the white world to conquer the Qing Empire in the east. Only Portugal could have persuaded that powerful empire, vaster than all of Europe, to willingly surrender its land. Oh, perhaps, right? But I seem to have heard that we're only allowed to temporarily reside south of that bay. We own the south." The gentleman, speaking in a thick, almost inaudible Beja dialect, emphasized with a frenzied expression and gestures. "We have our own governor, our own territory, worship God on the church, and convene courts according to Portuguese law. When have foreign residents ever been treated like this? We are the masters there." "Yes, yes, yes, yes." The pilot dreaded dealing with such fanatics. They were capricious, prone to murder, and even when they committed the most egregious offense, they would confidently claim they were acting on God's orders. So he quickly changed the subject. "Sir, could this beautiful lady beside you be? She's Zio. I saved the life of the eastern governor of Macau during a hunting trip. Zio was a gift from him, my bodyguard. Such a beautiful and delicate lady, a bodyguard." The gentleman immediately laughed lewdly. 24-hour protection is true protection. But unless you're willing to fencing, the only women in the world who can do that are Qing and Japanese. Either go to Macau or Nagasaki. Otherwise, even if you search all the slave markets in the world, you won't find her." The pilot was filled with envy. This wasn't perfunctory envy, but genuine envy. He praised from the bottom of his heart. "You are so lucky and brave that you saved the life of Governor Macau of the East. I heard that they took at least 500 people with them when they went out. The legend is true." The gentleman dinged and flicked out another gold coin, which fell accurately on the pilot's open lapel. "They are powerful and have a large army following them when they go out." But that time he provoked a sea dragon. That huge octopus-like beast could only be silenced by cannons, so his guards were powerless. It was all thanks to my help in Dingley that he escaped with his life. Wow, I can't finish telling you my adventure story even if I tell it for 3 days and 3 nights. You can come to me anytime to listen. Now, young man, tell me where is the best hotel in town? For the sake of 2 gold coins, the pilot racked his brains and thought hard. The best hotel of course belongs to the Gondar Chamber of Commerce. Their Black Gold Hotel is on the west side of the dock area. It is an independent small castle facing the sea. It is not only luxurious but also sturdy. Is there, interesting projects there? Interesting? A real Portuguese woman must be passionate and loud. Money is not a problem. Saving the Eastern Admiral has brought me not only a female bodyguard that even the king would envy, but also gold coins that I can never spend in my lifetime." The pilot looked at the gentleman as if he were a monster. "If you want the best prostitute, she runs a pharmacy in town. Is she Portuguese?" "It's been more than a year, and in my heart, only Portuguese women can be called perfect women, Portuguese prostitutes. There is a clothing store on the south side of the City Hall garden. The nearest hotel is the City Hall Park Hotel. Although it is not bad, it is far inferior to the black gold of the Gondar Chamber of Commerce. I think I can book a room in both places." The gentleman laughed and raised his hand to pop out a third gold coin. "My name is Mincyhausen, remember me, young man? By the way, please tell the lowly black slave on the ship not to forget my egg tarts. That is the only value God allows him to live." PS1. This article pays tribute to the work of E. Rasp and G. Bilger for their book, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. The only flaw is that the name of the protagonist, Mincyhau, has a rather Germanic quality. A more Portuguese name would have been more appropriate. PS2. Macau equals Macau. The Portuguese began settling in Macau in 1557. In 1623, they began sending governors to the settlement without the permission of the Ming government. At the time, Macau had administrative officials appointed by the Ming government. In 1887, Portugal and the Qing government signed a colonial agreement, formally handing Macau over to Portugal, making it the second territory in East Asia to be legally colonized. The agreement was signed in 1927, but Portugal didn't offer to return it until 1974. Macau's return to China in 1999 was celebrated throughout the country. PS3. Beja, a region in southern Portugal, has a rich history. During Roman times, it served as a bridgehead for Iberia against a Moorish invasion and was renowned for its agriculture and mining. PS4. A side note, Manchu clothing, unlike Cheongsam, is tight-fitting but not split. Even riding uniforms with two lapels in front and back are often worn with loose breeches underneath. Breeches are part of formal attire, not the same as underpants. In other words, women often wear two pairs of breeches when riding. Chapter 382. A simple job. The carriage swayed along the uphill road on the outskirts of town, and the tilt was noticeable from inside. The tilt was uncomfortable, but what made Flamen even more uncomfortable was Zhao Sanmei's aura. It was oppressive, like a lead weight hanging in the air. Just like the 5 members of the advanced class had become close friends on the boat, Flamen and Zhao Sanmei, having both graduated from the intermediate class, naturally shared a familiarity. Zhao Sanmei was a quiet person. Her differences in nationality, religion, and gender, as well as her cultural and social perspectives, meant she rarely interacted with anyone besides peers. Flamen was one of her few friends, and her friends remembered Zhao Sanmei as reserved and gentle, seemingly never displaying such a deeply disapproving expression. Faraman coughed twice awkwardly and lowered his voice. "Zhao, what are you dissatisfied with me? I don't understand what you said just now, but the Chinese believe that appearance reflects the heart. Just looking at your face and listening to your tone, I feel disgusted. Oh, it's work needs, but the senior has insulted Mr. Hashim, whom the young master likes. Mr. Hashim is very knowledgeable, and I don't think he should be treated like this." "Hashim," Faraman sighed, "the Admiral has spoiled Hashim too much, and he is not hesitant to drag the entire fleet into the water for his personal revenge. Our risk is far greater than it seems. If we are not careful." He interrupted the sentence at a thought-provoking place, and turned back to the topic when he spoke again. "Anyway, Hashim, you don't have to worry. I specifically talked to him before entering the port. I discussed with him the reasons, the causes, and even the conversation between us just now. He simply asked for that whipping because many uncultured classmates did similar things to him when he was studying, so that's how it is." Zhao Sanmei breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior, your Portuguese is excellent. I thought that the only ones on the ship who could do this well were the young master and Mr. Freemany. They can't do it well." Falaman blinked proudly. Freemany learned foreign languages through compulsory courses for children of nobles. His pronunciation is accurate, but he didn't learn it very well. The Admiral's conversation is much better than his, but the Admiral's foreign language was taught by the President. In the final analysis, it's still the style of children of nobles, accurate, academic, and lacking in the breadth of life. The Admiral played many roles in his time, and these roles all had something in common. Either they were traditional aristocrats, or they were attracted to aristocratic elegance, so this defect became an advantage, but not this time. Mincy Haosheng has nothing to do with refinement. His distinctive local slang is his hallmark. Aristocratic language would only make him look out of place. Zhao Sanmei couldn't help but feel curious. Where did you learn Portuguese, senior? Before being transferred to the Admiral's service, I worked as a secretary for President Parker for 3 months. Flamin scratched his nose. The branch's receptionist is beautiful and unmarried. The only problem is, she's from Beja. The carriage quickly arrived at their destination, chatting away. The Gondar Chamber of Commerce does have a presence in Mombasa, and the Black Gold Hotel is magnificently decorated. Its main structure is a small, stone-clad castle, 4 stories high, including the towering hall, 20 meters high, built on a protruding rock on a coastal cliff. The castle is accessible only through a steep, 30-meter-wide entrance leading to the single main gate. Should anyone with malicious intent attempt to gain control, they would have to attack from above, and in doing so, they would have to face the 6 formidable heavy cannons atop the castle's rooftop. These 6 cannons clearly revealed the castle's true identity. Historically, it served as a refuge and important military camp against indigenous invasions during Mombasa's early years. Currently, it serves as the headquarters of the Gondar Chamber of Commerce's slave trading team, where those ruthless individuals who disregard human life reside on the 3rd and 4th floors of the fortress. The inn is merely a secondary feature. The luxurious hotel, unrivaled in Mombasa, actually occupies only the 1st and 2nd floors of the castle. As for why the 2 floors were combined, Falaman speculated it was to reduce maintenance costs, while Zhao Sanmei argued it was to ward off evil. Considering the luxury suite's price of 3 escudos per night, Hashim unhesitatingly supported Zhao Sanmei's view when analyzing the intelligence. It seems that those who can live here are all suckers who have been fooled by the word best. After completing the formalities, Falaman led Zhao Sanmei into the suite and muttered this. Zhao Sanmei nodded in agreement. What should we do next? The Admiral agreed with us to sail to the south coast of Aldabra Island at noon tomorrow. That is the most suitable sea area for us to be attacked on the entire route. The island's protection means that we can set up an ambush, and the stable sea conditions mean that we can escape at any time. Moreover, this place is close to the French entrance to Mombasa, which makes it extremely convenient for us to adjust the time, but no matter how we adjust it, we must anger the bulls before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then wave the red cloth to make them charge in the direction we want. At this point, Falaman rubbed his brow and threw himself into the soft sofa with a painful look on his face. After thinking about it, it's still too hasty. If we could give us another week, the young master is impatient, and you know that's impossible. That's right, Flaman pursed his lips. When I was at the dock, I had already publicly revealed my background to everyone, including that I was stupid, defenseless, a nouveau riche, and there was no one on the ship tonight. The fact that we stayed in the best room here proves my nouveau riche status. In the evening, I will go to the clothing store in the City Hall Garden. The people of Mombasa will know from that lady that I work for the Drake Chamber of Commerce and that we will meet in Aldabra. In a place like the dock, a rich fool will attract many righteous people to enforce justice. The Sunflower will be very lively at night. The timid ones will want to search the entire cabin, and the bold ones may even think about driving the entire ship away. They are the work of the KO. Our stormtrooper captain will arrest these people all, and in this way we will have obtained the first useful prop. Your mission is the second item, a man named Pauletta Festulano. He is the deputy captain of Gondar's second slave hunting team, the brother-in-law of Ontalagwane. An incompetent villain who relied on nepotism to get to the top, and has a dark history of petty theft. He was forcibly expelled from Lisbon for the crime of theft. In the best-case scenario, he is in a room on the 3rd or 4th floor. You need to subdue him and send him to the Sunflower. But if he happens not to be there, revenge for Hashim will have to be postponed. I will give you 6 alternatives. Find 1 or 2 of them and send them to the Sunflower. Zhao Sanmei raised her eyebrows. Subduing them is no problem, whether they are alive or dead, but how do I transport them out of the castle? Hashim will arrive in the evening. He'll be in charge of the pickup, including the sailors and carriages. They'll be waiting for you under the window of your choice. All you have to do is tie a white silk to the window frame. When you hear the cry of a black cormorant, push the dead body out of the window. If it's a living person, hang it down. Any other questions? Push the living down, hang the dead down. Zhao Sanmei drew out her emi spear, swung her hand, and with a thud, stabbed it right in the center of the coffee table. The thin, sharp blade reflected the sunlight, vibrating like a tuning fork in Ferriman's eyes and ears, making a buzzing sound. He heard Zhao Sanmei's confident and solemn reply, "It's a simple job, no problem, P.S. Mombasa's castle fortress system." In 1589, the Ottoman Turkish Expeditionary Force occupied Mombasa and built the area's first castle. In 1593, the Portuguese defeated the Ottomans and built the renowned Fort Jesus on the promontory. Construction took 3 years, and its ruins still stand in Mombasa Bay. In 1696, the Sultan of Oman laid siege to Fort Jesus, and the Portuguese surrendered after 2 years and 9 months of resistance, briefly losing the fort. From then on, the British took control of Mombasa until 1824, and in 1875, British forces forcibly captured Fort Jesus, demonstrating that this defensive system remained crucial to Mombasa's coastal defenses. However, Fort Jesus was enormous, and the black gold castle mentioned in this article is not it. A mere chamber of commerce could not have controlled such a crucial defensive position in a core town. The black gold castle replaced the Ottoman castle, which has vanished from history. This is a special note. Chapter 383 Adius Bruder. The night was windy. Kenya, nestled in the tropics, wasn't too cold even in winter, but it was also in the monsoon belt. The vast grasslands were swirling with winds that blew through the seasons, and with each change of season, these natural messengers always lingered here, whistling and wandering. The bullfighting plan devised by 2 brilliant students, Ferriman and Hashim, was being executed methodically. At 5:10 p.m., Hashim met with Ferriman, wine in hand. After a round of insults, he was dismissed by his master like any other slave living a miserable life. Almost everyone in Black Gold heard Ferriman's arrogant command. He ordered Hashim to spend the night in the fields outside the fort. As long as he wasn't carried off by wild beasts by sunrise tomorrow, he had to prepare a hearty breakfast for his master by 9 a.m. At 6:40 p.m., Mr. Howard, displaying his dignity even among his slaves, washed and stripped himself clean, changed into new clothes, and, refreshed, headed to the City Hall gardens to seek out the beauty. At 7:20 p.m., the hotel delivered dinner for 2 to the suite. Only the exotically beautiful female guard remained alone in the empty room, as if she was used to it all, her expression and actions showing no dissatisfaction. She asked the servant to place the dinner outside the room, explaining in broken Portuguese that Mr. Howard did not like his maids to have contact with men, especially when he was away. At 8:30 p.m., the dinner trays reappeared outside the room, but the door was closed. The food on the trays had been eaten clean, and the plates themselves had been wiped clean and neatly stacked. Then, at precisely 10 p.m., Zhao Sanmei opened her eyes in the dark living room and began to push open the closed window. The wind blew moonlight into the room, coating every corner with insight with a hazy silver foil. In Zhao Sanmei's eyes, a lush coastline, winding cliffs, and the boundless sea with wind and waves rolled in the wind were outlined. The castle was built on a narrow ledge on a steep cliff, its designers making excellent use of the space. There was ample open space in front and back for gathering, and the sides almost reached the cliff edge. The windows of the luxurious suite faced north, just 3 meters from the cliff face, sparsely planted with trees. Although pedestrians and vehicles could pass through, looking out from the room easily gave the illusion of standing over an abyss. Zhao Sanmei felt this illusion right then and there. With a disdainful smile, she leaped onto the fist-width windowsill, letting the wind whip at her face and her clothes flutter, her entire body motionless. Then she leaped up again, stretching her body in midair, her seemingly fragile hands gently grasping the top of the window. The window wasn't locked at a fixed angle, and the thin iron railing wasn't strong enough to bear a person's weight, yet she clung to it. From the moment she grasped the window railing, the entire window remained motionless, as if under a spell, the railing itself conveying the strain of its weight with a difficult yet honest expression. She grasped the railing with one hand, flipping midair and clinging to it with both hands. With her grip on the window railing, she began to climb, using the uneven lattice as a support, and effortlessly landed on the railing. She rose from the railing and stood, easily bridging the 3-meter height difference between the second and third floors. With a deft push of her arch, she slowly closed the open window, shoving it steadily against the stone wall, bringing the third-floor window to her. The window was tightly shut. Zhao Sanmei drew her Amai spear from the leather sheath on her thigh, holding it with one hand and withdrawing it with the other. She thrust a blade into the crack of the window, and with a single flick, she unlocked the latch. But the window didn't open with the latch. It remained ajar, making it impossible to tell what was going on. Zhao Sanmei leaned over the window and listened quietly, but unfortunately, she heard no sound from inside. The window slammed down beneath her feet, and she knew it was time. She pried it open and climbed inside. It was an ordinary two-person room, unadorned and empty. But both beds clearly had their own occupants, one of whom kept a diary. Zhao Sanmei naturally opened the diary, only to discover it was written in Portuguese. Tisk, Portuguese people write in Portuguese, what's so good about it? She closed the diary again with a frustrated look, tiptoed to the door, and listened through it to hear what was going on outside. The results were not good. The patrol she'd worried about wasn't there, but the noise in the hallway rivaled that of a market, perhaps even more so. The people, brimming with alcohol, were shouting out all sorts of bizarre things, their Portuguese language still pounding at her ears, making even the most basic words and sentences difficult to discern. I need a translator, she wrinkled her nose and muttered to herself, then turned around and repeated the same trick, going up from the third floor to the fourth floor and closing the third floor window. The good news was that there was someone in the room on the fourth floor, but the bad news was that there were quite a few people inside. Excluding the possibility that one person had multiple voices and was talking to himself, there must be at least 3 people. Zhao Sanmei lay motionless outside the windowsill, her petite body like a gecko, quietly waiting for the opportunity to hunt that might never come. She maintained this posture for nearly 10 minutes, and just when she was about to give up, she finally heard the most complicated short sentence she could understand at once from the room: "Adios, brooder, goodbye, brother." Zhao Sanmei's spirits lifted, and she listened more attentively to the wall. Sure enough, she heard the sound of the door opening and closing. The 3 voices merged into one, talking to themselves not far from the window. Zhao Sanmei imagined the appearance of the room in her mind. From the sound of the door opening and closing, the movement of the people inside, and the spot where he paused to mutter to himself, she guessed the fourth-floor room was similar in structure to the luxury suite on the second floor, about 5 or 6 times the size of the double dorm on the third floor. She pried open the window in the same way, clinging to the sill with one hand, hiding herself completely beneath it. Then, she opened the window. The window opened a crack, then blew wide in the night wind. Paper rustled inside, and the man stood up, cursing, perhaps thinking he had forgotten to lock the window. He leaned forward to close the window, leaning forward in the process, and met Zhao Sanmei's eyes, unprepared. "Tropico," Sanmei whispered softly, stretching her arms out. Before the man could utter a word, her palms grasped the junction of his jaw and neck. She stepped firmly onto the windowsill, half kneeling, her eyes level with the man's. "Don't struggle, don't resist, don't cry for help. Since I can see you this way, I'm sure you won't make any sound. But I promise, none of those will compare to your voluntary silence." The man nodded hurriedly. "Excellent, you understand English. That's the best answer I've heard tonight." Zhao Sanmei loosened her grip a little. "Please answer me in English. Do you know Paolita Festulano?" "Yes, yes. Where does he live?" "He's in the room, across from me, but you'll need to go through the hallway. There are at least 6 or 7 people gathered there, across." "Call him to your room." "I can't do that, Mom." The man gave a wry smile. "He's the vice captain of Team 2, and I'm the captain of Team 3. We have no subordinate relationship, and he won't accept orders from me." Zhao Sanmei frowned in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she swept her sleeve in front of the man's face, and the Emae spear flew out. It soared over 10 meters and, with a thud, pierced the clock with a precise strike, piercing the small window at the top that told the time. "I'll let you go, but if you dare scream, I won't mind." "Yes, Mom." P.S. Translation: Adios equals goodbye, brooder equals brother, tropico equals hello, all in Portuguese. Chapter 384, Single Wife. Garcia just wanted to roar. Today was supposed to be a good day, but the pesky second squadron had returned in defeat. Their actions in South Africa had gone too far, too brazenly, angering both the Boers in the Cape and the British in Cape Town. Governor Fernandez was rumored to have received several harsh ultimatums, signaling that the British and Dutch were willing to temporarily suspend their conflict in the Cape region to seek justice from Portugal for those despised natives. Governor Fernandez, after all, didn't want to be the culprit in the encirclement of Portugal by 2 major maritime powers. So, the second squadron returned, dejected and spineless. Garcia felt a rare sense of pride. And with the second squadron back, The third squadron would be next. Garcia had his eye on the Kalenjin of the Kenyan Plains, a large tribe of over 3,000 people who had always been disrespectful and rebellious. The governor was pleased to see these savages learn a lesson. Even if Garcia wasn't strong enough to wipe them out in one fell swoop, capturing just 500 or 600 would be enough to make the Kenyan Plains feel Portugal's might and become more submissive. He wanted to succeed. To ensure absolute certainty, he and his two lieutenants spent the night conferring, preparing to cancel their leave and launch a full-scale attack. They would also borrow some carriages and artillery from the 1st Division, raising their mobility and firepower to a new level. Everything was going smoothly until the wind blew open his window, letting in this incredibly strange foreign woman. Zheng Anyue was busy, first opening the window and tying up the white silk. As the silk fluttered in the wind, she turned around and searched the room for tools, eventually settling on the polished oak hardwood coat rack in the corner. The coat rack was heavy, so Zheng Anyue asked Garcia to move it to the window. From outside, the faint cries of black cormorants drifted in, even louder and more unpleasant than those on the cliff edge. Amidst the cries, Zheng Anyue untied a large bundle of string from her waist. It looked like the kind of fine cable used on ships, durable and resistant to strain, with a tight drawstring and excellent reliability. She wrapped the rope around the center of the coat rack, looping it several times, then threw the long end out the window and tied the short end into a beautiful sailor's knot, the kind used to lasso a horse. After doing this, she looked at Garcia. "Go in, and hold tight." Garcia shuddered at her tone. "Mom, go in, or die." The wind was cold. It rustled Zheng Anyue's skirt, revealing a faint glint of coldness on the outside of her thigh. The pair of Anyue's spears left a deep impression of fear on Garcia. 10 meters away, he raised his hand and struck, piercing the thick case of the clock with one blow, shattering the time bird hidden deep in the bell's belly. Human skin couldn't be stronger than a piece of wood, but his heart was much larger than a time bird. Garcia swallowed, finally realizing that since meeting this woman, he had never had the right to choose even a little bit. Obedience was the only thing he could do. He accepted his fate and stepped carefully onto the noose. He picked up the loop and tightened it as he asked cautiously, "Mom, what is this?" "To pick up our accomplices," Zheng Anyue said crisply, laying the coat rod flat and pointing out a window. "You're too heavy to lift." "Lift?" Before Garcia could even begin to wonder, he felt a flash of light. Zheng Anyue leaped up. The petite, Oriental girl leaped high in front of Garcia, without warning or sign. She twisted her waist and extended her arms in the air, her fingers forming a knife-like hand. In the blink of an eye, she had slashed Garcia's throat. Crack! Garcia fell backwards toward the windowsill, his pupils dilated, a look of bewilderment lingering on his face. He simply tumbled out the window and plummeted to the ground. The rope around his waist tightened, lifting the coat rod from the floor. The coat rod, much wider than the window frame, naturally caught on the window, becoming a support for the rope. Garcia's falling speed slowed down significantly because a new weight had been hung on the other end of the long rope. Hashem climbed up clumsily on the stone wall, and when Garcia landed, he successfully grabbed the eaves of the window on the 4th floor. "Pull me." "No. Do you dislike black people?" "I dislike men, self-reliance, prosperity and democracy." Hashem crawled into the house with a grunt, looked up and glanced at the furnishings in the house. "Very nice decoration." "Who was the person you threw down?" Zheng Anyue thought seriously for a long time. "I don't know." He didn't say his name, but he claimed to be the captain of the 3rd team of the Gondar Chamber of Commerce, Team 3. Garcia Soda. "If nothing goes wrong, it should be him." Zheng Anyue had no interest in this kind of supporting role that only appeared in 3 shots. She raised her hand and pointed to the closed door. "He said that Leita Festolano's room is just opposite. I just checked it out. There are 2 guards in the corridor." Hashem, who is basically no better at fighting than ordinary people, suddenly became nervous. "Do you need me to call more people up?" "I brought a total of 5 people." "So many?" "A lot." Hashem didn't understand what Zheng Anyue meant at all, and Zheng Anyue didn't intend to explain. During the long chatter, including the long wait for Hashem to crawl into the room, she had been keeping an eye on the hallway. She had now confirmed the patrol's movements. There were 2 footsteps, clustered together, completing a circuit every 15 minutes or so. The castle's corridors were circular, so Zheng Anyue suspected there must be a guardhouse farther out. There must be more than one group of guards on patrol, otherwise, walking all night without sleep would be too strenuous for anyone. This meant that if they wanted to eliminate the guards, they would have to take out those in the guardhouse as well, which would mean a large number of prisoners or dead to be taken away. Hashim had brought a large group with him, and even if they inhumanely crammed the living and the dead, allies and enemies alike, into the carriage, there might not be enough space. She could only avoid them. Zhao Sanmei waited for the footsteps until they passed the door and turned away. Then she unbolted the door and walked briskly towards the door opposite. Hashim was so frightened that his heart was trembling, but before he could shout out the alarm, Zhao Sanmei had already pulled the doorknob on the opposite door, closed the door, and separated them by a wall. Hey, hey, hey. Is the damn action plan to let you talk to yourself all the time? Hashim angrily closed Garcia's door and helped Zhao Sanmei clean up her mess. You should at least say something. Tell me the situation on the other side, tell me. Squeak. The door on the opposite side opened again. Hashim quickly opened the door and saw Zhao Sanmei walking back with an expressionless face. I asked, and it is indeed Yedifes Delano. Oh, obviously, the road to revenge that he had been dreaming of officially began from this moment, but because of Zhao Sanmei's disturbance, Hashim was strangely not moved or angry at all. He just thought about how he should cooperate. Isn't he one of your enemies? Zhao Sanmei looked at him strangely. Please move over here, don't make any noise, you have about 8 minutes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Ghost Fetus. The night mist dissipated, and dawn arrived. Illuminated by the unusually bright light, the people of Mombasa, in their proud harbor, witnessed a scene they would never see again. Execution. 16 men were hung upside down from the sides of the Sunflower's hull, their ropes tangled into shells, leaving only their heads visible. They resembled insects caught in a spider's web, about to become food. They were merely the backdrop, framing the theme of brutality and making the execution unfolding on deck even more poignant. On deck, before the mainmast, the protagonist of the day, Yedifes Delano, was shirtless and involuntarily tied to the mast. Scattered around him were over 20 strong, fierce, and heavily armed Indians. In the center stood out a man. He was a head taller than the others, his face painted with barbaric paint. 2 hatchets were slung from his waist, 4 pistols were tucked from his crossed belts, and on his back was an oversized quiver. Instead of arrows, the quiver held a bundle of massive javelins over a meter long. Barbarian warriors were rare in Mombasa. Even the most formidable native warriors of African tribes rarely resembled his youthful prowess. Not to mention, he had a counterpart, a blue-clad female warrior with a high ponytail and an oriental sword at her waist. The 2 exotic guards jointly supported the chief executioner on deck, Mincy Howard, the oriental adventurer who had become famous in Mombasa overnight. Mincy Howard, also known as Flamin, stood before Yetta with a grim smile, chanting a hymn in a melodious voice. There are stupid thieves everywhere. Your greatest value is to kill my boring time. I told you there was treasure on the ship. I told you the treasure had no guardians. I told you I was a fool who was not on guard against my compatriots in my motherland, and you actually believed it. Fools, idiots, idiots. I have never seen such greedy fools as you, flying like moths to the glitter of gold, and banging your heads on the tide nets. The most suitable ending for you is to be hung on my baby as decoration, whipped by the lowly blacks, hanged on the reefs to dry, and used as bait for seabirds. Only in this way will other fools know how to face a noble, wise and cultured gentleman with what kind of respect. This is your only value. Now, Hashim. Let them show their value. Hashim held back his tears, raised the whip soaked in salt water, and slowly walked to Yeda. Mr. Yedifes Delano, the Praia people of Cape Verde send you greetings. Yeda's eyes widened in horror. You should have arrested all the Praia people. You are so careless. No. I'm being wronged. Mr. Howard, your slave is hiding something from you. I'm being wronged. The whip lashed down hard, the first lash striking Yeda's face, leaving a long streak of blood and interrupting Yeda's defense. A continuous stream of lashes and screams followed, Yeda's howls resounding, chilling to the bone, making one's heart itch like hair. Flamin walked into the cabin with a flamboyant laugh, his shoulders drooping in fatigue once out of sight. Mr. Ko, and my schoolmate. We will leave the port on time at 10 o'clock. There is still 1 hour and 37 minutes left. We must be loose on the outside and tight on the inside. There must not be any mistakes, yes. Yida's screams floated in the port. The onlookers were gathered in 3 layers. There were sharp-eyed people who kept recognizing the pendant of the sunflower. The exclamations came one after another, and there was no way to stop. Oh my God, Monteo from the administrative district was hung on the ship. He is a villain, and no one doing business there can escape his extortion. Jalobi, it's Jalobi. He has more than 30 people under him. Who would have thought that the thief leader in the dock area would fall into such a thing? That, isn't it motionless Captain Garcia of the Gondar slave-catching team? Although the slave-catching team does all kinds of evil, would such a big shot really participate in the theft in person? Who knows? Or maybe they are not stealing, but robbing. Look, the one who is being tortured is Deputy Captain Festillano of the second team. Tisk 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 tisk. It is said that the 3 slave-catching teams in Gondar are not in harmony, but they cooperate seamlessly when robbing merchants. Who knows if they sell white slaves? Think about it carefully. Many merchants have gone there and never returned in the past 2 years. Maybe, all kinds of gossip were spread and reached the ears of Uncle Lagwain, who was hiding in the dark. He tightened the hood on his head, lowered his head, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Did the deputy captain really not go out last night?" "I guarantee it," Sui Ren answered with certainty. "The deputy captain drank too much last night, and we carried him back to the room. He was lying on the bed unconscious. How could he have the energy to go out?" "Are the results of the investigation by Team 3 the same, Captain? Captain Garcia is the owner of a plantation. How could he be involved in the theft?" "Garcia, Yeda." "Team 3, Team 2, Antal pondered. "Just like the president said, it seems that an unknown enemy is targeting Gondar. Tell the brothers to suspend the plan to kidnap people. This matter is of great importance. The president is reporting to Governor Fernandez. It is possible, the governor is the real target of those people. We have to obey the overall situation and start with that Minxi Haoshen, and try to catch the enemy in one fell swoop," Sui Ren said unwillingly. "But Captain, the deputy captain has been tortured. If we don't act quickly, if they have a bigger goal, they certainly won't kill Yida. And if their only target is Gondar, Yida is a more valuable hostage. We can afford to wait, Captain. Mincy Howard is a stranger. We don't even have a clue where to go. How can we investigate?" "Mincy Howard stayed at Black Gold last night, and the president even found out he went to the tailor shop in the City Hall Gardens." Antal gritted his teeth, his eyes red. "He's a brutal and flamboyant opponent. He has no reason to hold his tongue when it comes to a woman's belly. Be patient," he murmured softly, as if to convince himself. "Trust the president, trust the governor. Mincy Howard can't escape, and neither can the people behind him." Antal's confidence was quickly rewarded. At 9:15, the president of Gondar convened a meeting of all senior officials. They had already established that Mincy Howard was working for the British. He was backed by the Drake Chamber of Commerce, England's most aggressive financial group of the past 2 years. Drake's business catalogue doesn't mention the slave trade, but she began expanding her African routes this year, likely aiming to curry favor with the British Africa Company. The Governor-General, deeply concerned about this incident, has mobilized the 3 major chambers of commerce to respond and has sent a note to the Mombasa Navy, requesting limited assistance. At 10 o'clock sharp, the Sunflower departed port. Howard Johnson will likely rendezvous with Drake's ship at Aldabra Island. That desolate waters offer the best position to recapture the Portuguese and teach the British a lesson. At 10:15, the pursuit fleet departed port. It consisted of 2 Fernandez Chamber of Commerce Class 5 gallons, the Saint and the Crusader, and 1 Gaius Chamber of Commerce Class Super Multimasted schooner, the La Vibel. The temporary flagship was the Portuguese Navy Class 5 gallon, the Ortega, stationed in Mombasa. The Ortega was a limited aid provided by the Navy, encompassing the ship and its officers and crew. However, it would not publicly identify itself as a naval vessel, but rather as the Gondorian Chamber of Commerce. As commander of the entire fleet, it aimed to cut off the British plutocrats' minions with minimal fuss. Antal led 350 elite Gondorian slave-hunting troops aboard the La Belvita. Standing on the swaying deck, Fleet Admiral Lieutenant Commander Feliz clutched his command sword with a dazed expression. The Drake Chamber of Commerce, $1 million chamber of commerce, was established 6 years ago, and its total assets ranked 27th in the whole of England. It was officially listed on the London Stock Exchange at the beginning of the year. pledging 10% of its shares will receive a bond worth £1 million, and there was a rush to buy. A world-class tycoon actually took the initiative to come to Mombasa to provoke a few small slave traders. And Min Si Heo Shen, this villain behaves eccentrically. He doesn't look like someone who can be trusted by big shots. Is it because he is Portuguese? Or is it because he is good at publicity and has a way to undermine the credibility of his opponents in the shortest time? It's like a nobleman with great military achievements throwing white gloves at a half-naked homeless person. How much credibility can a slave trader have? The whole thing is a fog. The governor who is afraid of losing his interests, the merchants who are eager to get away, the tycoons and admirals who act irrationally, just let them fight among themselves. Why should we take the initiative to rush into this vortex? We must win quickly. He slapped his face hard. A quick victory will keep the Ortega safe. That way, whatever tricks Drake has in store, the Mombasa fleet won't be harmed. Quick victory. He took a deep breath and shouted the order. Inform all ships, head southeast, target Aldabra Island, full speed. The target is only 15 minutes ahead of us and completely unprepared for pursuit. We'll likely intercept them mid-route. Gentlemen, we're facing a group of ruthless pirates, about to rendezvous with their accomplices. Disregard the demands of the accompanying merchant ship. Use any necessary offensive means, including incidental casualties against civilians. Our objective is simple: sink the pirates before they rendezvous with their accomplices and return to port before dinner. Concluding this ridiculous mission, that's the Admiral's order. Yeah, today's the first, so I'll continue with a single update. I'm planning to take my son out for some time to experience the cold outdoors and strengthen our father-son bond. Anyway, please forgive me. And I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 386: Unconventional Warfare. Despite the privilege of being the center of widespread attention, Aldabra remains an unassuming, uninhabited island in the northern island chain off Madagascar. Located 460 kilometers from Madagascar and 640 kilometers from the east coast of Africa, it's neither too far nor too close. Even at full speed, even the Sunflower would take a day and a night to reach the designated battlefield from Mombasa. This was the time the Mirai and the new generation had to reach the battlefield. The special forces were about to conduct an unconventional naval battle. As the absolute initiator, they chose their opponent, the time, the battlefield, and, in turn, chose to dance on a tightrope, becoming the victim of a surprise attack. To avoid falling off the rope, every step of this battle was subject to intense discussion, with the most debated and divisive issue being timing. How to execute this complex ruse was a matter of concern to everyone. The earliest plan was proposed by Old Dylan. He suggested using the Sunflower's progress in luring the enemy in Mombasa as a benchmark, with a lady acting as a central point to coordinate the future's itinerary. The plan involved a series of events: the Sunflower's arrival on the island, the attack, the future's appearance, the observer's identification of the Portuguese attackers, the lady's encirclement and finalization, and the declaration of war on the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce in the name of retaliation. This plan offered a high margin of error. The Sunflower, tasked with a lion's share of the work, would lead the operation, while the executors could use their own judgment to determine the course of events, allowing events to unfold naturally and orderly within certain limits. The plan's disadvantage lay in its risk. The Sunflower would bear almost all the risk of the operation, especially during the considerable period between arriving on Aldabra and the future's arrival on the battlefield, when they would have to face the Portuguese merchants' attacks alone. If they didn't survive until the future arrived, the entire plan would be for naught. Therefore, Freemoney and the senior class quickly proposed a second, improved plan. The Mombasa operation would continue to be led by the Sunflower. Once the enemy was successfully lured and the Sunflower left its post, control would immediately shift to the lady. The strongest elements of the special forces would be the first to enter the designated battlefield, guiding the future and Sunflower to a suitable location to jointly respond to the Portuguese merchant attack. Compared to the first option, the second was considered more reliable, significantly reducing the risk posed by the Sunflower. After all, with the future and the new generation holding the line, Drake wouldn't easily suffer casualties even if the Portuguese opponents mobilized an unexpected number of warships. However, its shortcomings were also obvious. The Lady, the final vessel in the planned deployment, would have to assume the heavy responsibility of serving as the command center. This was not a hardware issue. The Lady was a Valkyrie-class assault boat designed by Drake Maritime Group as the branch's flagship. Its standard assault boat configuration included two 15-meter large land-sea transfer craft and four 5-meter ultra-high-speed communications craft. The communications boat was a Bermuda sloop-type vessel with a detachable mast. With 8 men aboard, it could reach a peak speed of 20 knots under full sail, with a communication radius of up to 300 kilometers. However, the risks of the vast ocean cannot be simply determined on paper. If Flamin successfully decoyed the enemy, the Sunflower, the Future, and the Lady, serving as a fulcrum, would all be forced to engage in prolonged high-speed maneuvers. Amidst the winter's fierce winds and high waves, there was no guarantee the communications boats would remain safely at sea, nor could they accurately locate their targets. The consequences of a failed message could be catastrophic. In the most pessimistic scenario, unpredictable battlefield transitions would arise, the tide of battle would completely tilt in favor of the Portuguese, and the Special Forces formation would be left vulnerable to individual attacks. For this reason, Atron's French compatriot, Martillier, proposed a final plan. This eliminated all flexibility and risk factors from the original plan, allowing the Future to select the battlefield and lock everything into place. This was a radical plan. Once the Future took the lead, her natural pace became the essential rhythm for the entire operation. Naturally, the Future's voyage should be neither hurried nor slow. From crossing the Cape of Good Hope, the journey to Aldabra should take no more than a week. Aldabra was a remote and beautiful island with unique scenery, and the Future had reason to make a short stop, but the delay should not exceed a day. This timeline meant that the Sunflower had only 8 days at most. The task involved circumnavigating the Red Sea, approaching Mombasa from that direction, provoking the enemy, leaving enough information to be tracked, and then rushing to rendezvous with the Future at the designated battlefield, preparing for battle with a relaxed exterior and a tense interior. To achieve this, Flamin had to abandon his image of the gentle and refined Mr. Mincy Howard and instead transform himself into a ruthless villain, using his flamboyant personality to mask the hasty nature of his plan. In a single night, he practically crammed the Portuguese with all the necessary information. The Lady was forced to move away from the battlefield. To stay on Aldabra, the Future would have to dock, and to spend the night, an expedition would have to be organized. Free movement, and observers would lose control. Regardless of where the Lady hid, the probability of discovery would remain the same. Martillier's plan caused an uproar among the sailors. His ingenious design eliminated both the safe decoy and the safe engagement. The Sunflower became a foolish donkey, obsessed with carrots. The Lady was isolated in the shadows, and joining the fray would take at least 2 hours. Faced with doubts, Martillier simply said, "Commander Atis must select the battlefield for the Special Forces' first major engagement. This is both his right and his duty." The debate ceased abruptly, and the plan with the lowest probability of success was declared the winner. The sailors of the Special Task Force devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their respective role-playing, concealing their nervousness and uneasiness, and welcomed the sunrise of the 8th day. "It's a nice day." Leaning on the side of the boat, Pierce looked at the rising sun and sighed softly to Freeman beside him. "Are our guests awake?" "They woke up a long time ago," Freeman pouted with disgust. "The Dutchman is showing off the giant turtle he caught last night, the Frenchman is directing our sailors to dig corals, and the Spanish picked up 2 ripe cocoa marines and said they would go back and make them into specimens to use as heirlooms." Pierce couldn't help laughing. "How much playtime do they have left?" 3 hours and 6 minutes. Freeman had obviously confirmed the time countless times, and gave the answer without thinking. "In addition, we need an hour to gather the crew, and 3 hours to cross the atoll at a semi-drifting speed according to the established route. If Little Dylan succeeds in luring the enemy, we will meet him when we cross the atoll. When we leave the atoll and reach the open sea, the obedient Portuguese should also appear. I just hope that they will use courtesy first and then force, such as firing a few symbolic shots to threaten us to surrender voluntarily. As long as we wait for 2 hours, we should tell them the answer." "You wish." Pierce stomped on the deck unhappily. "This is my first battle since I became admiral. I hope my opponent can show bravery and improvement." "Your first battle was in Cape Verde, my dear admiral. In that battle, your wise command enabled us to achieve an impressive record of sinking 6 and capturing 10 ships under the siege of 16 enemy ships. It was a real victory." "Can the Cape Verde incident be counted as a battle?" Pierce recalled Hashim's pitiful and tragic Battle of Pig's Head. The prior Revenge Army numbered nearly 2,000 men, with not a single professional sailor or non-professional gunner. With over 370 muskets in their entirety, only 62 knew how to fire them. Of these, 41 were killed on the deck by Pierce's single-handed 5-shot attack during the approach. That was the most intense excerpt from the entire Cape Verde conflict. Pierce shuddered at the thought of such a shameful act of bullying, perhaps becoming Admiral Artace's first battle. Hashim should have just been my navigator. He's definitely not a competent pirate, but compared to his performance as an admiral, he's become a great pirate. P.S. The cocodamar is a specialty grown on 2 of the small islands of Aldabra. Its fruit, resembling 2 coconuts joined together, is enormous, weighing up to 23 kilograms each and taking 10 years to mature. P.S. Aldabra is the world's second largest coral atoll and the world's most famous turtle island, with a total area of approximately 155.4 square kilometers and consisting of 4 separate islands. Aldabra Island is home to 150,000 rare giant tortoises. These giant turtles, exceeding 2 meters in length and weighing 4 to 500 kilograms, resemble elephants carrying their shells, hence the nickname giant tortoises. Besides Aldabra Island, the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador are the only other inhabitants of these giant tortoises. Chapter 387 Atoll Confluence. At 10 a.m., the Future set sail, serpentine-like, and slowly entered the Aldabra Atoll alongside the New Generation. At 11:15 a.m., they sighted the Sunflower, far more free in the shallow waters, from the southern part of the atoll. The Sunflower's mottled sails marked its presence. Approaching 3 kilometers, the pansy flag hoisted by the Sunflower signaled its affiliation. The Sunflower remained Drake's beloved flower. Aldabra Atoll is a vast expanse of shallow water, with depths ranging from less than 10 meters to an average of around 7 meters. Colorful corals rippled against the azure sea and pristine white sand, creating a dreamlike, almost heavenly experience. Shallow waters are a common feature of complex hydrology. While brigantine ships like the Sunflower can navigate most of the surface, galleons like the Future must navigate the spiderweb-like channels. The winding and ever-changing channels forced the Future to maintain only a floating speed, making it nearly impossible to raise square sail. But this was precisely Pierce's goal. The Portuguese ships couldn't have a shallower draft than the new, fast ships of the Special Forces fleet, and even if they were familiar with the waters, they wouldn't be able to maneuver freely. Such an ambush could only be set at the wide, deep entrance of an atoll. If they could maneuver freely, the Special Forces fleet could also raise square sails, using their high speed to minimize the risk of being bombarded. Prolonging the battle would be even better. As long as the Lady entered the fray, even in a battle not destined for victory, they could secure valuable loot. A cooperative enemy is a good enemy. Pierce thought as he watched the Sunflower and the Future dock, and Dylan and the observers approached the ship. The observers were still confused. The trip had been pleasant, relaxing, and uneventful. Admiral Dylan Snaps, though not well educated, was a talkative and humorous man, making his company far from boring. Drake's onboard culinary offerings were also exceptional. A variety of pickled vegetables, smoked and air-dried meats, fresh fish, live poultry, eggs, and Oriental-style soy products, dried and stored and then frothed upon use, made the menu delicious and hearty throughout the journey. There wasn't even a maggot to be found. They also drank tea on board. Sailors and guests had tea bags blended to their personal tastes, while the common sailors enjoyed a standard, strong, astringent brew. Aside from the strange rule that tea leaves must be consumed, life aboard Drake's ship was virtually identical to that of a manor. This journey fully demonstrated Drake's wealth and power, but also the tyranny of this powerful merchant house. Observers, known as VIPs, enjoyed private cabins on the same level as the Admiral, were exempt from duty, and received premium beverages and designated guards. However, they had no say in the voyage, and any slovenly sailor could easily ignore their requests. Even so, most of their requests were reasonable and well-intentioned, as was the case during this voyage across the atoll. Aldabra Island is one of the most desolate places in Africa, with vast, shallow atolls and complex hydrography. Unless specifically required by business, African merchants often choose to circumvent the atolls, but Drake's men chose the seemingly shortcut of traversing them. The observers initially assumed they had simply misjudged the situation. Having learned that the fleet's itinerary was drawn up by Admiral Dylan Snaps' young lieutenant, they solemnly organized a group to warn him. Instead, Pierce had them forked out of the ship's hold and fiercely threatened that anyone who dared to claim he was still weaned would be hung from the rudder and fed to the fish. How barbaric! How uncultured! After that, the observers fell silent, concentrating instead on tea, wine, and romantic affairs. They knew nothing of the planned voyage, much less that a clown-dressed brigantine would join the fleet today, right in the heart of the atoll, until they saw it with their own eyes. A slight tremor echoed from the deck as the two ships were linked together. The observer curiously asked Dylan, "Admiral, what ship is this?" "This is the Sunflower, our fleet's communications ship. Like the Navy, the Drake Chamber of Commerce has specialized communications ships for its ocean-going operations. Their high speed is essential for maintaining smooth communications throughout the Chamber of Commerce." "A specialized communications ship? A brigantine?" The observers were filled with awe. 3 men approached the Sunflower, led by a young English gentleman, followed by a beautiful Oriental lady, and finally a dark-skinned barbarian, disguised as a gentleman. The beautiful Oriental lady walked the fastest, surpassing the gentleman on the narrow deck. She gracefully stepped in front of old Dylan. "Where's the young master?" Dylan pointed to the stern cabin as a matter of course. "Goodbye." The headstrong woman left without a word, leaving the center of gravity on the deck to the elegant men. Flamin and Hashim boarded the ship together and approached old Dylan and the observers. Old Dylan raised his hand and introduced Hashim and Leo Dispra, our navigator, master of astronomy from the University of Bern, and godson of Count Loviston of the Swiss Confederation. Hashim, they are business observers from France, Spain, and the Netherlands. They are here with us to investigate the business environment of the East African shipping routes and to explore the possibility of joint expansion into Asia by the 4 chambers of commerce. Hashim gave the observers a standard gentleman's salute. "Hashim Dispra greets you, gentlemen. May God bless your lives," he said in clear Latin. The observers were struck even harder than Zhao Sanmei's fleeting arrival and departure. Mr. Melidori of the Netherlands gaped, "Lo! Godson of Count Loviston, master of astronomy, a black." Mr. Monbati of Spain interrupted Melidori's unfinished words with an elbow, then put on a gentle smile and spoke with a strange emphasis. "It's been so long since I've heard such authentic Latin. Mr. Dispra's accent reminds me of those old scholars in the Madrid Ecclesiastical Library. I was nearly kicked out by them for my interpretation of the Trinity." Melidori's mouth dropped open even wider. "Ecclesiastical Library? Latin? Isn't that a barbarian language?" Mr. Illich of France found it unbearable to endure the incompetence of his companion. He brushed aside his companions and approached Flamin. "Who is this young gentleman?" Flamin snaps. "My proud son." Old Dylan laughed heartily. "Flamin, this is Mr. Illich, from the French Recetterie Chamber of Commerce." Flamin smiled and greeted Illich and the other two. After the pleasantries, the Spanish Monbati tentatively asked, "Admiral, is rendezvous in the atolls part of the plan for this voyage? I suppose you'd like to add another word, sneaky." Dylan's frankness left the 3 observers speechless. Dutchman Melidori, the most forthright, immediately chimed in, "Yes, sir." Sneaking around, Dylan ordered the Sunflower to detach, leading Hashim and Flamin, along with the 3 observers, to the bow. Drake wouldn't hide anything from his allies. "My son left a few days before us, bound for Mombasa. Kenya is a crucial stopover for us in developing routes to Asia. As the organizer of this joint expedition, Drake has an obligation to smooth our path." Frenchman Illich frowned. "You mean, to lead the way, a small gift? We'll be welcomed like friends in Mombasa. That's the proper treatment for distinguished gentlemen, Mr. Illich, don't you agree?" Chapter 388 The Rookie's Embarrassment. The lady was filled with pre-battle tension. They were outside the atoll belt, hidden between the African continent and Madagascar, anchored 47 kilometers from the atoll's exit. Unless the Portuguese sent a second-class battleship or heir to command the ensuing battle, they would be impossible to detect. Futures course reference, 10 o'clock clear. Futures course reference, 11 o'clock clear, 12 o'clock clear, 1 o'clock clear, 2 o'clock. The 3 lookouts on the mainmast, foremast, and mizzenmast constantly reported their observations, all adjusted to reflect the Futures heading, not the lady's own. Shaw Turner, the battleship's temporary commander, tore off the transparent marking page from the chart. Ray immediately replaced it with a new one, clamped it, and double-checked the ink bottle to make sure Turner's quill was not out of ink. In this battle, the lady was at the far end, and early detection and response to the ambush were paramount. They didn't need to conceal anything like the Future. Turner's requirement for the lookouts was to report every 10 minutes, including the exit from the atoll, the surface conditions from 10 to 2 o'clock based on the Future's course, and the Future's position. At sunrise, they spotted the speeding Sunflower entering the atoll, but hours passed, and the expected Portuguese still hadn't appeared. This made Turner increasingly impatient. Senior, Lay consoled him, Sunflower's speed is 18 knots. She fled from Mombasa at full speed. The Portuguese are probably still 100 kilometers away. That's the problem. Turner scratched his hair with red eyes. In 24 hours, the Portuguese are not able to sail from Mombasa to the Atoll Belt like Sunflower, and the Admiral can only dawdle in the Atoll Belt for an extra 12 hours. If the Portuguese still can't arrive by then, this carefully rehearsed play will become a complete joke. We will become a joke. Excluding the width of the Atoll Belt, the Portuguese only need to sail 380 kilometers in 36 hours. With an average speed of less than 6 knots, it should be no problem, right? Martelier happened to pass by and heard their conversation. He raised his head and looked at the sky coldly. If the Portuguese had kept chasing, of course there would be no problem. The key is that the Sunflower rushed into the atoll too early and too fast. The Portuguese couldn't see her sail at all along the way. How likely is it that they could get to the atoll? So little Dylan messed up. Lay then realized that he had completely forgotten to consider the wishes of the Portuguese. He always felt that, if they needed the Portuguese to chase them, the Portuguese should chase them honestly. So even he began to get annoyed. Oh my God. Why didn't I have to consider so many problems when I was in the direct fleet and following the president to trouble pirates? Why is it that when it's our turn to design the battlefield, we suddenly feel that everything is full of problems, because you are a bunch of lucky rookies? Martelier snorted. There's no point in saying more. While there's still time, I need to check the condition of the artillery again to avoid misfires during the battle. Is it a big deal to have participated in a so-called naval battle? Lay glared at the Frenchman's back fiercely. The Battle of the Chesapeake Bay was ruined by two old fogies. From beginning to end. They didn't even dare to break up the battle line. They parted ways amicably, and not a single ship sank. French pig, you are one of the cowards hiding in the battle line. There's nothing to be proud of about having participated in such a naval battle. Shut up, Lay. Turner interrupted Lay's provocation with a harsh voice. Martelier is telling the truth, and he is also frank about his nervousness. We are indeed a bunch of rookies on the battlefield, and he is also a rookie. Tension and panic arose as the small special forces were split between two groups, each one feeling the torment of their souls and the mockery of the god of time. Turner tore up his 69th sheet of marking paper. Ray fashioned his own quill. Martelier completed the 6th round of inspections of all the artillery, and Andrea forgot to correct the future's directional reference when submitting his report. Zio Sanmi finished copying the Tao Te Ching and, unintentionally, ran to the kitchen to prepare tea eggs for Pierce. Flamen chatted and laughed with the observers, accidentally displaying the rudeness and unrestrainedness of Mincy Haoshen. Hashim observed the stars under the scorching sun. Freeman was maneuvering 3 ships, but the Sunflower collided with the stern of the new generation. And Pierce, sitting alone on the bow, cross-legged, with a command knife given to him by Lorraine and the skinning knife left by his father on his lap. He wiped the shining blades with a silk cloth over and over again, whispering softly, "Father, brother, bless me." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the lookout on the future sounded the final warning, "Open sea 1 kilometer ahead, exit." Pierce and Freeman looked toward the exit at the same time. On the future and the new generation, they said in unison, "Look out, focus on the front fan, decks in place, sails in place, helmsman in place. Heading 12 o'clock, half sail, cut wind ahead, heading 12 o'clock, rudder 5 degrees to port, speed up alarm, all crew members on alert level 3, non-essential personnel leave the deck, raise the sail." At the same time, on the Lady, Adria stared wide-eyed at the distant sea at 2 o'clock on the future, which was the direction farthest from the Lady. The sail was swelling and jumping out of the sea level. "Enemy, enemy," he roared towards the deck. The Portuguese sail was spotted at 2 o'clock on the future. "It's 51 kilometers away from me, with a relative speed of 8.5 knots, and it's advancing at high speed," enemy fleet confirmed. The Saint and Crusader of the Fernandez Chamber of Commerce, and the Beautiful Life of the Gaius Chamber of Commerce, and there is no record of a level 5 galleon, no record. Turner and Lay looked at each other in confusion. "It's a naval ship from Mombasa." Martelier strode towards the gun bay, his muttering carried through the wind to Turner's ears. "Corrupt Navy, damn Navy. They're actually intervening in the slave traders' revenge so early. How much do they eat?" Turner suddenly realized. "Navy, veterans. They're veterans, so the Portuguese must have arrived long ago. They've just been anchored out of our sight, giving the assault some acceleration distance." He gritted his teeth. We've backfired. This is a real surprise attack. Lay, take the helm. He stood up suddenly, shouting with all his might. Enemy sighted. All hands on deck. Level 1. Level 1 was the highest level. In the nautical manual issued by the Drake Chamber of Commerce, even normal engagements were only at level 2. Only in high-risk, emergency situations could the highest commander at the time activate level 1. So this shot startled the entire lady. Confirmed, enemy traces spotted, level 1 combat readiness, unlock the rudder, retrieve the anchor chains number 1, 2, 3, and 4. The lady is weighing anchor, discard the assault boats, untie the freeboard lashings. All debris should be discarded, decks in place, sails in place, wheels in place, gun ports in place. Roll call at each post. The remaining sailors go to the restaurant to receive armed orders and wait for dispatch. Set sails and put on the mast. Square sails, fore and aft sails, bow sails, and wind catching sails. The course is confirmed to be northeast-east, heading northeast-east. Turn the boom, mainmast Pansy, mizzenmast St. George. Raise the flag, heel position alarm. Full rudder to the right, turn the ship, full rudder to the right, turn, acting for the captain's order. The seamen designate the agent sequence, all personnel check the rigging, spread the wingsails, full speed ahead, the lady is joining the battle, the lady, hoist the sails, set sail. Chapter 389 Their respective pride. Exit distance 1,500, entering open waters in 15 minutes, clear. The Futures Lookout issued its 5-minute progress report, its content clear and confident as always. The Futures Chief Lookout was a 16-year-old girl, currently completing her final internship at the Chamber of Commerce School's intermediate class. She was one of the 8 most admired female crew members in the formation and was already in a relationship with Adria. Female crew members had inherent advantages, such as meticulousness, steadiness, and a rigid style. They were less likely to ignore established orders than men, making them a better complement and extension of the commander's skills. However, they also had inherent disadvantages: physique, strength, the need for some solitude, growth, pregnancy, and family prejudice. The biggest obstacle was still that ancient and absurd curse. Many conservative and skilled sailors refused to work with them. Even with Lorraine's unique history, few ships were willing to accept women as crew members. The Lady and the Future were 2 of them. Under the watchful eye of the female lookout, the fleet sailed steadily at 3 knots, cutting into the wind at a leisurely pace. The exit area was calm, and no sail had been sighted within 5 kilometers. Pierce couldn't help but suspect that Flyman's attempt to lure the enemy had failed. Whether the hostages he had captured were insufficient or the Sunflower was simply too fast, the Portuguese ultimately failed to catch up. This frustrated him, like a concentrated punch hitting a ball of cotton, with not even a shred of feedback. What should he do next? He pulled out a piping hot, freshly cooked tea egg and delicately peeled it. Tea eggs are an intriguing Eastern delicacy. When Wang Yi prepared them in aged tea, they were delicious, but when San Mei prepared them on board, they were always bland. But taste wasn't the only appeal of this dish. Whether delicious or bland, peeling the skin revealed a distinctive ring pattern on the jade white egg white. Pierce enjoyed speculating on the direction of the ring patterns: waves, webs, knife-like crisscrossing, bruises like a sea chart. They didn't necessarily correspond to the cracks in the shell, often offering surprises, carving irregular patterns beyond imagination. Pierce's hands suddenly stopped. Beyond imagination, in their final operational plan, the Portuguese were complete buffoons and fools. This characterization was universally accepted. Because Flaman's operation could take no more than 30 hours, the fact that they could pull off a complete deception within that time frame proved that the Portuguese were no more calculating than the bulls in Madrid's bullring. Under this scenario, the Portuguese would pursue, openly blocking the Adol's exit, threatening Drake with a so-called ultimatum to hand over their men. If Drake refused, they would attack. This was the scenario already written in the script. But what if the Portuguese weren't foolish? What if they pursued the enemy, but regained their senses during the pursuit, or found some other excuse to abandon the negotiation? Adol Belt, near Reef Belt, far Reef Belt. What if they regard the sea surface far away from the Adol as the starting point of the battle, and like an excellent soldier, adjust to the best condition at the most accurate time, and use this condition to launch an attack without declaring war, directly attacking the Special Forces formation? They have already sensed the malice in Mombasa, and it would not be surprising for any normal person to make such a choice. Green, Pierce raised his head suddenly. Expand the alert distance to a radius of 15 kilometers. 15 kilometers. Miss Green on the observation tower was stunned, and seemed to vaguely understand Pierce's concerns. Ah. Yes. The alert radius is expanded to 15 kilometers. She hurriedly raised the telescope, and through the small round hole, began a detailed search from 10 o'clock. 10 minutes later. Enemy attack. A shrill female cry echoed across the deck. Enemy attack at the 2 o'clock exit. 3 galleon-class destroyers, 1 special multi-masted schooner, range 2000, relative speed 12 knots, they've opened their gun ports. In 5 minutes, we'll be within range. Enemy attack. Pierce was completely stunned. Range 2000, relative speed 12 knots. Before the extended alert range, the enemy was 5 kilometers away, and after the extended alert range, they rushed within 5 kilometers. A woman's meticulousness and obedience, in a coincidence, became the source of a mistake. His ill-timed command actually assisted the Portuguese, allowing them to sneak up on him. A complete failure. His first independent command, a complete failure. Pierce gritted his teeth. He drew his command sword with a clang and strode towards his command post amid the panicked crowd of sailors. The observers rushed out of the cabin and crowded around him. Adjutant Artis, what enemy attack? Admiral Snaps entrusted you with the important task of coordinating the voyage, so why haven't you received a complete report yet? We need the details. Pierce raised his hand and pushed Mr. Milidori, who was closest to him, to the ground. His voice was so cold that it almost lacked warmth. The first mate is reporting the battle situation to the Admiral. Gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can consult the Admiral. I have been ordered to lead the enemy. Excuse me. He dropped the conversation and stepped directly between the 3 men to take up his position at the command post on the poop. All hands, level 2 combat readiness, hoist sails, accelerate, and fire the guns. I reiterate, non-essential personnel, clear the decks. Those disobeying this order, abandon the ship, order to meet the enemy. Raise the Chamber of Commerce flag, abandon the assault boats, abandon all debris. The future and the new generation will each fight their own battles. The Sunflower will turn and retreat towards the Atoll zone. Gentlemen, ladies, we are under attack. But we are Drake, the overlord of the North Sea, the king of the Caribbean. Use your training to the best of your ability, and no one will be hurt. Use your training to the best of your ability, and we will be invincible. He raised his sword high, pointing it toward the sky. Show our African counterparts the strength of the world's top chamber of commerce. Let them know why, even though we are revered as pirate hunters, we are still the undisputed kings of pirates. I command, Special Forces, meet the enemy. Special Forces meet the enemy. Pierce was still the same Pierce, always adept at inspiring others. Despite his disastrous behavior, despite his own failures, he managed to capture the pride of this young force, formed only 3 months ago, in the shortest possible time. Drake. To ensure the youthful, even young, Pierce could command without hindrance. This fleet was composed of a far simpler force than Lorraine's own fleet. Among the sailors, 42% were contracted sailors, 78% were family members, and 26.5% of the crew had received education at the Chamber of Commerce School. Almost every one of them had benefited from the growth of the Drake Chamber of Commerce. They were proud of their status. Lorraine Arthur Drake was the youngest pirate king in the Caribbean, honored with the title Pirate Hunter. The Drake Chamber of Commerce was the newly rising leader of the New World's maritime merchants, its pansy flag revered in every port. Their opponents were merely local tyrants in Africa. No matter how disadvantaged they were, hunters should never fear a counterattack from their prey. As Pierce said, as long as they performed to their training, they were invincible. The panic on the deck dissipated with visible speed, and the shouts of battle overflowed with fighting spirit. With their gun ports open and their canvas raised, the Mary and the Neogene gathered speed in the narrow Atoll channel. Their sword-sharp bows lifted high, breaking through the waves as they charged towards the open sea. All of this fell upon the Portuguese commander, Lieutenant Colonel Fidales. They're a formidable opponent, he muttered, lowering his binoculars. Although they were slack at first, at least they stopped the carriage at the edge of the cliff. And they're so well trained, they look more like a top-tier military than a merchant guild. It looks like this battle will be more interesting than I imagined. He turned his head and called for his adjutant. There's a flagship logo on the leading ship, and the brigantine named Sunflower is stopping and turning around. Obviously, in their eyes, only 2 destroyers are enough to repel us, Notify the merchants behind us to use the encirclement tactics. The Crusader will follow the Ortega to encircle their flagship, and the Saint in Life is Beautiful will chase the companion ships. There is Gondar's elite slave hunting team on the Life is Beautiful. Don't waste it. Let them create an opportunity for boarding battle and tell them that it is always easier to capture than to sink. He sighed in boredom. Let's start the war, gentlemen, and end this dirty deal. I don't like slave traders, these rude idiots. I really don't want to stay with them for a moment. Chapter 390. Let the lady feel the freshness of the whole night. Fire range 500, starboard side hit, full rudder left, evade, boom boom boom. A continuous barrage of artillery fire echoed, and huge splashes of water erupted in the water 50 to 200 meters around the Mireille. This was the normal level for a major naval power. In terms of artillery accuracy, the unique French maintained a threat range of 300 meters, while the British, Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese were generally around 200 meters. 500 meters wasn't the effective range for naval battleships, let alone a moving ship against a high-speed target. Yet the Mireille reacted drastically. A sudden full rudder left sent the slender ship heeling sharply, sending the sailors scrambling on the deck tumbling like a tumbled mess. Some sailors, forgetting to tie the stays, fell from starboard to port, while 3 others tumbled overboard into the water. Pierce watched, his knuckles clenched wide. He wasn't worried about the safety of the sailors who fell into the water. This place was not far from the atoll. As long as they were not unlucky enough to be knocked unconscious by the water when they fell into the water, they had enough opportunities to swim to the reef and wait for rescue. He was worried about the state of the crew. The excessive tension of the newcomers on the battlefield was vividly reflected at the beginning of the battle, including him, the commander. The order for level 2 combat readiness had been issued, but he, the first mate, the second mate, the third mate, and the sail operator, 5 orders, did not think of reminding the sailors on deck to check the rigging. This made him feel deeply insecure. What other necessary orders were missed? What other routine instructions were ignored? If it were Lorraine, what would he do in the face of such a mess? Zheng Anyue, clutching the railing, ran to him. Master, your rigging. I never tie rigging in battle. Pierce slapped Zheng Anyue's hand away. A commander needs to be wherever he's needed. Roping would restrict my range. Enemy ships are outflanking. Range 330, port side hit. Saturation, port side hit, full starboard rudder, evade, boom 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 boom. The impact points became increasingly dense, their impact points becoming closer as the range closed. Pierce and Zheng Anyue clung to the railing, only to be caught off guard by a near miss, which sent a massive wave crashing onto the deck. Dizzy from the waves, Pierce slipped off the deck. Panicked, Zheng Anyue threw away the handrail and leaped forward, hugging Pierce tightly, then slammed sideways onto the railing. Pain. She clutched Pierce wetly, trembling with this sudden pain, yet she suppressed it without a single groan. Master, the rope. The guildmaster has extraordinary talents and can walk on flat ground in strong winds and huge waves, but you can't. The future and the new generation need you to command them to defeat the enemy. If you fall off the ship, check the rope. Before Zheng Anyue finished speaking, Pierce had already jumped up and tied the rope firmly around Zheng Anyue's waist, and tied 3 slip knots. Everyone check the rope, keep the rudder steady, find the wind, find the wind. He hurriedly tied the rope to himself and opened his big hands to feel the direction of the wind. 5 degrees to starboard, lower the sail on the foremast, turn the sail, find the firing angle at the gun port, and fire back on your own. The future finally received the first precise order since the war began. The sailors had a direction, and even their shouts became powerful. Green, tell me the enemy's position. The 2 ships are in a double team. Port ship, northwest-west, at 9 o'clock, range 300 meters, relative 10 knots. Port ship, northeast-north, at 1 o'clock, range 420 meters, relative 7 knots, sails and rigging, wind back to 60%. Speed 5.5, wind from northwest-north. Request to raise foresail, ignore the foremast. The head-on wave finally brought Pierce back to his senses. The Drake who had fought in the Cantabrian War as a flagship chasseur at the age of 10 and had been meticulously trained for 8 years by elites like Lorraine, Bell, Kren, and Atrin. Linear assault tactics. Bow gun ready, target port ship. All hands, confirm rigging, and deploy the wing sail. Spread the wing sail. The sailhands, practically tied to the yards, shouted in unison. They loosened the tightest knot, stood up on the swaying long pole, and with all their might, pushed the furled wing sail out. Mainsail. Drake's new ship boasted massive wing sails, nearly doubling the mainsail and mizzen sails when fully deployed. With a broadside tailwind, speed could increase by 50% in the blink of an eye. The future shuddered. Her sharp bow lifted high, the wind whipping the ship up onto the waves 10 knots. She'd gone from 6 to 10 knots in just 35 seconds. With a crusader in her path, the Portuguese sailors could hardly believe their eyes. Oh my God, what am I seeing? That sailboat's flying, range 180, 160, 140. Miss Green was forced to don her goggles, the headwind blasting away her high-pitched voice, leaving only a faint audible ripple in Pierce's ears. Starboard side hit. Range 270, saturated, no evasion. Pierce gritted his teeth. Bomb alert, cruise in position. Boom, boom, boom. A hail of bullets rained down from the sky, and the Mirai, seemingly unconscious, plunged into the swarming sea, rocking violently amidst the spray and raging waves. Luck favored these brave young men. They braved the swirling mist unscathed, closing in on the crusader with a mere 60 meters. Enemy ship colliding. Dodge! A shrill cry echoed from the crusader. The entire ship frantically engaged in broadside maneuvers, no one noticing the two solitary gun ports on the Mirai's bow, each one akin to a pair of thick eyebrows. The 32-pounder mortars carried by fifth-tier ships had become standard equipment on all new warships. These guns had a range of 150 meters, with an optimal effective range of 50 meters, making them a true close-quarters weapon in naval combat. Range 60, 50, 40, bowgun fire, starboard 10 degrees, port gun ready to fire, fire, boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the turbulent sea, one after another. In merchant warfare, the 32-pounder gun lacked practical understanding. The solid iron shell, weighing 16 pounds, soared high, gleaming with a dazzling red light, piercing the crusader's sight and stern with unstoppable force, leaving the hull completely ineffective. 2 hits. At a range of less than 40 meters, 2 bowgun rounds struck in quick succession. The first grazed the poop, sending large swathes of railings and balconies scattering across the sky, revealing the pitch-black poop cabin. The second struck directly into the hull, entering from the right rear of the third deck and exiting from the left front of the fifth, ripping the entire poop through. Thick smoke, laced with flames, erupted from the breach. The call to extinguish the fire echoed across the decks, even audible from the Mirai. But the Mirai's barrage wasn't over yet. It charged in straight ahead, closing in for a direct hit. The enemy, expecting a collision, straightened its hull, leaving the Mirai ample and generous room to cut through the ship's broadside. The helmsman turned the hand wheel, and the future immediately swerved to starboard. The loss of wind from the wing sails caused the ship's speed to drop drastically, creating a stable environment for a saturation barrage on the port side. 22 meters away, broadside. The future cut in from the crusader's smoking flank, port against starboard, prepared against unprepared. Upper chain, loose cross, lower solid charge, 4-degree firing angle, straight ahead, all gun ports. Saturate according to Plan 2, fire, boom, 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 boom. Plan 2 was a standard saturation barrage designed by Acheron, also known as Let the Ladies Feel the Freshness of the Night. It instructed the gunners to fire from gun bay 1, gun 1, up 1, gun 3, up 3, until the end, then switch to gun 2, up 2, and so on. This plan was suitable for broadside operations at superior speeds. Under these conditions, Drake's ship had the advantage of coming from behind. The fire from the odd-number gun positions would be concentrated entirely on the enemy ship's mid and aft area, inflicting significant damage to the mainmast, mizzenmast, rudder, command post, and rear hull. By the second round of fire from the even-number gun positions, Drake's ship had already gained the upper hand, launching a sustained attack from parallel positions. The gun bay's fire was used to block the enemy's main gun's return fire, while the upper deck scattershot focused on damaging the deck crews. This was initially an optimistic theoretical calculation, but with the Crusaders' highly coordinated attack and the Special Forces' characteristic dogmatism, the plan yielded incredible results. 10 18-pounder guns and 6 12-pounder guns, 16 rounds, yielded 14 hits, 9 of which were direct hits. 4 solid projectiles struck the rear third of the hull, tearing a massive 2-meter-wide breach from the deck to the waterline. A chain shell entangled the mizzenmast, causing it to fall, while another swept through the poop, reducing the Crusaders' captain and second mate to smithereens. At least 3 mortar shells ripped through the center foredeck, causing countless casualties and leaving limbs and flesh strewn across the ground. In a single blow, the Crusader lost all ability to continue the fight, drifting helplessly on the sea, flames raging throughout the ship. Pierce and his crew stared blankly at their victory, swallowing hard. We must tell Yezha when we get back that the lady might not be able to handle a whole night of novelty. At least the one we encountered was ruined. Chapter 391 Declaration of War. The Crusaders' swift retreat turned the tide of the battle. The future found its rhythm, and the Portuguese found fear. The Saint had been seeking an opportunity to close in on the newborn, hoping to follow Commander Fair's orders and create a chance for Lorraine to board. Freeman's command was standard, though without the gaffes of Pierce's earlier battle, but his own experience wasn't enough to sustain a burst of fire like the future. However, the Crusaders' disastrous performance completely shattered the Portuguese' morale. Freeman's calm demeanor became a trap. Every move by the newborn seemed to be luring the Saint to close, preparing to repeat the hellish, saturation bombardment on the battlefield not far away. The situation became absurd. The Saint and Lorraine lingered firing at ranges of 300 to 500 meters. The Saint's hit rate was less than 1%. Lorraine, a specialized snack designed for manned transport, didn't even have the onboard guns to reach the range. But they refused to close. Freeman attempted to approach, but the 2 ships immediately scattered like frightened ducks, unable to be pulled back. Commander Fails and his Ortega proved far braver than their allies. After all, they were the regular, active Portuguese navy. Though weakened, the Kingdom of Portugal's long and glorious history maintained its position at the forefront of the world's foremost forces, firmly safeguarding the pride and dignity of the British Empire. Undeterred by the Crusaders' disastrous condition, they actively closed in on the Mirae, shielded by its swirling black smoke. With a single strike from their bowgun and a divinely blessed chain shell, they severed the Mirae's bowsprit. The Mirae's speed plummeted, and at similar speeds, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle across the vast sea. 2 hours passed, and the Mirae was struck 3 times, including a direct hit that silenced the second and third starboard gun positions. However, with emergency rescue efforts, they narrowly avoided a potential explosion. The Ortega was hit 4 times, including one direct hit that pierced the bowdeck and blasted the meritorious bowgun out of the ship's hold. Both sides faltered, neither more sturdy than the other. Just then, the Grande Dame finally arrived at the battlefield. The Ortega's lookout trembled. Unable to contain his fear, the telescope in his hand seemed to be glued to a certain point in the void, unable to pull his eyes away. He saw a ship, braving the wind and waves, advancing unstoppably. Her bow was sharp as a sword, her piercing bowsprit slanting towards the sun, like a proud knight charging a monster. Her sky-blanking sails were fully inflated, and the trapped sea breeze lifted the massive ship, like a god's chariot descending from the sky on the clouds. Just how big was she? The lookout didn't know. His professional skill seemed insufficient for such a simple judgment, or perhaps it was precisely because of his professional skills that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Enemy reinforcements, he shouted desperately to the deck in a distorted voice. Sir, enemy reinforcements. Southwest, 12 kilometers away, a 70-meter galleon, possibly a Class I ship. I repeat, possibly a Class I ship, flying the enemy's white merchant flag on the mainmast, the St. George flag on the mizzen, speeding at 13 knots, advancing, a merchant guild flag, a Class I ship. Lieutenant Commander Fails looked up in disbelief. Captain Nobio, take command? Yes, the first mate rushed to the command post. Lieutenant Commander Fails hurried to the mainmast, climbed to the second mast platform, pulled out his telescope, and peered in the direction of the lookout's warning 12 kilometers. It must be 11 kilometers now. 11 kilometers away, a massive ship was hurtling toward the battlefield at a speed unbelievable for a large ship. It was indeed 70 meters, or at least 60 meters, the size of a Class I or Class II battleship, a size not found in all of Portugal. But it was definitely not a true top-tier battleship. Top-tier battleships have hundreds of gun ports and 3 tiers of gun bays, while this one only had 1. Even with the enclosed upper deck, the total number of gun ports could not exceed 60. However, this discovery did not comfort Fails. Whether it was the lack of gun ports or the lack of side height, the flaws of this massive ship could only benefit a Tier 3 battleship or higher. The Ortega was just a mere Tier 5 destroyer, far from qualified to judge such a behemoth. A merchant guild, why would it have a ship of this caliber? Lieutenant Colonel Fail's mind suddenly recalled the governor's earnest advice before his departure. The Drake Merchant Guild is one of the world's top super conglomerates, and undoubtedly the youngest and most aggressive among them. The pirate war between the Drake Merchant Guild and the pirates of the Caribbean had far-reaching consequences. It was said that hundreds of pirate groups and hundreds of merchant guilds were implicated, and the scale of the naval conflict even surpassed the 8-year-long American Revolutionary War. Governor Fernandez feared that the entry of such a destructive force into Mombasa would destroy the painstakingly cultivated commercial environment throughout East Africa. East Africa should be a treasure trove for Portuguese merchants, not a slave farm where our people toil for the English. Therefore, Fails, defeat her, crush her advance guard, and let the English know that she is not welcome in Mombasa. Perhaps you could even gather some tangible evidence, such as a few or a dozen of our good citizens tortured to death. While this wouldn't force Drake to confess and face justice, it would at least allow Governor Fernandez to administratively declare her illegal, thus eliminating any chance of her regrouping. Don't underestimate our opponents. This time, you have a long way to go. The Admiral's teachings were still fresh in his mind, but Fails had never thought before that his don't underestimate opponent would actually. Admiral, the Ortega is simply not capable of driving this monster out of East Africa. You underestimated her, or you overestimated me. Fails let go of the telescope listlessly, letting it fall from his hand, and fell from the high mainmast platform to the deck, smashing into pieces. Inform all our ships, he said, the defeat is certain. Abandon the Crusader immediately, and the entire army, retreat. Half an hour later, the special forces assembled, and the flagship was transferred from the future back to the Lady, which dominated the entire sea. Pierce's sailors and observers from the friendly Chamber of Commerce also boarded this powerful and majestic warship. The African branch's business development mission was largely accomplished. Pierce, with the air of triumph, naturally accepted the Admiral's hat from old Dylan and retreated into the aft cabin, leaving the observers and the aftermath to the fleet's father. Each of these developments left the three observers bewildered. This, Mr. Illich of France rolled his eyes. Excuse me, Admiral Snaps, did we just witness a successful seaman's mutiny? Did your lieutenant, steal your position? Old Dylan responded to this pointed question with a shameless expression. Mr. Illich, my old friend, in fact, the young adjutant in your eyes has always been the real admiral of this fleet. This young man, Mr. Pierce Artis, is the vice president of the Drake Chamber of Commerce. He is the admiral of the Special Service Formation under his direct fleet and is also the core shareholder with the largest shares in the Chamber of Commerce. Except for the president, Mr. Melodori from the Netherlands blinked. Are you saying that we have been bossing around a real big shot? No, if he is really such a big shot, why would he hide his identity from us? Seeing that old Dylan was at a loss for words, little Dylan, also known as Flamin, immediately rushed out. This is because we attach great importance to cooperation with the three chambers of commerce represented in the development of the African continent and even Asia. Ferriman cleared his throat. Because we attach importance to it, we conceal it. The Admiral is worried that his age will become a problem for the cooperation between the two sides, so he asked my father, our Deputy Admiral, to be the one to communicate with you. Please rest assured that my father has obtained the full authorization of the Admiral. All the agreements we reached in the previous communications have the most sacred legal effect. The observers breathed a sigh of relief and began to praise God. Mr. Mombity of Spain stopped on the solid deck of the Lady and exclaimed in admiration, although I still don't understand what just happened. Drake is indeed a great chamber of commerce. Such a giant ship makes us, as allies, extremely reassured and proud. She is the Lady, Falaman explained. In fact, the Admiral didn't want to have her appear. After all, you know, although Drake is a traditional chamber of commerce that has always focused on legal operations, a ship like this is still easy to make people suspicious and suspect that we will use our power to bully others in the Chamber of Commerce cooperation. Then why? Before Mr. Melodori could finish his words, the sturdy Ko strode over to old Dylan and said in a muffled voice, Vice Admiral, the attacking pirate ship has been rescued. The ship is no longer savable, and we only rescued 73 sailors. They said they were employees of the Fernandez Chamber of Commerce of Portugal. Because young Dylan contributed a large amount of gold to the governor of Kenya, they were ordered to plunder our fleet and want to take it all. The three observers were horrified. The Fernandez Chamber of Commerce, That means, that's right, it's the Chamber of Commerce of the family of Sir Fernandez, the respected Governor-General of Kenya of the Kingdom of Portugal. Old Dylan's face was grim. It seems we must report this attack to Cape Town. The Portuguese have openly trampled on the bottom line of justice in Africa. This is a declaration of war. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Memorial Service 1784, a funeral was taking place at Utstein Abbey, on Utstein Island in the Bakken Fjord of Norway. Lorraine, dressed in a solemn formal attire, stood before the guests in the white-veiled memorial hall. Today we come here to bid farewell to a great warrior. He is the Baron of Stavanger of the Kingdom of Norway, the bloodline of the merciless, the soulmate of the polar bear Jero, the conqueror of the frozen sea, the protector of faith, the gentleman we all respect so much, Logan Garman. I met this gentleman in 1776, the first year of the Drake Merchant Guild, or the Merchant Corps. I was only 16 years old then, a young boy who had just experienced farewell, betrayal, and sacrifice, and had only made a few precious friendships that have stayed with me to this day. I had nothing then, but the knight told me, by Odin, our whalers have returned home. He was such an amazing man. He inherited the family title at the age of 14 and renounced his faith at the age of 17. Exiled by his Catholic family, he came to the land of the Garman tribe, which shares a name with the town of Stavanger. He built a refuge for all of us Vikings from scratch on the two desolate islands of Ulstein and Stavanger. He had nothing at that time, no money, no ship, no followers, and no one to help him. He made no secret of the fact that he started out as a bandit. In the snowy mountains of Scandinavia, he robbed the Swedes, the Finns, the Germans in the south, and the Norwegians in the north. He used robbery to find the first Vikings who were willing to follow him, those warriors who had not forgotten their bloodline and had not forgotten Odin. Please remember the number 21, ladies and gentlemen. At the age of 21, the knight became a pirate with 21 Vikings, rowing a longship they built themselves out of 21 oak trees. They robbed in the North Sea, hunted in the Baltic Sea, and threw everything they robbed into the island of Stavanger. Gradually, the place became lively. Some people built houses, some gathered villages, and more young people came here to visit. They were all Vikings, god of love, Njord. Hundreds of years after Jehovah became the master of Scandinavia, the Vikings finally had a sky where they no longer had to hide and could sing the Edda aloud. This was the knight's first great achievement. However, like every truly great Viking in history, the knight would never be satisfied with his victory. At the age of 30, he built a 50-meter longship, Harold the Merciless, and followed in the footsteps of his ancestors to conquer the frozen sea, Scotland, Iceland, Greenland, Canada. He arrived in all these places covered in fur and snow. He walked across the frozen Smith Sound, trekked through the ice and snow of Ellesmere, and found his soulmate, Jero, who was just born but had lost his mother. At the foot of the towering Barber Peak, the knight's soul was complete. The Vikings had their own polar bears, and the Vikings were complete, but when the complete knight returned to the long-cherished Stavanger, he knew that a new journey was waiting for him. The church would not allow the filthy pagans to gather, to praise, or to enjoy themselves. They sent knights to clean up the place. The Vikings of Stavanger resisted 3 times, but failed the 4th time. More than 300 Vikings fell into the hands of the church, including the elderly, children, and women. They were locked up in dungeons and tortured. Odin led the knight back, letting the knight see and hear. The knight said nothing. He took all his wealth, and sailed to Stockholm alone in a longship. The church asked him to kneel. He knelt, asked him to repent. He repented, asked him to make donations. He showed his wealth, and sank his longship. He used his glory to save all the Vikings. He made the church feel victorious and even met with a king to restore his stolen title. The most rebellious youngest son of the Garman family has converted. Oh, what ridiculous self-confidence. When the knight brought the Vikings back to Stavanger, this place was no longer just his clan land, but also his fiefdom. He once again became the savior of the Vikings, and once again, he gave up everything for the Vikings. He confessed his sins, even though he was not guilty. He no longer drove the longship, because he sank the ship, and his soul was bound by the earth. Even though Odin knew his loyalty, his face was still covered with the marks of a sinner. This is our knight, Our sir, our protector, Logan Garman, the servant told me that he had a stroke 8 months ago and was in bed for 5 months. When he recovered, he was sincerely happy. He told the servants that Odin had forgiven him and that Odin was here to pick him up. He began to build a longship for himself again, using the shipboard he had been polishing for a lifetime. The ship was only 5 meters long, and there was only him and Jero on board. 2 months ago, he and Jero drove her away from the place he had guarded all his life. A month ago, Stein's friends took him back, and now, we are here to see him off. Lorraine's voice dropped to a whisper. He turned and slowly pulled back the white veil behind him, revealing a wrecked, nearly completely wrecked small longship. Seer Garman, clad in furs, clutching sword and shield, lay peacefully within. The simple, elderly Jero lay there, as he had for countless days and nights in the monastery, quietly at his feet. Lorraine leaned over and kissed the Seer Garman's helmet. Standing, he said to the guests, "Bid him farewell, he'll surely miss you." Henna, Carmen, Kren, Leif, and Ramos rose one after another, presenting flowers to the Seer Garman and guarding his helmet. Next came the Seer Garman's family, 2 sons, a daughter, a grandson and 2 granddaughters, and his elderly wife. The third group was representatives of the residents of Stavanger Island, including employees of the Drake Chamber of Commerce and the Norwegian Trading House. The fourth group was the current generation of Vikings who roamed the North Sea, a group of men, some brutal and some clumsy, weeping uncontrollably. The fifth group included Acherin, Wang Yi, Daniel, Sir Piddick of Elgin, another Jero of Mindel, and Odlin of Sarklan. They either joined Lorraine's group after settling in Stavanger, or simply became friends with Sir Garman through their association with the Drake Guild. Then came the sixth and seventh groups. When the longship was filled with white chrysanthemums and asters, revealing only the serene faces of Sir Garman and Jero, the farewell finally came to an end. Lorraine took off his own ring and placed it on Sir Garman. He whispered in Sir Garman's ear, "This is a little gift I bought at a London auction for over £7,000, Harold's oath ring. I know how much you admire this ancestor of yours. You'll surely appreciate this little gift." A white veil covered his face. Layer upon layer of gauze, the servants diligently wrapped Sir Garman, Jero, and his ship into cocoon. Lorraine had arranged for a ship to await him at the Stavanger dock, to carry the great Viking all the way to Mount Barber, Canada's northernmost point, back to the icy land where he and Jero first met. The guests dispersed, leaving only Lorraine's crew and the knight's family. Lorraine looked around at them and said softly, "I don't know why the knight asked me to be the master of ceremonies and the reader of his will, but I won't refuse. Come, let's go to the Abbey lawn. I know he and Jero both love that green space." Chapter 393 Valkyrie, set sail. Thanks to his reclusiveness after the age of 32, Sir Garman fathered 5 sons and 3 daughters. Excluding those who died in infancy, 3 sons and 1 daughter have made their mark in their respective fields. His eldest son, Finar Garman, was a Catholic. He converted at the age of 18 and was knighted by the Diocese of Stavanger. He was elected to the Stavanger Town Council that year. His second son, Leamington Garman, was a Protestant in the Royal Army. At just 15, he was transferred to Copenhagen for service. Today, he commands the 3rd Regiment of the Royal Grenadiers with the rank of colonel. His third daughter, Bet Geronis, was a Protestant. Born after the restoration of his peerage, she was married to Count Ronis of royal descent in Stockholm through family intervention. His youngest son, Eddie Garman, Eddie Logan, the sonless are both loved and hated, a poor doctor in Stavanger, a founding member of the Drake Chamber of Commerce, and president of the African branch. All these were his titles. Born with Batea, he was the most independent-minded of Sir's children. He publicly declared his faith at the age of 12. He worshipped Frey, the Asgardian god of victory. Sir was ecstatic about this decision, especially after he had practically cut off contact with his eldest and second sons, and even had his beloved daughter abducted by the family. Sir doted on Eddie even more. Eddie, mired in Sir's doting, drifted into daze for 28 years before his first conflict with Sir. With Lorraine trapped in Hebaris, he was bewitched by Viscount Alfonso and plotted to split the Drake Guild. While the incident was successfully resolved, Sir expelled him from his family and from Stavanger, the Viking land. For years thereafter, Eddie sought his father's forgiveness. Having lost his last name, he adopted Sir's name. His efforts paid off somewhat, and over time, father and son gradually reconciled. Then, 8 months ago, Eddie told Sir he was going to Africa to pursue his career. In a rage, Sir threw him out again. That same night, Sir suffered a stroke. The knight, on his deathbed, forbade his servants and friends from sharing his condition with Eddie. Eddie remained unaware of his father's illness. Even after his death, his will explicitly stated that he did not want Eddie present at the memorial service. But Lorraine eventually informed Eddie, and he did not attend the memorial service, instead waiting on the monastery lawn. The knight's 2 sons were shocked to see Eddie. Lorraine smiled and told them to be patient, then took out the knight's will and unfolded it. You all knew the knight did not want Eddie at the memorial service, but the contents of the will concerned him, and it was my decision to invite him. Lorraine nodded to the silent Eddie and arranged the group in a circle, starting with the oldest and ending with Eddie, who was holding his mother's arm. Well, Lorraine cleared his throat. Fino, my eldest son, you have a much greater reputation than me in the town of Stavanger, and the family title should have been given to you long ago. And my shop in the town, the manor and the hunting ground in the far suburbs, you have been using them for a long time, and now they will belong to you. Lamington, my powerful berserker, you are stronger than I was when I was young, and the army suits you very well. The Viking bloodline is still stronger than other creatures even if it is not on the ship. When I had a stroke, my whaler friend transferred half of the profits of the Copenhagen Stock Exchange, the most profitable in Northern Europe, to my name, so that I can enjoy my old age. Now they are yours, and I hope the gold can make you understand that Vikings can live a prosperous life even without robbing. Beta, those damn brothers in God hardly let me know any news about you. The letters your mother sent to you were intercepted by the Earl's steward. Those despicable slaves wanted you to think that your parents no longer love you, but that's wrong, but I truly can't give you anything more. Those scoundrels don't want you to become too closely associated with Asgard, fearing you might influence my grandson. 15% of the profits of the Drake Northwest branch in Northern Europe is my property. I imagine it would be a good dowry, without the need for faith, yet giving you ample say in your marriage to the Earl. Lorraine handed them their wills, which were notarized by a lawyer, stamped with the personal seals of the Lord, the beneficiaries, and Lorraine, the reader. Only his wife and Eddie remained, and everyone was curious about their plans, as it sounded like the Lord had distributed nearly everything he had. Lorraine unfolded the 4th will. Shia, my love, you have been with me all my life, and you have never left me no matter I was a bandit, a pirate, a traitor or knight. You have lost too much, and when I was pursuing the soul in my ancestors, you were the one who suffered the real harm, and I know it very well. I have no way to repay your love. After I die, you can go and live with Beta, or with Fino or Leamington, or stay in Usteen where we have lived all our lives. I will leave the monastery to you. I hope you like this gift, Eddie. Lorraine unfolded the last piece of paper, glanced at it, and couldn't help sighing. I know Lorraine wants you to come, but I still insist that the African heat will rot the Viking soul. You should change your last name back. Only Garmin can protect the Vikings of Stavanger, for we are descendants of Harold the Merciless. This is your fate, go and do it. I have nothing to give you. After the last word, Eddie burst into tears. The solemn memorial service came to a close amid Eddie's sobs. The knight boarded the funeral ship bound for Canada. Only his wife, daughter, Eddie, Lorraine, and his friends from his early years, Henna, Carmen, Kren, and Ramos, came to see him off. It was a cold and deserted scene, a stark contrast to the grandeur of a memorial service. The group silently saw the knight off and escorted his wife, who had decided to live with their daughter, aboard. At this point, only the Drake Chamber of Commerce remained at the dock. Carmen looked at Eddie's red eyes and comforted him softly. Eddie, the Lord loves you, I don't need his money. In terms of property, I alone can rival the entire Garmin family. Father has always known this. Eddie shook his head heavily. He has always doted on me, no matter what I have done. It's a pity that giving me back his last name was his last doting act, and he can never dote on me again. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Lorraine sighed and said with forced ease, I heard that little Pierce is doing well with you. He has the style of a great general. Eddie seemed to have figured something out, and he actually praised Pierce generously. 20 days ago, when I set off from Cape Town, he had just fought a beautiful naval battle in Aldabra. Not only did he teach the Portuguese a lesson, but he also got a most critical justice. Manager Baker's evaluation of Drake has been rising again and again. I am confident that we can get bigger and longer orders. Relying on the African company, the starting point of the African branch will be higher than that of Northwestern Europe and the Caribbean. That's really, Before Lorraine could finish his praise, a messenger suddenly ran over holding a letter. Chairman Logan. Chairman, news from Cape Town. The Special Fleet has sent the Sunflower back with prisoners and battle reports. They include 2 key members of the Portuguese Gander Chamber of Commerce's slave hunting team. They have confessed to the illegal plundering on land and sea committed by the 3 societies under the orders of the governor of Kenya, and no torture was used. Mr. Baker, armed with this irrefutable evidence, has taken swift action. He plans to lobby to put aside the Anglo-Dutch dispute over the Cape Colony and form a coalition to jointly impose sanctions on Mombasa. Admiral Artis has taken the initiative, pursuing the remaining bandits immediately after the Battle of Aldabra. This is the latest report from November 8. A long silence fell on the dock. Lorraine and his companions were both amused and confused. They were still discussing Pierce from 20 days ago, and now Pierce had arrived 18 days ago, full of energy and enthusiasm. Ah, the little one's grown up. Does that mean we're all old now? Ramos looked gloomily at Lorraine, who was whining. President, Pierce is only 8 years younger than you. He's 16, and you're only 24. Even if you're married, Captain, someone interrupted their chat again. This time it was Bardo, also holding up a piece of paper. Captain, urgent news from Cairo. Confidential. Lorraine's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took the envelope, opened it, and scanned it. Looking up, he was met with countless pairs of curious, worried eyes. I need to explain to you that in order to prevent Pierce from getting out of hand, I have reserved several express channels. West Africa will be sent to Gibraltar, East Africa will land on the Red Sea and be sent to Cairo by express horse, and from Alexandria, it will cross the Mediterranean to Toulon. Our business points in France and Spain are very complete. It will not take more than 10 days for these 2 lines to deliver the letter to Southampton. It was not handed over to Ramos because I happened to be here. Lorraine raised the letter in his hand. As I said, the activation of the express channel means that Pierce has gotten out of hand. The Special Forces formation intercepted the Portuguese escape ship off the coast of Mombasa, sank the special schooner, and seriously damaged 2 level 5 galleons. With no hope of returning to the port, the 2 ships fled to the Sultanate of Muscat, Oman, and were sheltered by the Sultan in the fishing port of Gadhalil in the Gulf of Muria. Pierce blocked the Gulf of Muria and urged the Sultan to hand over the people. Little Pierce blocked the coast of Muscat. The group was stunned. The key point is that this is not the most explosive one. Lorraine smiled bitterly. The letter was sent back by Dylan. He emphasized 2 pieces of information. First, it is speculated that one of the 2 seriously damaged ships belongs to the Portuguese fleet stationed in Mombasa, although it does not have the markings of a warship. Second, Mr. Baker in Cape Town sent an envoy to inform the Special Forces formation that Portugal has listed the Drake Chamber of Commerce as a pirate chamber of commerce on the grounds of attacking warships. In view of this sudden change in the situation in Kenya, the British and Dutch motion to impose sanctions on Portugal has died, and they decided to wait and see. Urgent news. President, urgent news from Lisbon. Lorraine's words were interrupted by the messenger for the 3rd time today. This time, the recipient of the letter was Ramos. Ramos hurriedly snatched the letter and read it. He was still stunned and silent after reading it for a long time. Kren pushed him. Go ahead, no matter what the good news is. I don't think we will be surprised. 3 pieces of news. Ramos took 2 breaths. One is within my expectations. The 12 exchanges of Northwest Europe and Portugal, including the Lisbon headquarters, were ordered to close, and all Drake's property was confiscated, with direct losses of more than £70,000. Second, because the lady was so powerful off the coast of Mombasa, it is said that it severely damaged the Portuguese Navy destroyer Ortega with 1 shot, probably the one Dylan mentioned. The Portuguese Navy Ministry has already negotiated with London, demanding a strict investigation into the Drake Chamber of Commerce's excessive armed merchant ships. By the way, they accused us of building and using first-level ships. Third, Lisbon sent a punitive force, consisting of 2 third-level ships, Da Gama, and Diash, and 3 fifth-level ships, to go south to suppress the Drake pirate group. This happened 3 days ago. A loud whistle suddenly sounded, and the people on the dock found that Lorraine actually had a smile on his face. He smiled happily. The wise and brave Admiral Otis needs a good beating. Guys, this is the result of being pampered too much. Tell Caribbean Sea that we will be delayed for 2 months before returning. Catalina and Bell must control the pace and not let the pirates see any clues. The target is the Sultanate of Muscat. This time, We will witness the supreme military might of sun will never set, and we will tell them why humility is a virtue. Gentlemen and ladies, Valkyrie, set sail. Chapter 394, The Year of the Chamber of Commerce. 1781, George Washington, Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, led a massive army to besiege the main British force at Yorktown. French Vice Admiral François-Joseph Paul de Grasse began planning a decisive naval battle. He integrated the French Caribbean fleet, totaling 32 battleships, to blockade the Chesapeake Bay, severing the British Army's logistical routes at Yorktown. Meanwhile, the British Continental Squadron was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The squadron's commander, Rear Admiral Sir Francis Drake, was implicated in an impeachment case and abruptly resigned. Rear Admiral Graves took over, commanding the 1st and 2nd Squadrons, along with British support, totaling 19 battleships. Graves was ordered to enter the Chesapeake and break the French logistical blockade. The battle began on September 5. Rear Admiral Graves' command errors prevented 2/3 of the ships from entering the battle area, leaving the Vanguard Division exposed to concentrated fire. HMS Terror was severely damaged and abandoned. It was neither sunk nor captured. On September 10, the French received support from 8 more battleships, forcing Rear Admiral Graves to abandon the battle, thus ending the Battle of the Chesapeake Bay. On October 13, General Charles Cornwallis surrendered the British at Yorktown, marking the end of the Revolutionary War. After Yorktown, the war devolved into diplomatic wrangling until the Treaty of Paris on September 3, 1783, which concluded with an American victory. Lorraine withdrew from French smuggling in June 1781, and in July of the same year, Edward Kenway disappeared. It's unknown whether the French searched the East Coast for this unsung hero of the Revolutionary War, wielding a vast fortune. However, Lorraine knew that the Kenway Company's properties were under covert surveillance by unknown parties until 1783. Unfortunately, the surveillance was unsuccessful. The marker changed hands 7 times in just 1 year, ultimately acquiring the ship at a secret auction in Elgin for £13,000 to a sailboat collector named Fox Carter. It now resides in a private dockyard in Plymouth, next to the Atis Bell. The Hayt dockyard was sold to Drake's Maritime Group, a newly established shipbuilding conglomerate that emerged after 1780. The Maritime Group originated from a modest private dockyard on St. Diana Island in Bermuda. Following Drake's acquisition, he acquired 23 Bermuda private dockyards within 2 months to form the Hayt dockyard. In 1781, he acquired the Boston Hayt dockyard for a 30% stake and £75,000 in cash. In 1783, after the Treaty of Paris, he publicly acquired the Baltimore Lorist Shipbuilding Company with a similar offer. Following the merger, the Maritime Group became a major shipbuilding conglomerate encompassing 2 first-class stridocks, 1 third-class drydock, 5 fourth-class stridocks, 16 fifth-class stridocks, and 42 sixth-class stridocks. Combining design, manufacturing, repair, and forestry services, with total assets exceeding £1 million, it ranked first in the New World and 12th in the world. By integrating the intellectual energies of the 3 major high-speed bases of Boston, Bermuda, and Baltimore, it had become a global pioneer in high-speed sailing. In February 1784, the 15-meter class sloop-class experimental ship, the Sea Ghost, set a speed record of 22.5 knots on a voyage from Boston to St. Diana Harbor, practically marking the premature birth of the clipper ship. The Dowmark and the Hayt shipyard were the only 2 assets Kenway left to Lorraine. Other than that, the remaining assets were sold onto the free market after several cautious transfers. The seller was Drake's shadow, and the buyer had no connection to Drake. Even if the trackers were omnipotent, they would never be able to trace Lorraine's connection to Edward Kenway from these dead objects. Lorraine Arthur Drake was merely a rising star, having made his fortune in piracy and, like his ancestors, rapidly ascending in the English business world. The Drake Chamber of Commerce in 1784 was truly formidable. With the Chamber's asset management company at its core, the Chamber comprised 4 major branches: the European branch, formerly the Northwest European branch, the American branch, formerly the Caribbean branch, the African branch, and the Maritime Group. The Maritime Group, headquartered in St. Diana, Bermuda, was the largest independent group, with a market capitalization exceeding £1 million. In 1783, its total turnover exceeded £150,000, with profits of £63,000. The European branch, headquartered in Southampton, England, was the oldest and most profitable branch of the Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, Ramos was busy reducing his rental income and acquiring his own properties, resulting in a market capitalization of £700,000, second only to the Maritime Group. In 1783, his total turnover reached £220,000, with a profit of £79,000. The American branch's headquarters moved several times, initially to Kingston, Jamaica in 1780, then to St. George's Harbor, Bermuda in 1781, and then quickly to New York after the signing of the Treaty of Paris. Leveraging the strength of the Drake Chamber of Commerce and the Lorraine team's invaluable connections in the United States, they secured a series of preferential treatment during the early years of the American Republic. Following the establishment of the New York headquarters, its total market capitalization soared to £400,000. In 1783, its total turnover reached £290,000, with a profit of £120,000. While its overall strength remained inferior to that of the European branch, thanks to North America's relaxed business environment and low production costs, Chuck Parker's ability to generate profits far surpassed Ramos' Pittock's. Finally, there was the General Assembly Asset Management Company, founded in 1782, and its general manager was Carmen Xavier. Over the years of the Chamber's development, Lorraine struggled to accurately define the Chamber's role within the group. Lacking a trading function, it long served more as a figurehead, a temporary unit for direct fleet deployments, or a framework for Lorraine's profit sharing. It wasn't until the huge profits from smuggling poured into the Chamber, and after several years of rapid growth, that the Chamber's value was finally realized: the management of wholly owned assets and the auditing of branch finances. The Chamber's asset management company comprised 4 departments: fixed asset management, accounting and auditing, the Chamber School, and the direct fleet. Initially, the fixed asset management department encompassed the entire island of St. Diana in Bermuda, a 26-berth wharf on the coast of Lucy, Jamaica, the entire island of Little Cayman, and the estates of Lucy and Crow's Nest. In March 1783, Lorraine purchased the mouth of the Miami River from the Indians for 1,000 Brown Bess rifles and 5,000 barrels of rum. In July, the deal expanded to encompass the entire Bay of Biscay coast in North America, encompassing all islands and lands extending 300 kilometers westward. The total cost of these acquisitions was a mere £30,000. The Indians also generously gifted West Palm Island, a land of special significance to Lorraine. This meant that a vast expanse of barren land, equivalent to half of Miami and the entire city of West Palm Beach, became Lorraine's personal property. Considering the future growth of the United States, the transaction was fully and formally registered with the United States, the United Kingdom, and Spain, which held influence over the Florida Peninsula. The complexities of the process, coupled with the transaction tax, cost Lorraine nearly £50,000 in filings. Miami was acquired to establish a foundation for the future Drake Chamber of Commerce. Bordering the Straits of Florida, it served as a crucial gateway from the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico to North America and the Atlantic Ocean. It was not only a strategic hub for trade between North America and the Caribbean, but also a crucial fulcrum for piracy warfare. Combined with the Lorraine's previously purchased and developed islands of St. Diana in Bermuda and Port Lucie in Jamaica, his fleet could form a comprehensive and tight encirclement of the Bahamas, a key Caribbean pirates' stronghold, across vast swathes of the ocean. This would prove invaluable to future wars and the Chamber's development thereafter. For this reason, construction of the Miami area began immediately after the land was acquired. The first phase focused on Miami town at the bayou, encompassing the future Drake Business School, the direct fleet's anchorage, a ship development and research center, a sailors' community, and Drake's Bayou Estate. The plan was to create a residential population of 5,000 to 10,000 within 4 years. The second phase focused on the Bay of Biscay, which prioritized both defense and commerce. This included coastal batteries on Biscay Island, coastal forts on Virginia Island, and further inland, bridges, commercial ports, docks, warehouses, and trade centers. Due to ample funding, these developments were carried out simultaneously, continuing the same 4-year cycle. Another core department of the asset management company was the direct fleet. From its inception, Lorraine's direct fleet employed a model of temporarily deploying warships from affiliated chapters based on wartime needs. This model offered the advantage of being inexpensive, eliminating significant additional maintenance costs, Furthermore, Lorraine's prestige provided ample control over these temporarily deployed warships. However, as the pirate wars continued and expanded, this direct without direct model began to increasingly impact the operations of the American branch. Change was imminent, and the opportunity for change came with the establishment of the Maritime Group. Lorraine had its own shipyard, providing reliable and affordable access to cutting-edge warships. High-speed warships, purpose-built for the pirate wars, were continuously rolled out of the dockyard, completely replacing the deployed ships with their stable speed and reliable combat effectiveness. The newly formed direct fleet, with a Golden Hind as its flagship, consisted of 6 Class V high-speed destroyers, 10 Class VI brig-class frigates, and 8 Class VI brigantine-class communications ships, totaling 24 ships. It also included the Pierce Special Operations Group, anchored in Lucy Harbor, Jamaica. Valkyrie had not yet been incorporated into the direct fleet due to delayed delivery. According to the construction plan, her delivery was supposed to be in late 1783, and she had completed all external sea trials by July 1783. However, after being fully equipped with firepower at St. Diana, she stumbled during the subsequent internal sea trials. The ship's center of gravity was unstable, and it stalled under saturation bombardment. Kren and most of the elite members of the Maritime Group spent 5 months to find the problem, and another 5 months to modify the deck layout and sail rig with new technologies, increasing the Valkyrie's high and low speeds by 1 knot and 0.5 knots respectively. It was not until late July 1784, a year after the external sea trials, that the second round of internal sea trials began. By then, the Lady, which had been built 2 years late, had already weighed anchor from St. George's Harbor and headed for Africa with Pierce and his gang of troublemakers. However, misfortune often brings good fortune. It was precisely because of the delayed delivery of the Valkyrie that Lorraine was able to escape the quagmire of the pirate war and come to Europe to preside over Sir Garmon's funeral. Chapter 395, The Horn of Holy War. Pirate Wars. Looking back, when the now masted Golden Hind first encountered its professional counterparts, Lorraine never imagined that his clashes with pirates would one day truly embody the bloody meaning of war. He had launched the pirate wars, but his initial motivation was simply to plunder, and the desire to continue the war stemmed from the unspoken need to launder money. Smuggling changed many things. 2 years of arms smuggling brought Lorraine more than just considerable profits. Drake's profits reached a staggering £2.08 million British pounds, of which Lorraine single-handedly controlled 63% for himself and 10% for Pierce, totaling over £1.5 million British pounds. In the 18th century, this figure would have rivaled the total assets of a small European nation. In the New World, it represented a nearly unlimited amount of money. How could he quickly transform this glittering gold into a national treasure? Lorraine pondered for a long time, ultimately returning to his original goal, pirate wars. The myth that pirates are incredibly wealthy has persisted for centuries. Once the war began, no one could truly determine how much Lorraine had reaped from the pirates. This arrangement offered numerous foreseeable advantages. There was no audit, no regulation, no taxes, clear business rules, and, most importantly, legal protection for Lorraine's gains. Like all trade proceeds, once cloaked in the guise of a pirate war, Lorraine's assets became inviolable, their growth unchallenged by anyone or any force. By chance, Cotton Jack became the target of Lorraine's experiment. In January 1780, Lorraine visited Turtle Island. That same month, as a candidate for Pirate King, the new pirate Lorraine declared war on Pirate King Cotton Jack. At the end of January, Bimini Island fell, and Cotton Jack disappeared. This experimental war seemed flawless in every sense of the word. The war was not intense, the costs minimal, and the gains substantial. The public seizure of 16 ships once again made the intriguing proposition of pirates raking in wealth a favorite topic of conversation among Jamaican gentlemen. Lorraine's experiment was a success. With minimal effort, all the smuggling proceeds prior to 1780 were added to the list of seizures from Cotton Jack's lair. Without arousing any scrutiny or suspicion, Lorraine secured 2 important merchant bases, Lucia and St. Diana. The result was incredibly inspiring. The ancients were right, war was indeed the most profitable business in the world. Lorraine's pursuits were unstoppable. In March, he participated as a mercenary in Operation Reach the Seas, where he clashed with a pirate Lord Blackbeard. In May, Blackbeard declared war on Lorraine at Turtle Island. In June, Lorraine returned to Turtle Island with 3 tokens from Fly Thomas. Confirmed by the Sea Brotherhood, he was officially crowned Pirate King, earning the title Pirate Hunter. It was a title steeped in irony. The Sea Brotherhood was clearly displeased with Lorraine's hostility toward pirates, but the pirate code constrained their ability to exert their considerable influence within the pirate world. Lorraine meticulously executed the Pirate King selection process, leaving the veteran pirates, like toothless sharks, to spit in disdain. But their spit proved ineffective against Lorraine. His goal was achieved. The title of king would expose the pirate world's fragmented nature before him and the Drake's Guild. Even the greatest leader could not rally these desperate men against Lorraine. The reason was simple: in internal war, there was no justice. A new Pirate King war officially began in the Caribbean, with the initial confrontations between Hunter Lorraine and Cotton Jack, and then Hunter Lorraine and Edward Blackbeard. Lorraine was largely on the defensive during this phase, lacking accurate intelligence on Blackbeard's main forces, and the severely injured Cotton Jack was a formidable specter. However, Cotton and Blackbeard did not form an alliance over their common enemy, Lorraine. Blackbeard, who is a real threat, did not escalate into a life-and-death struggle with Lorraine. Therefore, Lorraine faced little pressure. The Caribbean and northwestern European branches were more than capable of maintaining their operations, and Lorraine only needed to organize his own fleet, acting on reliable intelligence, to conduct patrols and interceptions. It was a rare period of peace in the Caribbean in recent years. Although 3 of the 6 pirate lords were implicated in the war, the scale of the conflict was kept well contained. Lorraine methodically converted the proceeds of smuggling, and the Drake Company quickly catapulted into the multi-million-dollar club, becoming a rising star in the world's business world. The situation began to take a complex turn in late 1781. Following the Battle of the Chesapeake Bay and the victory at Yorktown, the smoke of the Revolutionary War had cleared, and North American trade flourished again. Although trade barriers between Britain and the United States had not yet been fully lifted, the Caribbean shipping lanes were becoming increasingly congested at a noticeable rate. This presented a huge business opportunity for pirates. At that time, Drake Maritime Group completed its acquisition of the Hit shipyard. The Valkyrie was launched from dry dock and began experimental sea trials and the loading of specialized parts. The Lady received the first batch of molded parts after the project was approved, and the massive keel began formal assembly at Tip Dock No. 1. The huge amount of capital realized allowed Lorraine to gradually widen the gap between his 2 rivals. After the loss of 3 warships in a row, Cotton Jack disappeared from public view for the second time. Lorraine seized the opportunity to set up a battle between the Greater and Lesser Inagua Islands, nearly sending Blackbeard and his Queen Anne's Revenge to the ship city of Newtown. However, Blackbeard was rescued by a pirate ship called the Royal Bliss. The Royal Bliss was a famous pirate ship with a long history and a glorious past. The first-generation ship was built by the Portuguese in 1718 and was a famous high-speed merchant ship of the time. In June 1719, the Black Baron Pavlemy sacked the port of Trebuchet and captured it in the harbor. From that moment on, the Royal Bliss became the flagship of the Black Baron, heralded through generations, along with her master, becoming a symbol of supreme power in the Caribbean. Black Baron Pavlemy IV made a dazzling appearance at the Battle of Inagua, immediately siding with Lorraine. To Lorraine, the title of Pavlemy seemed to carry an aura of intellectual aura. The first Black Baron nearly unified the Caribbean, becoming the second pirate king after Morgan. The second and third Black Barons were also renowned for their cunning and strategic prowess, remaining among the most dominant predators in the pirate king hierarchy. The fourth Black Baron lived up to his reputation. He commanded a vast pirate corps of 28 armed ships, firmly establishing his position as the Caribbean's foremost power before Lorraine's rise to power. Despite being sought by all the powerful nations, he had never been targeted by any naval force since his inauguration as Pirate King. He revolutionized the previously peaceful, small-scale pirate warfare. After the Battle of Inagua, in December 1781, the Black Baron formally declared war on Lorraine at Turtle Island. He delivered a passionate oath of war, in which he bestowed upon Lorraine a new, even more commanding title, Titan. Titan is a term for divine giants in Norse and Greek mythology. As descendants of Gaia, the earth goddess, they possess boundless resilience whenever they touch the earth, making them immortal and invincible. The Black Baron used this characteristic to refer to Lorraine's merchants, declaring, "It is trade that makes Drake invincible. To kill him, you must first kill trade, This declaration stirred the greed of the pirate world. Pavlomu cleverly linked Lorraine's identity to the pirate war, cloaking the pirates' mundane acts with an eerie, martyr-like sanctity. Pavlomu asked the pirates, "Do you rob? If you rob, you are Lorraine's enemy. If you rob, you are a believer in the pirate code." This war wasn't the internal conflict between a few powerful individuals that Lorraine had claimed. It was a pirate holy war, a bloody battle between shepherds and sheep over who would be the master, a fight to the death. Even Lorraine was stunned and baffled when the holy war began. Chapter 396 Go Shit Down the Sun. The escalation of the pirate war caught no one by surprise. Frenzied pirates rushed out of their dens. Within 3 days, 97 pirate bands and 226 lone pirates declared war on Lorraine. 2 weeks later, the number had increased to 149 bands and 462 lone pirates. Even incomplete estimates put their total number at over 1,000 ships and over 20,000 cannons. Lorraine waited anxiously for a major battle that would annihilate him and the Chamber of Commerce. However, from late 1781 to early 1782, after 3 full months of waiting, Drake suffered no losses, save for a schooner that ran aground in a storm. Strangely, the pirate attacks ceased completely. In March 1782, an invitation arrived at Lucy. A total of 109 chambers of commerce from Britain, France, Spain, the Netherlands, the United States, Portugal, Denmark, and the Holy Roman Empire invited the Drake Chamber of Commerce to hold a salon in Havana. The theme of the salon was how should legitimate chambers of commerce ensure the security of trade in the Caribbean after the end of the North American War. It was only then that Lorraine, working behind closed doors, realized the depths of the world's chaos. In the 3 months following the Black Baron's Crusade speech, the incidence of looting in the Caribbean waterways increased by 186%, daily casualties increased by 47%, daily financial losses increased by 104%, and the amount of black port trade that could be measured increased by 194%. Legitimate chambers of commerce suffered greatly, while pirate trade flourished. Suddenly, it felt like the golden age of piracy had returned. The various chambers of commerce had hoped their navies would deliver justice for them. However, to their disappointment, the Paris negotiations dragged on, and the navies of each nation simultaneously received binding orders from their own countries, prohibiting warships from leaving port without cause and strictly prohibiting unprovoked friction. Thus, the merchants, desperate for recourse, turned to the Drake Chamber of Commerce, tucked away in the eye of the storm, and to Lorraine, the pirate hunter revered as the pirate king by the pirates, who had waged a relentless war of piracy since arriving in the Caribbean. Coincidentally, Lorraine, on the brink of collapse, desperately needed a new ally, a reliable ally who wouldn't collude with pirates or be constrained by the decrees of other nations. He arrived in Havana with unwavering sincerity, and the two sides hit it off almost instantly. On April 10, 1782, the United Society of 110 Chambers of Commerce for Regional Security was established beside the fountain at the Royal Pontifical University of San Jeronimo in Havana. This massive trade association, with its guild-like nature, encompasses a fleet of 772 armed merchant ships of Class VI and above. Its foundation is the maintenance of regional security, while also emphasizing the sharing of commercial information, internal member benefits, and dispute resolution. Officially known as the 100 Merchants Union, the association has a rotating chairman and 12 executive directors. Headquartered at Castillo del Moro, perched on the cliffs at the entrance to Havana Bay, it symbolizes the guardians of the Caribbean peace. Count Conceição of Spain, renowned for his impartiality and prestige throughout the Caribbean region, and unaffiliated with any other trade association, was invited to serve as the union's first rotating chairman. The Drake Chamber of Commerce, with its million-dollar business presence, was selected as an executive director. Lorraine, with his renowned reputation in the pirate world and unparalleled track record, was unanimously elected as the union's first security advisor. This position holds the only real power within the 100 Merchants Union. According to the Covenant, once the Council passed a resolution on war within the framework of the Covenant, Lorraine would be the sole candidate for Admiral of the Combined Fleet. On April 16, 1782, the First Council convened at the Covenant's headquarters, the Château de Moro, declaring a state of war. On May 27, the Combined Fleet, totaling 126 armed merchant ships, assembled at Port-au-Prince on the French colony of Hispaniola. The Golden Hind served as the flagship, and Lorraine was sworn in as admiral. On June 9, the combined fleet sailed for Turtle Island. On June 12, the First Covenant War began, with Lorraine engaging a pirate fleet of 106 ships commanded by the Black Baron in the Windward Strait. The battle lasted 7 days, and on June 19, Admiral Van Royal Prundit, a member of the Dutch Prundit Chamber of Commerce, led a squadron of 26 armed merchant ships, cutting across the pirate fleet's formation. Pavlomue was forced to break free and escape, resulting in the victory for the combined fleet. On June 21, the combined fleet bombarded Tortuga Harbor on Turtle Island. Leif landed over 1,300 pirates at the head of his stormtroopers, and the Sea Brotherhood fled to Nassau, marking the end of the First Brotherhood War. The First Brotherhood War dealt a heavy blow to the pirates' increasing predatory behavior. A total of 57 pirate ships were sunk or ambushed, over 2,500 pirates were hanged, and crosses were planted throughout Turtle Island. Pavlomue's pirate group suffered little damage in the battle, but his act of abandoning the pirates for survival became a stain on his reputation. The pirates no longer trusted their leader, and the long-dormant Blackbeard replaced him, taking the lead in the counterattack against the Brotherhood. On August 4, the Second Brotherhood War began. Blackbeard swore an oath of victory in Nassau, assembled 192 pirate ships, and launched 4 squadrons, each attacking Havana, Lucia, Bridgetown, and Port-au-Prince. The Brotherhood members each took up defense. On August 22, Lorraine, commanding the Battle of Lucia, achieved a decisive victory. On August 26, Port-au-Prince was plundered by Blackbeard's fleet. On August 28, Havana was repulsed. On August 29, the Bridgetown fire destroyed half the town, killing hundreds. By September 7, Lorraine, with a fleet of 57 improvised warships, was preparing for a counterattack. The great pirate, the skilled Derrick, withdrew his fleet from the coast of Barbados, leaving behind a horrific aftermath. This war was unwinnable. The merchants suffered heavy losses. 6 of the guilds of commerce alone declared bankruptcy after the war, and the casualties, especially among the civilians of Bridgetown, were incalculable. The pirates suffered equally. In Lucia, Lorraine had 700 captured pirates hanged on the reefs. In Port-au-Prince and Havana, the sea was littered with the wreckage of ships shattered by shore artillery fire. 2 consecutive large-scale wars had left both sides weary, and the pirates were left to reflect. Why, even though they were all driven by plunder, did merchants unite in an unprecedented way? Just as they had united in an unprecedented way, unity is such a thorny thing. The Second Guild War marked the beginning of a new order in the Caribbean after a brief period of chaos. Unlike the order between nations, the new order between pirates and merchants was filled with the brutality of a jungle. Small pirate groups, having tasted the sweetness of operating in a group, began to spontaneously unite. Larger pirates, no longer content with a few ships, sought to build larger fleets. The 100 Merchants Guild increasingly demonstrated the advantages of close cooperation. Members sailed together, shared information, and through internally low prices, they managed to control supply and dominate the market. Lorraine was even the first to allow member chambers of commerce to enjoy internal discounts on the same basis as commercial transactions at the Drake Maritime Group, further reducing their operating costs for ship purchases, repairs, and maintenance. Applications for membership poured into Morro Castle. Even with the increased requirements, the membership of the 100 Merchants Guild exceeded 300 on the eve of the signing of the Paris Treaty. In 1783, no new major battles occurred, but fleet-scale engagements involving 200 to 400 guns, rarely seen under the old order, became the norm. Lorraine called this the third phase of the pirate wars. The Drake's Guild saw this third phase as a quagmire of endless treasure. On the one hand, Pavlomue continued to exploit Lorraine's special status to expand his own power, gradually replacing Blackbeard as the Drake's Guild's primary enemy. His presence placed the guild in constant danger. These targeted raids made Drake's merchant ships, especially the fleet, more vulnerable to large-scale attacks. On the other hand, the influence of the 100 Merchants Union rapidly expanded, its member chambers no longer limited to the New World but also rapidly extending across the Atlantic, becoming a dynamic leader in transatlantic trade. To maintain its influence within the guild and to counter the growing threat from piracy, Lorraine was virtually unable to withdraw from the Caribbean, forcing the guild's expansion into Africa and the Mediterranean to slow. Overall, however, the pirate wars brought Lorraine far more benefits than problems. He fully reaped the benefits of smuggling and visited Baltimore on the Sunday following the signing of the Treaty of Paris in September 1783. Posing as a major British businessman, he invited Hamilton to a coffee shop for a private chat and, with a gift of a wig, revitalized Edward Kenway's social network. This vast and untold network possessed unparalleled power. In October, the maritime group acquired the Baltimore Lorist Shipbuilding Company, a company owned by the Hamilton family with a 15% stake and the Adams family with a 10% stake. In November, the asset management company's ownership of Miami and the Bay of Biscay was approved by the U.S. Department of Commerce, receiving a 30% discount on the transaction tax because it was outside U.S. territory. That same month, the American chapter relocated its headquarters to New York, purchasing a large tract of land and a magnificent Dutch manor house on the East River in Lower Manhattan for £100,000. In January 1784, Carmen Xavier traveled to London and submitted asset valuation materials to the London Stock Exchange at Jonathan's Coffee House in Chase Alley. In February, the General Chambers Asset Management Company went public with an estimated market capitalization of £2.94 million, ranking 27th among UK chambers of commerce with a market capitalization of over £1 million, a stunning success. In April, the General Chambers Board of Directors decided to sell 10% of its equity to raise development bonds to fund development in the Miami area and expand the Maritime Group's production capacity. The bonds were enthusiastically sought after by London's aristocratic class, with the price of each share rising continuously, ultimately raising £1.14 million. In July, the HMS Dame was delivered, and the Special Service Squadron was immediately established. Pierce took command for the first time, representing the General Chamber in Africa to expand business. In October, a messenger from Sir Garman found Lorraine in Lucy, delivering Sir Garman's final wish, requesting that Lorraine preside over his funeral. While the elder's wishes had to be honored, the tensions in the Caribbean required Lorraine's presence. He delayed his response for nearly 2 weeks until mid-October, when good news arrived from the Valkyrie. Crane announced that the second round of sea trials had successfully concluded off the coast of Bermuda, with all data meeting design requirements. The Valkyrie was confirmed for delivery by the end of the month. Lorraine found an opportunity to escape. Drake's war machine sprang into action, and in just a week, with his own fleet as the backbone, he assembled a formidable fleet of 52 armed merchant ships and 1,200 guns. Under the banner of revenge for the victims of Bridgerton, the fleet departed Lucy and split into 2 groups in the waters of the Mona Islands. One group, under the command of Catalina, penetrated the Mona Strait, while the other, nominally under the command of Lorraine but actually led by Bell, entered the Anegada Strait, proactively provoking a conflict. Their target was the pirate Handy Mandeliki, a staunch ally of Blackbeard and entrenched in the Virgin Islands. Under cover of battle, Lorraine led the crew aboard the undelivered Valkyrie, riding the strong trade winds of the high Atlantic, back to the long-missed Black Harbor of Stavanger. 8 years have already flown by without me noticing. Standing atop the broad back of the Silver Pegasus, Lorraine's expression was dazed. Even the messages reaching his ears seemed distant and near, indistinct. Something seemed to be tickling the back of his foot. Lorraine looked down and saw the grown-up white ears looking at him pitifully. Meow, Lorraine's face darkened. You're already a grown man. The black cats at Lucy Manor have had several litters. No more cuteness, White Ears understood, and without a word, he turned over and twisted his waist, shamelessly revealing his round belly and, ding-ding. It was simply unbearable to watch. Lorraine sighed and turned his head, his eyes scanning the deck, taking in the sailors who had followed him through thick and thin. Mr. France, who was already a father but still a playboy, was counting the ammunition in the gun emplacement. The successful general manager of the maritime group was patrolling the deck as usual. The Vikings were kicking and stomping to command the stormtroopers to carry the sundries. The crappy cook from the east was banging the iron pot with a spoon because the bastard on duty as the kitchen helper had secretly run away to raise the sails. Ms. Assassin was holding the steering wheel seriously. When she noticed Lorraine looking at her, she immediately showed a warm and clear smile. There was also a witch on his ship who never dared to look people in the eye, and the general manager who was so beautiful that even puffins were fascinated by her. They were leaning on the railing of the stern cabin, smiling sweetly, waiting for the order to set sail. The only person who was not in sight was the ship's doctor, who was secretly called Frankenstein by the sailors. He must be deep in his cabin right now, deciphering the secret text of the Fountain of Youth. He's been at it for 4 years now, and who knows how many more 4 years it will take. Jenny and McCarthy flew over with unpleasant owls, landing on Lorraine's shoulders, one on each side. Lorraine tapped Jenny's head and whispered, "Are they all ready?" "Quack, looks like they think the same as I did. They're the world's finest team, piloting the world's most advanced warships. Not even the so-called British Empire would be worthy of their attention. Then, let's make a scene." Lorraine raised her arm high. "Raise the guild flag, unfurl the pansy." The sailors echoed Lorraine, unfurling the pristine white pansy flag from the towering mainmast with a clatter. "Raise the nationality flag, unfurl the St. George." The mizzimus echoed in response, and England's St. George Guardian fluttered in the wind. "Raise the battle flag, unfurl the ruthless Viking battle flag." Eddie, waiting at the foremast, shouted hoarsely. He trembled as he grasped a corner of a brown flag and shook it open. Tears welled in his eyes as he watched the sword, shield, and polar bear emblem surging like waves. Lorraine still held his arm high, his calm gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Drake has always upheld justice and righteousness. Those beautiful things have nothing to do with faith, nationality, race, identity or any other false things. We hold on to them, foolishly, stubbornly, and hopelessly regard them as faith, and finally get recognition. Northwestern Europe spreads our greatness. The smoke of Cantabria tells the legend of our fearlessness of power. The New World spreads our greatness. The entire pirate world regards us as natural enemies, but now, there is an unknown poor and weak country that calls us the Pirate Chamber of Commerce. They shamelessly call themselves the Sun Never Sets. They shamelessly proclaim in every corner that they discovered Africa for the world. They regard Africa as something in their pocket. They take the gold, the gems, the animals, plants and the intelligent creatures that gave birth to or will give birth to civilization. They regard our species as their own property, forbidding anyone else to tamper with it. They slander anyone who tries to rob them. They think they are so powerful. Those gluttonous, evil kings and incompetent nobles believe they can command obedience from everyone. We must awaken their dreams. We will not bombard Lisbon, for that would be unjust. We will not vent our anger on the pitiful people, for that would be a betrayal of justice. We will teach the proud Navy a lesson and defeat their self-proclaimed invincible Voyager-class battleships. We will use our guns and cannons to expose their decline to the entire world without reservation, and we will tear open their wounds and show them to every noble gentleman with a heart of justice and righteousness. This is the great mission bestowed upon every Drake by our respective gods. Who are we? Lorraine raised his head, gazing at the fluttering pansy flag. We are the invincible Drake. Who are we? On the mizzenmast, the drum of St. George filled the wind. We are the unrivaled English. Who are we? Harold the Merciless's battle flag echoed Lorraine. We are Vikings. Even the ice and snow of the far north cannot bury the brave Vikings. It's not pure blood, it's a power that makes the whole world tremble. If the sun doesn't set in Portugal, we'll make it set. Let's go and shoot it down. Valkyrie, war order, set sail. Heavy breathing. Lorraine's lengthy mobilization went unanswered for a long time. The people on the ship gasped, replaying the scene over and over in their minds, until a certain moment. Captain's order, sail, prepare to depart, weigh anchor, anchor chains 1, 2, 3, 4, hoist, bow moor, remove the dock ropes, reel in the cables, full sail, astern, sea clear. Gulf lane clear, warning list. Full starboard rudder, turn, clear skies in Bakentfjord. Wind north-northeast, 7 knots, moderate seas, target the Sultanate of Muscat, course due west, full sail, main, fore, and mizzen masts, sails raised. Deck cleared, all personnel aboard, Valkyrie, flagship of the Drake Chamber of Commerce, sails set, few. An unprecedented 5,000-word chapter is complete. I finally made it this far. Looking back after writing it, these 3 chapters were incredibly challenging, especially in terms of the technical aspects of narrative structure. They're probably the most challenging part of the entire book so far. After all, it's a non-linear narrative spanning 3 years. If the story wasn't so singular, it would have been enough to become a separate volume. Anyway, I finally decided on this approach. While it's missing over 200,000 words worth a small fortune, it effectively avoids reader fatigue, which I think is still beneficial. Let me briefly discuss the information covered in these volumes. PS1. The London Stock Exchange was founded in 1773 and officially licensed in 1802. Initially, the exchange didn't trade stocks. The only trading categories related to companies were pledged bonds. If it's a long-term bond, the type is similar to stocks, as bond prices will fluctuate, but the fluctuations are long-term. PS2. New York was briefly the capital of the United States from 1785 to 1790, and Washington was sworn in New York. The American chapter moved to New York in late 1783, when it wasn't yet the capital. PS3. Havana's Morro Castle is real, and it's located on a cliff at the mouth of Havana Bay, overlooking the bay. PS4. From the Battle of Yorktown in 1781 to the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the colonial empires did issue restraining orders to their navies. After the end of the Revolutionary War, there was a major reduction in troops, and even a great man like Nelson was retired to the reserve, which was quite peaceful. PS5. I'm running out of words, so I'll end it. Chapter 397. My friend said. 1784, in the Gulf of Kuriamiria, Western Asia, off the island of Haranayat. Winter rain and strong winds. Truly strong winds are rare in the equatorial region, where high temperatures, low pressure, and gently converging slopes cause low pressure to flow toward the poles, blocking the intrusion of subtropical high pressure. But the waters of the Sultanate of Muscat are not confined to 0 degrees latitude. Between 15 and 20 degrees latitude, in the depths of winter, a cold rain accompanied the onset of winds gusting to 7 or 8 knots. 3 large ships, navigating the gale and the surging waves, sailed side by side. 2 were shorter and taller, with rounded hulls and broad bodies. 1 was longer and shorter, with a slender hull and a high bow. From their mainmasts flew similar flags, both white with vibrantly colored midstripes, one a vibrant tricolor flower, the other a navy blue cross. But they were undeniably enemies. Starboard hit. Range 170, saturated. Amidst the raging wind, Adria's voice was far clearer than his girlfriend, Green. Moreover, Ray was in perfect combat form. Once engaged, he could hear nothing but the voices of the captain, the sailmaker, and the lookout. The coordination between the two sides was impeccable. Starboard hit, rudder 10 degrees to port, evade. The lady, sails inflated, veered under his command. She didn't escape the bombardment zone entirely, but simply avoided the most concentrated area. A large spray of water exploded in the water on the starboard side of the lady. Amidst a mist, Pierce's eyes widened. Hit. Starboard hit, a bright red bullet tore through the mist, striking the freeboard edge with a straight, heavy thud. With a thud, it bounced up, encrusted with the wood chips and a fragment of railing, and swayed high into the water on the other side. Pierce clutched his head and tugged at the rigging. Be gentle with the lady, understand? You Lisbon Boers, Linnea, port ship fire. Adria's scream startled him, perfectly interrupting Pierce's rant about his mentor. Port side hit. Range 120, bow direct. Pierce's heart trembled with fear. Lay, understood. He leveled the rudder to port, then pulled it full, still to port. Lay's movements were fluid, and using the lady's nearly 8 knots, he managed to swing the entire ship sideways before the shells landed. Boom 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 boom. A barrage of shells exploded on the starboard side, turning the swirling sea into a boiling pot. Dramatic waves crashed onto the deck, like a sledgehammer hitting a man in the face. Pierce quickly wiped the tears from his eyes and spat repeatedly. Turn around, turn around. Lower half sail, and the forehand cruise, turn sail to catch the wind. You have 1 minute. In 1 minute, I want my lady moving again. Quick, quick, quick. Yes, K.O. shouted, striding onto the poop deck and personally grabbing the thick forehand yard, his muscles bulging. Catch the wind, catch the wind. After 40 anxious seconds, the lady was moving again. While the 2 great Portuguese navigators were still busy turning nearly a kilometer away, the lady had finally escaped the pincer attack. The rudders were locked, the sails were secured, and a group of people sat down on the ground, each one busy catching their breath. No one had the energy to utter a word. Today marked the 34th day of the Special Forces blockade of Cahirir Harbor. The Sultanate of Muscat still refused to compromise, and Pierce, fearing the consequences, had not lifted the fleet's artillery ban. Like wandering ghosts, the Special Forces fleet roamed the waters outside the port of Cahirir, beyond the range of the coastal defense batteries, forcing fishing boats back to port with massive 5th-tier warships, rare in the entire Sultanate. Women begged, knelt, clutched their children on the beach, and cried helplessly. Men hurled stones and harpoons into the sea, a futile attempt to drive the evil invaders, miles away, from their homes. But Pierce saw none of this. It was Flamin who arrived ashore to deliver the ultimatum to block the port. Flamen informed him that the Portuguese were enjoying themselves in Sheik's palace, even entertaining him with banquets. The Portuguese officers sat to the right, Sheik's subordinates to the left. Sheik threw the ultimatum into the brazier of roasted lamb right before his eyes. If it weren't for the warships outside the harbor and the massive hole in the Portuguese ship, he and the few sailors accompanying him would have been thrown into the brazier as well. That was all Pierce saw: contempt, perversity, and idiocy. He longed to order his fleet to open fire, to use the 32-pounder of the lady, the 18-pounder of the future and the new generation to show these fools what they were getting themselves into. But he was facing a neutral sovereign. Lorraine had never before actively targeted such a political power, for weak sovereigns often harbored more secrets than colonies. They appeared to be under the protection of one nation, but behind that facade, another often emerged. Attacking them was a huge risk for the privateers. If that other nation happened to be Great Britain, the bombardment would drag the entire Drake Company into an abyss of no return, like the unfortunate Captain Kidd. Hesitation, 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 hesitation. Then the Portuguese emerged from the horizon. 2 Navigators class, the Portuguese Navy's newest and most powerful, 74-gun, 3-tiered battleships, constructed to the standard 1770 French design, featuring premium materials and top-notch craftsmanship. This ship type is the undisputed king of the 7090 class of battleships in the world today, boasting exceptional speed, superb maneuverability, superior defense, a superb crew capacity, and exceptional firepower. Even Lorraine hailed the French as masters of classic creation, exemplified by the unsurpassed 1750 model Tyre V French Galen. A superior design for Tyre II battleships is unlikely to emerge in the next 30 years. Are they a match? Upon discovering the enemy, this was Pierce's sole thought. If only these 2 behemoths could be defeated, that fool in the white turban hiding in the palace would beg for mercy. The lady attacks. A Tyre V destroyer has no room to intervene in a 32-pound engagement. Even a direct hit from her 18-pound main gun wouldn't penetrate the battleship's hull, and the devastating difference in beam would negate any hope of delivering shrapnel to the enemy's deck. This battle was destined to be a solo dance for the lady, but Pierce could never have imagined that his lady would have such a difficult time dancing. After the first round of crisis, Pierce regained his breath and stood up, kicking every sailor he could see. The sailors leaped away, returning to their posts, expertly checking the rigging, knots, sails, cables, and even the sand buckets on the deck used for firefighting. In the blink of an eye, the lady was back to life. Pierce walked all the way to the second deck of the stern cabin and asked through the hatch, "Third sister, how is Hashim?" The bumps were too big just now, and the wound was torn. "I have sewed it up again." Zio-Sanmi tiredly opened the hatch. "Master, Hashim said he can hold on. He will not go to hell until he sees his enemies die. Even if he sees his enemies die, he is not allowed to rush to hell. He has to serve me for at least 30 years, Pierce pouted. "Don't forget, if Aunt Lagween hadn't injured him and fled into Gahulo, we would never have the chance to fight with the 2 great navigators." In the distance, the strange warship with a bright flag flying and a tough and decisive fighting style finally stopped fleeing. "It seems that our young opponents have rested enough." Vice Admiral Scolari lowered the telescope and locked onto the blurry silhouette of the ship with his cloudy old eyes. They turned around, and the posture was as reckless as before, still so energetic. The captain of the Dog Ama, the vice admiral's old partner, Colonel Angelo, smiled and handed over a cup of coffee. "It would be great if they were young people from Portugal, but they belong to a barbaric pirate guild. Vile pirates can't train such young people, old friend." Scolari took a sip of coffee, a disdainful expression on his face. "Although we are performing our duties as soldiers, I have heard about the character of the governor of Kenya. I guarantee that this matter is full of shameful conspiracies and calculations. Otherwise Amir Fernandez, such a small figure, is not worth a super tycoon with a market value of £3 million to risk his future. What the general means is," Angelo frowned. "I don't mean anything." Scolari stuffed the coffee back into Angelo's hand. "Let the Daesh continue to implement the parallel double-teaming tactics. Tell them that the shelling just now was inappropriate. The opponent is just a 50-gun destroyer. No matter how big it is, it doesn't need her to hide 200 meters away." "Yes." Angelo saluted neatly and was about to run to convey the flag order when he was suddenly called back by Scolari. He also found a rare puzzled expression on the veteran's face. General, hush. Do you hear singing?" "Singing?" Scolari tilted his head and turned to the direction where the sea breeze came from, singing, a very familiar singing. I must have heard it more than once, but I can't remember what it is singing. He walked to the side, holding the railing, almost leaning his whole body overboard. It is the wind that conveys the sound. I won't be wrong. Angelo, let the lookout search the western sea surface in an all-round way, starting from 5 kilometers and extending outward. Don't miss an inch. That English battleship opposite. While hesitating, Angelo suddenly heard the faint singing, wrapped in the wind, sometimes far and sometimes near. Rule Britannia. Britannia rule the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. Look out. He suddenly went wild, shouting frantically towards the mainmast. Western Sea, wind direction, search from 5 kilometers, request, enemy sightings on the Diash. The signalman's cry made Angelo's next words come back to him. Enemy ship sighted at 3 o'clock, 5,900 meters away, confirmed to be the same type as the opposing enemy. No. Same class, ironclad. The signalman rubbed his eyes frantically, watching his friend hundreds of meters away repeat the same message over and over again. His voice began to tremble unconsciously. General, Captain, my friend says that iron-hulled ship is traveling at a remarkable 14 knots. No one has ever heard of a 70-meter-long ship reaching that speed, let alone one with an iron hull. My friend says the Diash has repeatedly confirmed the enemy ship's flags and markings, confirming she's heading for us and will be within our firing range in just 15 minutes. My friend says Captain Urensko wants to form an intercepting formation immediately. If possible, perhaps we can temporarily spare the wooden ship. My friend says a monster is coming. P.S. Sheikh is a sultanate official position, equivalent to emir. Incidentally, sultan rarely refers to the king. Arab monarchies practice a unified religious and political structure. The supreme ruler is called the Grand Prince, while the sultan is more like a governor, ruling over a fiefdom, sultanate, with essentially independent autonomy. Officials below the sultan are called Diwan, who can be called either a minister or a chancellor. At the local level, there are the Dagwan, I don't know what they'll be called, Sheikh, city or town level, Bargana, small town or county level, and Hut, as the name suggests. In summary, the sultanate's administrative structure is simple at the central level and well developed at the local level, which conforms to the general centralized characteristics of a theocratic state. While it differs significantly from the feudal Chinese principle of strong trunk and weak branches, it's not backward. That's it. Chapter 398 Valkyrie on the battlefield. The enemy fleet is 5 kilometers away. The first mate orders the second level combat readiness, canceling rotations. All deck crews are in place, including gunners and boatmen, and non-combat personnel are in the hold. Check the rigging ropes around your waists. Check yours and the guns. Assassin women drive boats very wildly. If you are crushed into a meat pie by an unhooked cannon, Drake won't give you a penny. The enemy fleet is 3 kilometers away. Lower the assault boat and tow it. Check the rigging ropes again, and count the personnel at each position. Lookout mark, left ship 2900, 11 o'clock, mark and confirm the Diash. Right ship 2700, 2 o'clock, mark and confirm the Vasco da Gama. Flagship locked, enemy Portuguese Navy, 74 gun level 3 galleon battleships, 2 battle lines formed, spacing 170, gap 5 degrees left rudder. A supporting fleet was discovered 8.2 kilometers away, level 5 galleon destroyers 4, no signs of reinforcements. Flagship confirmed Vasco da Gama, marking completed, open the gun ports, engagement alert for both sides. Gunnery to open gun ports, load solid and chain shells, do not move without orders, enemy ships 2 kilometers away, front side bombing alert. Open the bow deflector, sailman to tighten the wing sail. Lower the bow sail. Half sail foremast. Full sail, gun at the ready. Gunnery to the bow gun bay. Repeat, gunnery to the bow gun bay. Command authority for both sides is decentralized, enemy ships 1 kilometer away, bombing alert. Bump alert. List alert, chasseurs to the mast. Seal the aft bay. Fight, first mate, fight. Lorraine stood in his command seat, on the third-story center railing of the poop. In front of him was the second-story helm station, and behind him was the upper deck of the aft bay, the highest point on the entire ship, where the sail crew would turn the sails. Chaotic yet orderly orders were constantly coming into his ears, but he simply closed his eyes and listened. Even when he was within a kilometer of the engagement range, he had no intention of opening his eyes. It's a given that a complete and mature team is every captain's dream. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he had issued only one order, for his sailors to sing at windward. The song didn't matter, whether it was Rule Britannia or the Little Widow Visits the Grave, as long as the sound could reach the enemy and alert them to the Valkyrie's entry, his goal would be achieved. A safe pierce, an opponent with all his might. Flag order the lady to wait and see, and do nothing without orders, Lorraine suddenly said. He finally opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming as they reflected the two massive warships lying across the sea. Give me a surprise, Portuguese. Let me see how many men my daughter can charm. Aboard the Da Gama, the aging Vice Admiral Scolari's face was sullen. Not far away, a ship marked as a monster was approaching on the sea. But she looked nothing like a monster. She possessed the most captivating flow Scolari had ever witnessed, a sword-shaped bow, a shield-shaped stern, and a slender, stable and graceful hull, devoid of the ponderous presence expected of a massive vessel. The shipbuilders had crafted her into a work of art. The smooth hull was sheathed in metal components, copper gleaming red beneath the waterline, and above it, jet black, silvery armor. These armor plates opened from the bow, expanding outward in pleasing curves to the sides. Supporting the sails, the cables, the massive mast that soared into the sky, and the slender bowsprit that pierced the horizon. Those board designers even hired a professional sculptor to carve the bull figure, a captivating goddess clad in a golden helmet and armor, riding a silver Pegasus. The Pegasus was half-body, blending into the hull from the base of its wings, its long mane and wingspan visible in every detail. As if swooping, it tucked away at its sides, without affecting the bow's ability to cut through the wind. The goddess was a full-body figure, sitting upright on horseback, her face covered with a visor that revealed only her eyes, her curves inviting the imagination. Her left hand grasped the reins, her right arm raised high, her slender fingers spread wide, lifting clouds in the glow of the sunset as if offering. The bowsprit and the continuous bowsail were clouds and the glow, piercing straight out from her head, giving the illusion of a divine spear piercing the clouds. What was that spear called? Kungunir. Scolari narrowed his eyes, completely confused as to why a pure and devout Christian like himself hadn't thought of Longinus, but instead of the eternal spear of the god king in pagan legend. Perhaps it was because she was too beautiful. He shook his head. Destroying her feels like a crime against all humanity. Enemy ship 800 meters, reduce speed to 7 knots, steady speed. Da Gama, ready. Diash, ready. The rangefinder's final report came from below. Scolari nodded and whispered, order the battle lines to be fully fired. With that, he became melancholic, self-absorbed. Someone needs to teach these children a few things, like that courage is a virtue, but it won't always be useful. Captain Angelo stamped his feet and saluted. Yes. Full fire on the battle lines, all port side, fire. At 720 meters, the Portuguese battle line erupted in flames. The artillery fire began simultaneously from the stern broadsides of the Da Gama and the bow broadsides of the Diash, one shot every 5 seconds, from aft to front, top to bottom. These beasts of the sea, conceived from the same blueprint as the Lion, boasted a formidable 29 guns on each side. 14 32-pounders on the lower deck and 15 24-pounders on the upper deck. Of course, the Lion's bow mortar wasn't part of their arsenal. After all, the nimbleness of turning a barrel into a projectile was a uniquely British trait. But they also had their own unique design. For example, when the battle line was open, the 18-pounders in the fore and aft compartments could be easily moved to the upper deck via a ramp, forming a 3 and 5 aft complement on each side, bringing the total firepower of a 74-gun ship to 37 guns per side, fully unleashing the full potential of a 74-gun ship. This was how Scolari arranged it: 37 guns per ship, 74 guns on both battleships. Each round from his heavy guns was powerful enough to shatter a tree, and over the next 3 minutes, all 74 of his heavy guns, weighing a total of 974 pounds of solid projectiles, would be unleashed upon the work of art on the other side. Even a true monster would bow in fear. Bow hit, from the mainmast's mid-level platform, Bardo's voice instantly echoed throughout the deck. Lorraine watched the hail of bullets rain down upon him, his calm face unmoved. Take shelter in the forecastle, foredeck. At standard intervals, each round of bombardment will last approximately 3 minutes. Just enough time for the heavy guns to reload, he said. A commanding officer with a good voice beside him immediately shouted, Take shelter in the forecastle, foredeck. The bombardment will not stop. Repeat. The bombardment will not stop. Henna, 5 degrees port, head straight into the gap. Henna flipped the handwheel without a word, and at Lorraine's command, the Valkyrie not only did not avoid a bombardment, but instead actively rammed into the area of heavy shelling. The first round of shells hit the water, exploding hundreds of meters from the Valkyrie, and then the shells tightened and intensified. The Valkyrie lurched and heaved on the seething sea, charging resolutely and rapidly toward the gap between the two ships. Wind direction, Lorraine's voice rose, rising above the approaching roar, the only way his crew could hear him. Kren tore off his turban and tossed it into the air, watching it swirl against the wind. Wind northwest, 7 knots, full sails, bow raised, meet the guns, bow high, shell alert. The sail crew gritted their teeth and pushed the boom until it was in the wind's crosshairs. The massive, Oriental-style ribbed sails bulged, abandoning all micromanagement, such as steering and evasion, and simply pumped the wind. Bow high. Suddenly receiving a tremendous thrust, the Valkyrie's already upturned bow surged onto the crest of the wave like a climber, rising completely. The shells pounded closer and more densely, and then, collided. Bow hit. Direct hit, boom. 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 A cascade of water erupted, striking the bow within a 10-meter radius. Amidst this whirling mist, the first 24-pound round struck the ironclad mortarboard, sending the massive, narrow, scale-like shield, over 2 meters tall, flying and shattering. The fragments didn't fly freely. Encased in the thin iron sheeting, they twisted and ripped across the deck until they ripped through a railing and tumbled over the side into the sea. The second round followed closely behind, a solid 32-pound, 16-pound red-hot iron ball slamming into the center of the 2 mortarboards, creating a massive breach. The lost iron ball, with a muffled thud, lodged itself deeply in the deck. To block it, at least 4 mortarboards were torn apart, their broken supports tangled with the detached iron sheeting, sliding 10 meters out of the deck. Then the third, the fourth, and 2 more, struck the hull and armor in quick succession. The ship trembled violently at the impact, but the projectiles failed to enter the armor, being propelled feebly off course 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The Portuguese watched in amazement as the Valkyrie charged. Like a great Frankish knight, like a winged Polish warrior, nothing, no arrows or projectiles, could stop her will to advance. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. The first round of battle lines saturated, but the second round could not effectively connect. The battle lines were never designed to account for the inevitable oncoming enemy, destined to be shredded. Thus, in the rotational arrangement, the guns on the outer lines that had finished reloading lost their firing angles, while the guns on the inner lines that still had their firing angles were still reloading. Their opponents remained undestroyed. The moment the cannon fire ceased, Kungunir had already broken through the mist. A huge, beautiful monster, its head held high, emerged from the waves under the guidance of the goddess. Oh my god. No harm. She's going to cut through the gap in the formation, bow and stern hit. Direct hit alarm. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. Never underestimate Madame. Yatrin held a mortar barrel. This might seem disrespectful to the third in line to the Drake family, but he simply hunched over the cannon with a professional demeanor, one eye squinted, thumb and butt raised. All of Drake's artillerymen loved to raise their butts. You know, gentlemen, real marriage has given me a lot of enlightenment. He chewed on a few slices of dried seahorse imported from the east, its tail twitching against his lips, just like his butt. When your wife desired a boy, when that boy was still blowing the trumpet to God, destined to inherit a noble family with a 300-year history, your wife had already separated herself from the female species. Of course, your wife is still beautiful, still vain, still well-educated, and even remembers to recite Shakespeare while rubbing her waist. She remains the same, and we are the ones who have changed. Imagine the moon, so beautiful in your eyes. Once, she was there, twice, she was there, 3, 4, 5 times she was still there, and yet your wife tells you, tonight we will celebrate with the moon. God? Why, Maria gave birth to a virgin. Do you understand? The entire Bogun room was completely silent, A normal state of mind when the gunnery commander was personally teaching his men how to fire the guns. The gunnery commander disliked interruptions when he spoke, whether questioning or praising. His audience only wanted to listen. Yatrin was indeed satisfied with his men's response. He swallowed a seahorse tail in 2 gulps and waved his hand. 7 to 10 quarters to the right. That's right. Slow down from 7 quarters, even slower, and listen to that sudden intuition in your soul. If you find the right one, sleep with her, don't marry her. Stop. The gun carriage stopped moving, and the auxiliary gunners quickly locked the wheels, attached the rigging, jammed the tracks, and implemented every possible safety measure. The sound of the shell impact was close. There was probably no sailor on the ship more familiar with the sound of the guns than the gun crew. According to these experts, the impact position was within 50 meters. At this calibration speed, the jolt of the shell would come at any time. Speaking of which, the Valkyrie's maneuver to prevent serious damage was. Those who had the privilege of participating in the 2 internal sea trials began to frantically recall, but unfortunately, not many could recall it. After all, those tactical regulations were related to ship operation and had little relevance to their gunnery operations. In short, it was completely different from the Golden Hind or any other ship. After all, the Valkyrie was armored. As they pondered this, the deck beneath them suddenly rose. Yatrin accidentally slipped, interrupting the range finding, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I hate the elevated bow anti-gun design. A proper gentleman never lowers his chin to look at a lady who admires him, because red lips and passionate kisses are our weapons, not stubble. The secondary gunner swallowed softly. Well, sir, if the bow wasn't elevated, this direct hit, adjutant, understand your position. How to avoid harm is for the big, stupid Karen and the fierce assassin women to worry about. We only need to worry about one thing, conquer every woman who appears before us. Boom. The hull shook violently, and thunder struck overhead. Yatrin shrank back in fear, and when he realized what he had done, he felt that he had lost face in front of his subordinates. He rolled his eyes in frustration. Well, maybe lifting your chin once in a while helps to show off your masculinity. I hope the direct hit didn't ruin the Valkyrie's curves. They're my second favorite thing on the whole ship. Range, 360, sir. The rangefinder, clearly a virgin and a newbie, screamed at the top of his lungs. All right, the Bogan Bay is small, we can keep it classy. I hear you. Yatrin sighed, slumped back down onto the gun barrel, and took up his stance. A lady obsessed with a succession is terrifying. Her relentless demands would intimidate even the most devout believers in romance, but they'll always get the boy, the coveted first in line. As long as they're fast and accurate, he muttered as he climbed down from the gun barrel. Range 200, open the gun port. Unlock the gun carriage pulleys and add 2 rigging cables. The mates bustled nervously. The wide, groundbreaking curved gun ports were removed, grinning like a galloping Valkyrie, gulping down huge gulps of mist at the overwhelming barrage. The chilly mist, carried by the strong wind, filled the gun bays, and the gunners, accustomed to warmth, shivered. But no one complained. In their years of operating the guns, they had never before escaped the confines of the narrow gun ports and taken in the vastness of the battlefield. Before they knew it, Yatrin had knelt on one knee directly behind the gun, right arm raised straight, thumb raised as a sight. Right 5 quarters, raise 3 quarters, aim for the center line between the forecastle and foremast, range 30 meters, 1 shot, penetrate the rear, and fire in unison. Record. There's a huge flaw in Iberia's naval heritage, gun obsession. Once a line of battle is formed, they eagerly move all their guns to the broadsides, as if the line of battle were an impenetrable fortress, safe from peril. The gunnery commander was unusually serious, and everyone was riding furiously. However, life is full of surprises, and you never know what you are facing. Just like through the small porthole, we once thought that the zebra was pure black, until we opened this great gun port and found out. Yep. There was an elephant on the opposite side. Surprise is like marriage, you thought it was a grave, but in the end it was a rose-colored garden, without marriage. You will never know the lingering aftertaste of romance and guilt, never know the itchy and seductive feeling of books and sweat sticking together, and never know how beautiful and passionate a lady's best friend is. We are sandwiched between 2 passionate bodies, with desire on the left and reason on the right. You are vigilant in the study to catch the adultery, and when you return to the bedroom, you want to swim in the sea of knowledge, but you only have the last bit of strength left tonight. When you get up under the stars at night, Who will you spread this little bit of strength to? Everyone fell hopelessly into deep thought that tortured their souls. The Virgin raised his hand tremblingly. Sir, I think it's a close friend, Tisk. So you're a virgin. Yatrin retreated disdainfully, all the way to the edge of the cabin, ceding his position to the gunner, who was pulling the string. If my wife wasn't pregnant, she wouldn't doubt her beauty. If she didn't doubt her beauty, she wouldn't invite her young and charming close friend to stay the night. If your close friend didn't stay the night, you wouldn't be able to sleep in the study. If you didn't go to the study, how could you encounter that love in silk pajamas by the warm fire? Don't underestimate my wife, he said solemnly, solemnly, solemnly. The gunfire outside had ceased. The Valkyrie tore through the mist, and under the guidance of the Valkyrie, it charged straight into the center of the battle line of the Dagama and Diash with unstoppable momentum. Yatrin screamed. How could your wife have only one close friend? Fire, boom. A lone echo in the silence, a single thunder in the dense clouds. The Valkyrie fired its first shot. A 24-pound iron projectile, hurled from 32 meters away, shot through the barrel of the 48-pounder mortar on the bow. It rose high, clearing the bow and bowsprit before descending. With a whirring whirl, it darted past a forecastle, and before the eyes of all the Portuguese, it careened down to the foredeck, less than a meter from the foremast. Crack! The resilient main deck offered no resistance, piercing a gaping hole with the red-hot projectile. Crack! The tangled upper gun bay offered no defense, piercing a second hole, right next to the skylight overhead. Crack! The projectile careened diagonally, blasting through debris, clearing the skylight, and striking the massive foremast obliquely. The foremast shook, and a series of ferocious cracks, large enough to fit a finger, began to form from the impact site. The cracking sound of the wood resonated like thunder in the Portuguese ears, even more deafening than the roar of the cannon. Scolari gritted his teeth nervously, watching the foremast sway faintly. Fortunately, Portugal still has the world's most skilled craft, direct hit alarm. Captain Angelo interrupted his sigh, his voice completely devoid of poise, only fear and panic. Enemy ship intruding, closing in. Bow direct hit, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The Valkyrie cut into the gap. After a lone bow shot, the guns on both sides unleashed a deafening roar between Dagama and Diash. Moderate waves, strong winds, close range, and the target was motionless. She was only 33 meters from Dagama's bow, and a mere 112 meters from Diash's broad stern. Like an unbreakable demonic sword, a single stroke tore the battle line in two. Such bombardment seemed so simple to the gunners. If they had been given a test like this during regular practice, they would have assumed that Mr. Desakes had been drained of his energy by Madame Cecilia again, or perhaps that he had been caught in an affair and then drained of his energy by Madame Cecilia. A storm of steel swept over the Portuguese sailors. 22 shells bombarded each side, including 15 modified 32-pounders and 7 short-barreled 24-pounders, a mixture of chain shells and solid projectiles, in less than 2 minutes. The Dagama was struck by 6 shells. The first chain shell ripped through the bowmast, and 3 subsequent shells lodged themselves into the hull. A 32-pound chain shell soared high, sweeping from the port front to the starboard midships. Another 24-pounder, in the characteristic straight arc of a short-barrel gun, struck the foremast head-on. The mast, straining under the weight, finally yelped and toppled sideways. The Diash's stern was severely damaged. Amidst a haze of water, rocked by the force of a landslide, half the poop tower flew high, disintegrated mid-air, and collapsed, leaving a vast expanse of the sea stained red with the living and the dead. No one knew how many shells the Diash had been struck by during that round of bombardment. All that was known was that the Portuguese sun had set, and the great navigator had been undeniably defeated by the merchants. Lower the flag, Scolari's voice was as ridiculous as a drowning fish. Please, young men, act on humanitarian grounds, and do everything you can to save those who have fallen into the water. Chapter 400 Justice and Equality Never Die. Vice Admiral Scolari, on the Valkyrie, Scolari stood before Lorraine, guarded by 6 or 7 strong sailors, quietly gazing at this tall, strong, yet respectful and amiable young man. I'm Drake, Lorraine Arthur Drake, Drake of Tavistock. I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances, Tavistock. Scolari's eyebrows twitched. I may have met your grandfather, and I'm also an old acquaintance of your father. Your connection to our ancestors makes this meeting even more difficult. I should have visited you in Lisbon with the Warren Ford coffee beans, not in Africa. Amidst the smoke of war, meeting my cherished elder, Lorraine waved his hand, leading Scolari to the side of the ship. Rescue efforts are underway at sea. The good news is that not many people have fallen into the sea, but the bad news is that only a limited number of people have survived. The Vasco da Gama is not in serious trouble. I had the foremast and the bowmast cut and the knots readjusted. She probably still has 6 knots of speed left, but considering her center of gravity and the waves at the Cape of Good Hope, I sincerely suggest that you wait until spring to consider the fleet's return. The Diash's problem is more serious. One is the personnel. As far as I know, a major and 4 lieutenants died in the Sternkessel raising incident. More casualties cannot be ruled out. After all, this is an unfortunate accident. The other is the rudder. My master craftsman inspected the Diash. 1/3 of the rudder was in the sky, and 1/3 sank to the bottom of the sea along with the rudder. There is no dock in East Africa capable of repairing the Navigator-class ship, so you may have to tow her back to Lisbon. Are you planning to return the ship to Portugal? Lorraine's words completely exceeded Scolari's expectations. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, just wanting to see the traps that might be hidden behind it. What do you want? Money? Guns? Or, pardon, Lorraine was silent for a long time. Yes, what should I ask for? The Majesty you serve illegally robbed my property. It's only fair that I seize his ship. The Navigator class is an excellent warship. While law-abiding men like me can't use it, selling it on the black market to the United States would be worth at least 100,000 British pounds, which would barely recoup some of my losses. You'll certainly say that what I did was tantamount to trampling on Portugal's dignity, but that argument doesn't convince me. Regardless, my relationship with your king won't deteriorate. I'm actually very curious about the Portuguese kingdom's mindset in handling this dispute. You behaved like a barbaric tribe, the chief using robbery as a means of demonstrating authority, the elders remaining silent, completely disregarding the civilized norm of the sanctity of private property. Lorraine taunted the Portuguese with caustic words, from the king to the nobles, as if no one else was around. I have fully entrusted your king's banditry to the Drake Chamber of Commerce's legal team in Bilbao. While they were temporarily docked in Gibraltar, they filed a complaint with the Supreme Court of Madrid. The note should be sent to Lisbon now. I just don't know if your king has any lawyers he knows, or if he understands the procedure for self-defense. Scolari's face flushed red. Lorraine Drake, Spain is no longer the suzerain of Portugal. Lorraine was completely humble. What an arrogant, sensitive and boring country. He said coldly. My choice of Madrid has nothing to do with this so-called master-servant relationship in your history. I chose it simply because it is the only civilized country on the Iberian Peninsula. In 1780, I demolished the San Carlos fort in Nicaragua. Last year, I met Mr. Hawthorne, the governor of Cuba, in Havana. He was the governor of Granada at the time and my prisoner. We had a great conversation. When he introduced me to the celebrities of Havana, he talked about his experience of being captured with joy and called me a civilized and trustworthy gentleman. It was this noble gentleman who made me have a good impression and trust in Spain. I will let you go, because I need you to report the entire journey south to your barbaric country and its foolish king, so that they can relax and be glad that they didn't hurt a real pirate, but a civilized, educated and legal businessman. Next, I will use my own strength to prove my innocence. I will send everything I have to Madrid, so that the civilized people of Iberia can clear my name and uphold justice. Justice and equity have never died. I firmly believe that. Please tell all this to your chief, and ask him to choose a lawyer to defend the case as soon as possible. If he has never heard of the word lawyer before, please ask him to hire a tutor first, preferably a tutor from a civilized country. Lorraine finally finished speaking. Scolari's hands trembled rapidly, his voice rising and falling with panting, as if he were about to die. Lorraine Drake, you so brazenly insult the Kingdom of Portugal. Have you ever considered Portugal's wrath? Honestly, I have, Lorraine chuckled. I know Lisbon still has 8 navigators, and I know there are about 30 provinces scattered across Portuguese colonies around the world. After all, your sun hasn't set yet, but have you considered Drake's wrath? For example, how many Valkyrie-class ships like the one you're standing on, do you think we can actually produce? Scolari left. The staggering da Gama, supporting the lame Diash, flanked by 4 loyal guards who couldn't even muster the courage to send reinforcements, embarked on their journey home, carrying Lorraine's goodwill. Lorraine didn't see them off. After intimidating the old and conservative Portuguese vice-admiral, he convened a meeting of all the sailors in the tactics room, closed the door, and discussed the next steps. Restoring reputation was a complex undertaking, not least because reputation lay not in reputation itself but in alliances and power. Just how much pressure could Lorraine bring upon Portugal to force them to concede before a small chamber of commerce? The difficulty of this undertaking was imaginable, and the meeting's difficulty was self-evident. Before they could come to a conclusion, a sudden clatter of footsteps echoed through the hallway. The cabin door was roughly pushed open. Pierce and his crew, panting, stood outside the cabin door. Upon seeing Lorraine, they began to shout, "Brother! Oh, brother, are we going to let that old Portuguese dog get away so easily?" Lorraine didn't respond, simply pausing the discussion and tilting his chin in amusement. Tisk, 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 tisk. I thought it was the Portuguese fighting back, but it turned out to be the great Admiral Actis. Pierce retreated half a step in fear, and as he did so, a flash of silver light appeared before his eyes. Amidst a cold light, several silver tarot cards and 2 red velvet throwing knives stabbed at the door frame in all directions, trapping Pierce in the middle. With a hatch as the edge, they formed a perfectly irregular symmetry. Pierce's legs gave out, and if it weren't for Zhao Sanmei's support, he would have sat down on the ground. His voice began to drift. "Sister Hannah, Sister Noah, although I was wrong not to knock, of course you were wrong not to knock." Lorraine clapped her hands with a smile. Yatrin shook his sleeves and, in a very servile manner, untied a colorful whip from his waist and held it in front of Lorraine with both hands. Lorraine shook the whip. Snap! Pierce swallowed hard. "Brother, Captain, President, Chairman. Everything is negotiable. Before we got here, Mr. Ramos Pittock, President of the European branch, and nearly 10 shareholders on the Chamber of Commerce's board of directors issued a stern request to this chairman. Boy, you need a good beating, but my crew are all here," Pierce replied tearfully. Lorraine hesitated. Pierce's crew was indeed a problem. 4 young men in their rebellious phase still had to maintain some dignity. Carmen suddenly interrupted and said, "Gentlemen, if I remember correctly, your salaries are still arranged by the General Chamber of Commerce. There is no independent branch under the name of Addis. And although the Vice President of Addis has signed a special equity-sharing contract with some of you, considering that the Special Forces fleet has not made any profit so far," Freeman raised his hand high, "Excuse me, respected and beautiful Manager Xavier, where can we get our basic salary for the next few months? The flagship accounting office is on the lower floor of the stern. Goodbye." With a whoosh, half of the loyal and brave sailors left. Pierce looked at the remaining half with gratitude, especially the honest Ko, who was the only one left in the advanced class. At this time, he heard a series of thunderous laughter. It was Leif. "Captain, several stormtroopers have suffered broken bones lately, and I'm just short of sword-fighting sparring partners." Ko's face suddenly paled, and he raised his hand. "Excuse me, dear and beautiful Manager Xavier, we didn't hear clearly just now. Where do we get our salaries?" "1 floor below the poop, in the flagship's accounting office. Goodbye." With a clatter of voices, Pierce pitifully realized that only Zhao Sanmei was left behind, along with Bayardo, who had come to watch the fun. "Sanmei, Sanmei," 2 men simultaneously called out to the same woman. One was Pierce, the other the strangely accented Wang Yi. Wang Yi's fingers traced circles on the conference table, his tongue swirling in his mouth. "Before you joined the Chamber of Commerce, I told you, senior sister, there's no other girl in the world more caring than you. Remember the day before the lady left port? You saw me playing the leaf flute from my hometown, and you promised me to learn Zhuangzi dialect in 3 months to comfort me from homesickness." Zhao Sanmei's face suddenly paled. Although Pierce didn't understand a single word of Wang Yi's Chinese, the scene before him felt familiar. He had a terrible feeling. "Third sister, are you?" "I'm sorry, master. I suddenly remembered that I promised mother to send every paycheck home on time to raise my 7 brothers and 4 sisters. So, before she could finish her words, Zhao Sanmei covered her face and fled. Only white ears remained behind Pierce. He blinked at the empty hallway, his mind turning back and forth like rust. "Brother, no matter what, can you please let me die knowingly?" "So you still don't understand why Portugal's navigator class, the guardian of the country, has suddenly become your enemy? It must be because of the lady's size, and you've overlooked why Valkyrie and I arrived on the same day as the navigator class and rescued you at the right time. Could it be?" Pierce's face finally turned ugly. Am I still in trouble?" Armed invasion of Mombasa, unprovoked attack on Portuguese warships, and military blockade of neutral ports. You have done a lot of things, and the Drake Chamber of Commerce has gained a lot of goodwill for this, and the greatest goodwill. The Drake Chamber of Commerce was identified as a pirate chamber of commerce by Lisbon. Portugal terminated all commercial dealings with me. All Drake properties controlled by the Kingdom of Portugal were confiscated, resulting in a direct loss of £70,000 and countless indirect losses. Lorraine shook the whip. Stick your butt up, I said. You need a whipping. Bang. A dull bang. That wasn't Lorraine scolding Pierce, but the sound of a pretty young girl clumsily bumping into the outer railing. Those responsible, those being punished, those assisting, and those watching the spectacle all turned their gazes. Lorraine smiled quizzically. Sharon Artis, why didn't I remember putting you on the Valkyrie? Sharon, Pierce's quiet little cousin, would be 15 in December. Her mathematical and social skills amazed Carmen, who had kept her close for 3 years, either out of admiration or for other reasons. Rubbing her knees, Sharon stood up, her eyes red. She saluted Carmen, then Lorraine, and the others, skipping Pierce. President, I originally stayed in London to handle some trivial matters of the exchange for my teacher. Later, Valkyrie stopped in Southampton, and my teacher recruited me on board to be in charge of the entry and exit work of the accounting office. Lorraine looked at Carmen in confusion, and Carmen shrugged. After all, most of the time, women who only know how to fight and kill are of limited help to men, and not much help to women either. After saying this, Hannah's murderous aura suddenly rose, and the cabin was like an 8-force gale. Lorraine coughed awkwardly. Sharon, tell me loudly, what is the purpose of your coming here? Looking for you, looking for me? Yes, little Sharon mustered up the courage. Mr. President, in accordance with the provisions of Article 69, Paragraph 7, Item 3 of Chapter 4 of the Chamber of Commerce Ship and Fleet Management Regulations, after the ship leaves the port, only the ship's direct manager and the admiral and vice admiral of the fleet to which the ship belongs have the right to enforce corporal punishment on subordinate employees. Article 228, Paragraph 1. Item 1 of Chapter 7 of the Management Regulations also stipulates that when a squadron performs an independent mission, it is regarded as an independent formation and is only responsible to the mission issuing unit before the mission is completed or changed, and no longer accepts the original fleet's control order. Admiral Addis led the Special Service Formation to perform the African branch's independent mission in July, and as of now, you have not relieved him of his duties. So he made a mistake, and you can impose a salary deduction, demotion, or even equity redemption, termination of contract, and termination on him within the framework of the Board of Directors, but you do not have the position and right to corporally punish him. She took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Lorraine. Mr. President, the Chamber of Commerce's regulations are the cornerstone and foundation upon which Drake relies for its growth and development. As an employee, I sincerely hope that you will lead by example, proactively uphold the sanctity of the regulations, and ensure their smooth and orderly operation within the Chamber of Commerce. Please seriously consider my opinion. Thank you. Lorraine opened his mouth wide, looking inquiringly at everyone around him. Have we already formulated hundreds of regulations for our Chamber of Commerce? Kren cleared his throat. To be exact, there are 8 regulations in total, totaling 1,433 items, with over 5,000 sub-items. The whip fell to the ground. Carmen raised her eyebrow at Hannah gracefully. What did I say? All you know is fighting and killing. You can't help men. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.